Wait. Wait. Wait. Wait.
Wait for it. HasanAbi.
Campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day, folks. That's right. It's hump day. And also, not only is it hump day, but it's also a very special day today. I am in this fit because I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed later. More like Assassin's Creed, am I right? But yeah, this is my little cosplay that I wanted to show you for it. You know, that's like, you know, Kai Cenat could never. Just kidding. All right. Anyway, but yeah, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan. I'm Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. Okay? I'm going to be playing Assassin's Creed later. That's why I'm in the assassin fit. But in any case, folks, Personal news. It's Saturday. I mean, not Saturday. What am I talking about? It's Wednesday. And it's Wednesday. And oh my God, I'm all over the place already. Right as I started. Hasan in a cardiobium fit. That's right. So, it's Wednesday. It's hump day. Is 3/19/2025, and there is obviously a lot going on in the world. We're going to be talking about that. Before we get to the news, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button, and that's precisely what I'm going to explain to you. Abi Türkiye'de ne oluyor? I don't know what the fuck's going on in Turkey. Why is people freaking out about Turkey again? I don't know, probably some crazy shit. But I'll look into it. In any case, personal news wise, ended the broadcast last night, hung out with the fam. I've been doing a horrible job with my diet. I ordered them some chubby curry, some Japanese katsu curry. Okay. And let me tell you, okay, I had a little bit of that, and it's not good. It's not good at all. It was great. Like, it tasted great. But while it tasted great, I'm eating too many calories, dude. I'm gaining weight. I'm never going to be able to do the Austin Tub show at this rate. Anyway, it's bulking season for big boys. Yeah. So, hung out with the fam, played a lot of Kingdom Come. It was awesome. Because I love the fascism that the Kingdom Come video game developer secretly codes into my brain. But, it's really good. It's a lot of fun. No games without a little sin and no worries. Yeah. Also, how far into KCD2 are you? I'm in the second map now. Like, I'm in Act 2. I've officially finished the Storm mission last night. Oh, Erdogan arrested Imamoğlu. Yeah. Yeah, he's Mr. Seize Your Power. I'll cover the Turkish news as well. But yeah, this might as well be in the most obscure regional dialect of Chinese, or all I can understand, but you're saying, what? Okay, I don't know what you're saying. But, yeah. Other than that, other than Kingdom Come, didn't really do much, went to sleep, went to the dentist again. Turns out the implant situation is like, it takes a long ass time. I didn't realize how long it takes to get implants, so I still don't have them. After the dentist, I took Kai to the park alongside Fiona. Murat's staying with me, my brother, and Fiona is obviously the mayor of the dog park, and she was just doing her mayoral duties, which is fine. Played a little bit of ball with while half of my face was numb, and I got cooked the first game, absolutely destroyed, skunked them the second game, came back in a big way, feeling pretty good, glad that I did that. Finally, my new phone. I have a new phone alert, ladies and gentlemen, new phone alert. I finally have the 16 or whatever, and it's black. There's no cool color for it, but yeah, it's that process of uploading all of my data from the cloud, all of my data from my old phone, which is super broken, into the cloud took like 4 days, which is pretty crazy. Like, pretty wild that it took like 4 days to get this bad boy on. This bad boy that's like super broken onto the cloud and getting in case or no case. No, I have a case. I'm not an animal, dude. Are you kidding me? Of course I have a case. Are you out of your mind? Kanye West was going absolutely nutty mode on the timeline. Someone says slave phone. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, you're right. Apple, notoriously the only phone that uses exploits the global south for it. Every other phone is so good with that practice, and it's just Apple. And I chose it specifically for that reason. But I also watched a Hulu special. I watched All Billy Bitch Tits, All Billy Bilbo Baggins on Hulu. And the first couple of minutes, like the Israel stuff is like, kind of lame. I'm thinking to myself, this is not good. Is this going to be another like old man yells at crowd type special? And I was wrong. Boy, was I wrong. He was killing it. He had killer bits. I will say this much. I think like he talks about masculinity and its negative impact on his own personal life in perhaps the best ways possible. I've never seen a dude unwind the toxicity or the toxic elements of masculinity and how it's like a never-ending cycle that ends up harming dudes it was just perfect. My mom was in awe. My mom literally was shocked. She was like, I did not think that this was going to be this good. I think at some point she said, I didn't think that a person that looks like this, I didn't think that a person that looks like this, that talks like this, would have these thoughts. That's what she said, which I thought was cool. Yeah, the Israel stuff is like probably his weakest bit. The whole like, oh, you know, you're gonna shoot around him. You gotta, what do you mean you're gonna shoot the baby? Like that stuff was like probably his weakest bit. It gets a lot better later. I'm just talking like specifically on comedy, not like politics or anything. Trigger warning, he does start off hardcore with like you know, there's like an entirely new type of person now talking about trans people, and then trigger warning again if you're you know, he just drops the F-bomb, the F slur a couple times, but in a very funny way, when he's literally talking about how he doesn't say it anymore. But yeah, it's on Hulu. It's very good. You know, if you're touchy-feely, you might not like it, but it is very, very, very good. You see gamers weaponizing the Japanese government? Yeah, I have seen it. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about that in a little bit as well. No, thank you. I literally clicked off after the first couple of minutes, so I'll go back. Just the first like 3-4 minutes, the first 3 to 4 minutes was like genuinely, I was like, oh no. When I was watching the first 3 to 4 minutes on the special, I thought to myself, uh-oh, is this going to be another like, you know, old man comic talking about how things are changing and I don't like it, like, you know, and nope, not at all. It was not even remotely that at all. And I mean, he is still at the top of his game. I think he is so good at weaving through a million different issues. He's just great. He's just a great comic, man. He really is. Has some autism references. Yeah, the Bill Burr comedy special was basically this community, like all the stuff that we talk about pretty much. But from the perspective of a much older person. The soft take. Hey, thanks for watching my video. Never did I think someone as large as you would watch my video live on stream. My partner and I were until 5 a.m. watching your VOD, and I really enjoyed your commentary, so thank you. Yeah, it was great, man. You have a small channel, but I mean, it was a crazy video for a channel with 1,000 subscribers. It was wild. Found a TikTok account you love, less than 1,000 followers. When I found them, a fucking diamond.
We get comments all the time, and I had questions about how dare you turn Dale Earnhardt into some leftist icon. We didn't turn him into shit. He already was.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about the Turkish stuff in a second. Yeah, Ekrem İmamoğlu and the Erdogan regime coming after him pretty aggressively. But yeah, last but not least, I will be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows later. Okay, so get excited for that. I was working on that. Also, another thing that I've been working on, I can finally say it, is that I'm going on the freaking road, baby. I'm going on the road, baby. On the road again, baby. Guess what? Tomorrow, I will be live from a different location. Okay? Tomorrow, I'll be live from a different location. We have some incredible interviews lined up in person, live and alive. Not going to Brazil. No, I am going to be, I'm going to be trailing Bernard Sanders. That's right. I'm going to be trailing Bernard Sanders, seeing what this whole socialism stuff is all about. What's he talking about? What's he saying? We're going to be doing a live interview before his rally. And then also I'll be filming the rally as well, hopefully. And we'll get to interview some of the people there as well. But yeah, that's it. So that's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. So get excited at that. You better not stop in Arkansas or whatever the fuck that chatter told you not to go. No, that was St. Louis. But yeah, You're kind of teetering on the verge of socialism, my guy, is what people say. But yeah, I'll be in Vegas. We are not going to be balling, unfortunately. We will not be balling. My man is busy, okay? My man is incredibly busy. I'm not going to be able to ball with the GOAT. But in any case, that's where we're at. Big news. Oh boy, huge news. Yeah. Play some Crash of Bernie, please. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get Bernard to gamble. New merch when? New merch this Friday. That's right. New merch this Friday. More like Friday. Get your dollary dues out. Get your credit cards out. Get your pay stubs out. Go to a predatory payday lender and take a fat loan, because I'm about to dump some incredible merchandise on you. This one is obviously disinformation. This is the genre. Here's the last one. Narrative overcomes truth. Someone said BDS. Yes, do BDS on my merchandise. As always, Union made, America made. You already know what it is. Yeah. Big day, big week for HasanAbi has. Yeah, I just took out a second mortgage on my home for the new merge. That's what I'm talking about. Do it. Merch drop of anti-capitalism. Not funny. Yes. Commerce. And t-shirts. Commodities being created. These are all aspects of capitalism. Famously, no other organization or structure of the economy could ever actually produce commerce or produce commodities in any meaningful capacity. Socialism means no t-shirt. Famously. Anyway, I know. I'm going to talk about Turkey as well. Erdogan falsely imprisons rival Zelensky, ex-Trump, ex-Putin, updates as ceasefire is short-lived. Israel updates. Constituents are mad at GOP town halls. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Gameplay. Early access. Oh, JFK files. That's the other thing. God damn it, dude. That's like, there's so much going on. There is so much going on, dude. I can't believe I forgot about JFK files. I didn't actually forget about it. I've been reading up about it quite a bit this morning. But, God damn, a whole lot of nothing? I don't think it's a whole lot of nothing. Hungarian Revolution CIA backed? Oh my God, I can't believe it. What? You mean to tell me that the CIA was egging on color revolutions all around the world? No way. Oh, no way. I mean, two things can be correct at the same time. It goes back to the Ukrainian situation, and it goes back to like virtually every single color revolution that's taken place. There's true discontent that's happening. The United States of America and the CIA exit on, and they push for it, and they actively champion it. But that doesn't mean that there isn't real discontent. That doesn't mean that there isn't real anger and resentment from the population. And squashing any sort of counter-revolutionary behavior like that through violent means, through the military, is obviously Not sustainable. Let's be real. Okay. Hang on. You mean the tankies were right about the origin of the term tanky? Yeah, I don't like. That's ironically that's where the Hungarian counter-revolution or the Hungarian revolution and the USSR utilizing tanks is unironically where the term tanky comes from. This was a big deal, especially in the UK, which have probably the worst socialist adjacent movements of all time, aside from the United States of America. But that's where the tanky term comes from. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? Let's blast it off and then we'll get into it. We'll get into all this stuff because there is so much to talk about. There is so much to cover. Oh boy, big news, big day, big drops. But yeah, causing. Also, there's the Serbian madness that's taking place as well. They made a Jon Stewart meme of you. Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's too inside baseball, but I'll allow it. All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it freaking twisted, dude. I know. I'm going to talk about Imamoglu. Okay, Turks, calm down. I know that there is no such thing as free press in your country. Okay, I know. I know that you literally have no way to learn about what the hell's going on in your goddamn country or talk about it. I will be talking about it here. Okay, I know. Yes, Imamoglu, Imam's son, the son of Imam. Okay. We're going to talk about it. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it. He was like the most popular opposition leader that Recep Tayyip Erdogan falsely has decided to imprison. It's just so stupid. It's so ridiculous. It's so obviously a power grab once again from a dude whose popularity obviously has been eviscerated due to his own dictatorial regimes, or due to his own dictatorial attitude. But yeah, holy moly, there's a massive rally taking place in Turkey right now.
Gözaltındayken bize uyku yok. Ekrem Başkan gözaltındayken
He's saying without, well, Ekrem, where Ekrem leader is under assault and in prison, we will not sleep.
Çağlayan'daysa Çağlayan'dayız. Yanı başındayız.
He says wherever he is, we're right by his side.
Saraçhane'dir. İstanbul onu Saraçhane'yi onu Saraçhane'ye emanet etmiştir. Buradayız. Hep birlikteyiz.
We're all here
together. Sahip çıkmak için
we're here to take ownership over Ekrem, the president.
Terk etmiyor mücadeleyi ve sizin iradenizi sahipleniyoruz.
Ekrem Başkan. He's a mayor. He's a mayor of Istanbul, but mayors are very important. They have like governor levels of power, especially the mayor of Istanbul is the most important, just so you guys understand. And he was seen as like the most popular opposition leader in Turkey to create a coalition that could finally topple the Erdogan regime through the democratic process. And that's precisely the reason why Recep Tayyip Erdogan has falsely decided to imprison him. Turkish politics is obviously always going to be a fucking clown show. Except, guess what? So is American politics. You're going to learn, okay? The things that we're watching in Turkey that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is doing, I'm going to be honest with you. Americans, watch closely. This is how it goes. This is how it works, okay? I'm letting you know right now. What's happening in Turkey today is going to be happening in America tomorrow, okay? America is Turkifying at an alarming rate, as I've said before. The Trump administration is Turkifying the United States of America. Little Orbans all around Europe, popping up left and right. And as you can see, this is a major coalition. While Imamoglu himself is, I think he's CHP, right? He's from the Social Democratic Party. You can see all of the flags. You got leftist parties out there. You got the Turkish Partisi like TIP. You have socialist and trade unionist Turkish parties there as well. And all the banners are out. This is the entirety of the coalition. And you know, this is a very, very, very frustrating situation for obviously the Turks who have been living under the incredibly cruel Erdogan regime for the past couple of decades. So, CHP is the biggest social party in Europe. It's not a, what do you mean social? It's a social democratic party, and it's barely a social democratic party at this point. It's barely a party at this point. The opposition in and of itself is just basically not Erdogan. Okay? That's it. Erdogan has destroyed everything in the country. In any case, has the watermelon salesman's time run out? That's really funny that you guys are asking that question, because the watermelon salesman's time should have run out a long time ago. And yet he is truly the Teflon Don. Okay? I don't know how to fucking explain it to you. Like, this guy has been able to withstand so much. Adamın diplomasını iptal ettirmek için elinden gelen her şeyi yaptılar son bir aydır. En son saçma sapan bir sebeple iptal ettirdiler. I know. I've been following this stuff I've been following the drama in the backdrop. In Turkey, you have to have a college diploma to retain certain positions in the government. What's ironic, of course, is that Recep Tayyip Erdogan doesn't have a real diploma, and everybody knows it, but it's more so like a fuck you're gonna do about it type situation. And yet he is now using that as a false justification to go after his main opposition leader, who is, of course, significantly more popular. I mean, he's probably the most popular opposition leader, and someone who could definitely overthrow Erdogan. Amına koyayım, was I know, ne I know, sen iddiaları okudun mu? Diploma sadece bir tane olay okudun mu suçlamaları? Niye okumuyorsun? Niye 3 sene önceden Cumhurbaşkanı adaylarını seçmek istedi CHP? Ben biliyorsun uşağıyım şeyin. İngilizlerin uşağıyım arkadaş. Ondan böyle söylüyorum. İsrail ve İngilizlerin uşağıyım. Anyway, I love when Recep Tayyip Erdogan defenders will come into this chat and try to speak in English and try to yell at me in English and the thing that they will try to do is like either A, claim that I am a servant of the British and a servant of Israel. I mean, the servant of the British one is the funniest one because, like, what kind of motion does England have, right? Like, Turks will say, some reactionary Turks will say, you are a servant of the British, which I think is really funny. But bir gündür internet aşırı yavaş, erişimimiz yok hiçbir şeye. They're saying that the internet is slowed down in Turkey as well. Anyway, yeah, I mean, Turkey is cooked again, once again. Here, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what's going on here, okay? You guys might be, this is, breaking news, but this is where you get the breaking news, especially when it comes to breaking news about Turkey. Aktroller her yerde, seni bile bulmuşlar. Bunlara platform verme. Ulan ne platformu vereceğim abi? Saçmalama. Burada biz herkesin sağcılarına basıyoruz yani. Türk sağcısı da olsa, nerenin sağcısı da olsa ağzına sokarım laflarını yani. Korkacak bir şey yok.
Opposition have defied a ban of protests. It was issued after the arrest of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's main political rival, the popular mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu. Well, the protest ban...
Ekrem İmamoğlu. Ekrem İmamoğlu. Which means the son of an imam. Okay? Anyway, listen. This guy is the mayor of Istanbul, and the mayor of Istanbul is a very important position in Turkish politics. It's not like fucking the mayor of New York, okay? It's not a real mayoral position in the way that it is in the United States of America. It's closer to a governor in terms of the awesome powers that and the leadership and the responsibility that this person has, considering that Istanbul is you know, the largest city in Turkey. When you are the mayor, you have a high likelihood of maybe even one day becoming the president, right? So he was the mayor and the most popular leader in the opposition, right? He was detained falsely for he had his diploma revoked. For the past week, Recep Tayyip Erdogan's been talking about Ekrem İmamoğlu's diploma, okay, his college diploma. He's saying it's fraudulent. Now, it's not, right? But they've just been claiming that, and they basically were able to revoke his diploma and then imprison him and say that, you know, your diploma that we stole from you is actually fake, and now for that reason you're going to jail because you lied about your educational attainment in order to get this position. Now, in the past, there are a million different reasons and a million different ways in which the Turkish government has falsely imprisoned people. The most famous one initially was, oh, you're PKK. If you're Kurdish, you know, you're a part of the PKK. You support terrorism. You're going to jail. Okay. Then it evolved into, oh, you're a part of the Fethullah Gülen movement. Fethullah Gülen he died, a American CIA asset from the same coalition that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is initially from as well. Right-wing Muslim cleric living in, or used to live in, a right-wing Muslim cleric that used to live in the Poconos, CIA asset, has a lot of fucking schools, has a movement, has a major movement, as a matter of fact, backed by the United States government, backed by the CIA, and some of the more famous people from his movement, of course, are Enes Kanter. So you know exactly what these guys are doing. But sometimes Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his administration will point to people who actually were aligned with the Fethullah Gülen movement, and there was an entire parallel state. I'm not going to get into it, but there was a coup that failed. Erdogan seized control of even more power, declared martial law after the coup, and then did a referendum, changed the constitution of Turkey, made it a presidential instead of a parliamentary system as it was initially. So then now we get to the third movement, I guess, which is bullshit. This is now Erdogan claiming that your diploma is fake and then revoking your diploma and then putting you in fucking jail. Okay? Now, Americans might recognize some of these things that are happening. Okay?
Menfaat temin ettikleri yönde ciddi suçlamalar var.
Nihat abi bir dakika. Şimdi
you might recognize, this is the Turkish CNN. Everything is right wing. I don't know what the Turkish channels and their political perspectives are, but I'm pretty sure, like, with the exception of a couple independent papers, they're all right wing. They're all privately owned. They're all basically pro regime. You can't really have like a newspaper, or you can't really have a newspaper or a media outlet that isn't like kind of pro regime. The Turkish government just shut down a whole doner chain because it was linked to FETÖ. That makes sense. So Halk TV, Sözcü TV, please pull them up. Okay, we're not going to watch Turkish TV right now as I try to, like, in real time translate it to an American audience, chatters. Türkler, arkadaşlar, burada ya bunlar Amerikalılar izliyor beni yani. Özür dilerim ama burada bütün gün translate edemem yani Türkçe Söz TV'de ya da Halk TV'nin kanalını.
issued by the governor of Istanbul came amid reports of the clampdown on social media platforms. The detention has occurred just days before the opposition figure was due to be announced as the presidential candidate for the Republican People's Party. Well, Mr. Imamoglu posted the following statement just before.
The Republican People's Party, by the way, is CHP, okay? That's what it is. That's the Social Democratic Party in Turkey. Just for Americans, before you think like, oh, what do you mean Republican? Like, no, it's not the same. That's supposed to be like the liberal left party, okay? But it's also weird because like Recep Tayyip Erdogan, despite being socially repressive and fairly right wing and initially coming to power and doing a whole bit of privatization of state-owned enterprise, he has now basically been responsible over the course of the past decade or so through this hyperinflation crisis that Turkey is exhibiting. He's been responsible for the massively expansive welfare state as well. So Turkish politics is very difficult to comprehend from the perspective of American politics, where you got liberals and you got Republicans, you got conservatives, you got Democrats. It's hard to frame it in the same way, because while Erdogan is incredibly right-wing and socially repressive, and his major constituency are a lot of reactionary hogs in Turkey, Erdogan's administration basically has expanded the welfare state quite frequently and in a quite significant capacity as well. That's where it is. It's like, it's odd. And also they're technically pro-refugee because Erdogan is pro-refugee, and the left or liberal coalition is kind of anti-refugee as well. They don't like Syrian refugees. That also is a unique part of this process as well, because like Erdogan wants Syrian refugees to come into Turkey because he wants money from the European Union, which he got. He also wants a lot of the power that he gets from having like 6 million Syrian refugees in his country. He also gets to, control what's happening in Syria. Obviously, he did that recently, and that was a big, that was a big deal for him. And also in Turkey, liberals and not leftists, but like I would say liberals are very anti-Arab, because they think like they're very secular. So they see being Arab as like how do I describe it? They see being Arab as like being lesser than being Turkish, like that Arabs are barbaric, and the feeling overall is that they're all super Muslim, and we don't like that. We don't like any sort of demonstration of Islam. So it's like there's a lot of racism there as well. Anyway. But this isn't to say that I, think that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is a good person at all. He is not. He is a horrible, incredibly corrupt monster. Incredibly corrupt. Like Recep Tayyip Erdogan's corruption it makes like the Doge, Elon Musk, Donald Trump saga look like the most above board legal thing you've ever seen. Like Recep Tayyip Erdogan and I would say like Vladimir Putin. Like these guys do corruption to a degree that is impossible to understand, okay? You can't comprehend it with your Westoid brain is what I mean. They basically run their governments like a fucking fleshlight, okay? There are non-racist liberals too, for those who might take that statement as all liberals, but it's true, there is racism to a degree. Yeah, exactly. There's, of course, it's a massive coalition of people that fucking range from like Kurdish parties, people that range from socialist parties all the way to like the most prominent social democratic party, and even like former Erdogan parties, former Erdogan aligned parties that are also a part of the coalition against Erdogan. So it's massive. It's like basically on the one hand you have Erdogan and you have the nationalist party, the ultra nationalists, MHP, right? These guys, the Grey Wolves. They're on the one side, they're the governing coalition in perpetuity. On the other side, you have the rest of the country that's like, dude, stop, pretty much. So there is no like real ideological consistency in that coalition beyond We just don't want fucking Erdogan to run the country anymore. Holy shit, he is so goddamn corrupt. So that's what it is.
Arrest.
Üzülerek söylüyorum. Milletimizin iradesini...
I say with regret that
this guy is doing a this is Ekrem İmamoğlu, by the way, the governor of Istanbul. He's he's doing a get ready with me, as he's like, get ready with me as I go to prison for being falsely detained by the regime that is terrified of being unseated. Okay, that's how you do a get ready with me, all right? You see that, Democrats?
a handful of minds are trying to usurp the will of our nation by abusing the police. The security forces of this country have massed at the door of my home, homes of 16 million Istanbulites. Hundreds of police are massed. We are facing bullying, but I want you to know that I won't be undaunted. I love you all so much. I entrust myself to my people. Let all our nation know that I will stand upright.
Hepinizi çok seviyorum. Ben kendimi milletime emanet ediyorum.
I will continue to fight with that person and his mind, which uses this whole process like an apparatus.
Aparat gibi kullanan aklıyla mücadeleye devam edeceğim.
So that was Ekrem İmamoğlu speaking, issuing that statement just before his arrest. And of course, now we are seeing protesters out on the streets. So we are monitoring the live shot of that as well. But we know that supporters of this Turkish opposition have been defying what was a ban of protests. They are out on the streets. So a lot of fast-moving, developing situation when it comes to what is happening in Turkey. Let's cross over to Istanbul because Emily Wither joins us.
Abi canlı yayında iktidar yanlısı kanal muhabirine saldırmışlar. Akit öfkeli kalabalık tarafından linçlendi.
Gelecek diyelim bakın. Bak görüyorsunuz. Canlı yayındayız biz. Bu bizi yıldıran.
So this is a pro Erdogan like regime news outlet. And he's trying to cover the situation. He's trying to cover it. And then the guys figure out what news outlet he's from and just beat the shit out of him.
Bundan emin olabilirsiniz. Hiç önemli değil bizim için. Bizim için hiç önemli değil. Bizim için canlı yayındayız. Bizim için hiç önemli değil.
Bro, can you imagine? I mean, I'm not going to say anything. Never mind. I am not allowed. I am not at liberty to say how I feel about this. But hey, I disavow these Turks for doing this. Siktirin gidin lan. Ne yapıyorsunuz? Ne yapıyorsunuz? Siktirin gidin lan. Oh no. Oh my God. Okay.
Ne yapıyorsunuz? Ne yapıyorsunuz? Evet görüyorsunuz. Görüyorsunuz. Kimin yerinden konuyorsun? Çıkmıyoruz. Ne yapıyorsun abicim sen?
He says we're not like who do you think you're kicking out of their position? I'm not moving. What are you doing? I'm not moving. That's what you're saying.
Tamam. Görmüyor musun? Görüyorsun.
Bro, the Turkish unks do not play around. Turkish unks do not play around, dude. Amcalar vuruyorlar yani. Dayı mayı ama dayıyorlar yani. Helal olsun, ne diyeyim.
Polislerin yanına geçeceğiz. Polislerin yanına geçeceğiz.
Yeah, he goes, I'm going next to the cops. I'm going next to the cops.
Polislerin yanına geçeceğiz. Gel. Gel. Polislerin yanına geçeceğiz. Çıkın. Bir dakika. Evet, polislerin yanına geldik. Gördünüz. Canlı yayında getirdik ekranlarınıza bakın. Hiç kimseyi provoke etmedik. Sadece yayınımızı yapıyorduk. Bize nasıl...
Bro, immediately dives into a crowd of cops and just goes, look, you see, we were just trying to do our regular news broadcast. Our ancestors slapped horses to death with their bare hands, lol. The Janissaries, yeah, Yeniçeriler. Aga başta bayrağı vuruyor ya muhabir. Adam düşen bayrağı elemanın kafasında kırıyor. Vay be.
memurlarını canlı yayında herkes gördü. Bakın.
He's like, yeah, you see, everyone saw it live. They attacked me. Are these guys pro Erdogan? No, the news outlet is pro Erdogan, super pro Erdogan. This is a regime television channel. Yeah, Erdogan is a chameleon. He collaborated with the CHP when it was convenient to defang the military deep state, and with Gülen when it was convenient to access their network. Now it's with the ultra-nationalists. I mean, yeah, he just only cares about power and also making sure that he can use the government coffers as his personal wallet. You know?
Aslında provokasyonun da kimin yaptığını gösteriyor.
Yeah, he goes, this is, now you can see who's really doing the provocation, who's doing the provoking here in real time, on live news, you can see it.
Biz polisin yanındayız. Hiçbir suçumuz, hiçbir günahımız yok. Canlı yayın yapıyoruz ve bize saldırdılar. Bakın.
Yeah, we didn't do anything wrong. We're just live streaming and then they attacked
Bize
us.
saldırdılar. Bakın şu an polis memurları etrafımıza, polislerin arasına girdik. Bak evet bize el sallıyorlar. Bizi tehdit ediyorlar. Polislerin arasında bile bizi tehdit ediyorlar. Bakın.
Here's the thing, okay? A lot of chatters, especially in America, are looking at this and going like, what do you mean? What is their crime here? I don't understand. This is the way that Turkish people see these people is just an extension of Erdogan. Okay? A very significant extension of Erdogan. So everything that Erdogan does, they look at this guy and they go, you are responsible for it because you're doing propaganda for it. Fuck you. Okay? It's a little different. It's not like a Republican guy or attacking like CNN or some shit like that. That's not. There's no comparison. Like the closest analog here would be One America News Network or something, and even then, it's not the same. It's like you have no idea what it's like to be undermined and dominated and be fearful of being thrown into jail for basically 30 years at this point. This is like third world stuff. This is developing nation shit. You don't understand what that looks like in a place like the United States of America yet. You don't understand what it looks like in a place like the United States of America yet. Because you are going to learn what it's like to exist in under the oppressive thumb of an authoritarian strongman doing whatever the fuck he wants to do and ruining the economy and ruining all hope. Yet is what I mean, because America is bouldering in that direction. Isn't this why Turkey's not in the EU? No, the real reason why Turkey's not. Yeah, European countries don't actually do riots regularly. Hello? What are you talking about? Which European country doesn't riot all the time? It's harder to figure out a European country that doesn't fucking riot. It's easier to figure out a European country that doesn't riot. Anyway, no, the real reason why Turkey is never going to be a part of the European Union is because it's 90 million Muslims and Europeans are insanely Islamophobic. That would never happen. Are you kidding me? They don't even like Polish people. What are you talking about? You think they're going to be open to Muslims? Get out of here. Yeah. It's not about riots, it's about democracy. It's not valid in Turkey. Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah, totally. The European nations, European nations definitely care about democracy. What the fuck are you talking about? You got Hungary right there. Okay, shut up. Also, it has nothing to do with real democracy. That's just cope. Don't listen to any number of different reasons that like the EU claims Turkey can't join the EU. I'm telling you right now, it's not the repression. It's not the fact that it's not democratic or a true democracy. It is entirely because it's just a nation of Muslims. It is seen as a direct faucet of Muslim migration coming from all these scary places. That's what Erdogan used to his advantage as well when dealing with Europe for the longest time. He was like, yeah, you don't want to arrest this like Kurdish journalist in the Netherlands or whatever? Guess what? I will literally send 6 million Syrians to the Greek border right now. That was his weapon to wield against Europe. That was a big part of the reason why he was so pro Syrian refugees. That and because he got money. He'd be like, oh, dude, if you don't do my wishes, if you don't do my bidding, I will ship the Syrian migrants directly, the Syrian refugees directly to your doorstep. Yeah, they've seized all of his assets right here. Ekrem İmamoğlu ortağı oldu. İmamoğlu inşaata savcılık kararıyla el konuldu. They seized his company. This is his construction company that he is a partner in. He's a co-owner of. They seized his assets. They literally threw him in jail. It's just completely ridiculous. Yeah, it's just regular dictator shit, you know? This Erdogan guy seems like he would do great on corrupt talk. What the hell is corrupt talk? Yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Live now. In a moment,
Does the EU say nothing? Yeah, Erdogan has the most motion right now in terms of foreign policy. So good luck. Like, they'll maybe lightly condemn, if they ever condemn him at all. This is the highest he has ever been in terms of his foreign policy. He hand-delivered Syria to America and Israel. He has continued delivering energy to Syria, or not Syria, sorry, to Israel through his son's logistics and shipping company, while simultaneously doing a BDS on Israel. Fake. Okay, they changed the manuscripts to make it seem like they're shipping stuff to Palestine when in fact they're actually directly shipping it to Israel. He is saying that he's going to defend Zelensky. He took that aura farming photo with Zelensky with the umbrellas. Like, it's just, or manifest, not manuscripts. Sorry, I said the wrong word. The shipping manifest. He is pro-Ukraine. He cooked Syria at the behest of NATO and America and Israel. This is the highest. He is enjoying tremendous amounts of support. The arc of history bends towards Erdogan. Yeah. So I don't think that the European leaders or anyone really is going to get that mad about Erdogan. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say the reason why he thinks he's capable of doing this without much pushback from European counterparts is because of the incredible plays he's made. He's like a playmaker, dude. This is like, if you got a superstar quarterback and I don't know, he's on the verge of winning your fourth Super Bowl for you, and you know, maybe he's got a little bit of a drug problem on the side. Maybe he beats his wife or whatever. People are gonna look in the other direction. They're gonna be like, "Come on, dude, he throws the football really good." That's the attitude. That is the attitude that people have towards Erdogan. Other leaders have towards Erdogan, especially right now. What the F? Why am I following this fool? I'm out. I don't know. Why are you following me, Godfather? Maybe you'll learn a thing or two about politics, though, if you stay in.
We will get the very latest from her, but just a little bit of background to this, because Turkish prosecutors have spoken since that statement by Ekrem İmamoğlu. They have said that Mr. İmamoğlu has been charged with being head of a criminal organization and also of bribery and extortion. They say that there are also local reports that he's accused of aiding the...
All of the... Yeah. Oh, they hit him with the PKK too? Nice. Bro, there is something really funny about Recep Tayyip Erdogan saying that Ekrem İmamoğlu is aiding the PKK, which is a classic. Trump is doing that right now, saying that all undocumented immigrants are actually terrorists. If you support Palestine, you're a terrorist. You're getting shipped out of this country. That's what Erdogan always has done, right? Saying, oh, you're PKK. Oh, you're Fethullah Gülen. Now, what's funny about it, especially saying this right now, is that Erdogan is the officially most pro-PKK guy out there. His coalition literally brought Öcalan, Abdullah Öcalan, the leader of the PKK that has been arrested, life in prison, living on a fucking island, okay? They literally talked to him and told him to do a call to put down your arms to all Kurdish revolutionary groups, okay? That happened like a month ago. So for him to turn around and be like, and this guy's pro-PKK, fuck him, is really funny. Like you literally did a treaty with the PKK like last week. What do you mean this guy's pro-PKK?
The banned Kurdish Workers' Party, an organisation that is banned in Turkey. And they say that over 100 others have been detained as part of the same probe. Mr. İmamoğlu's party, the CHP, have said that his detention marks a coup attempt against our next president. We know that there is...
Dude, things are so weird in Turkey, okay? The ultra-nationalists that were designed by NATO and the CIA, by the way, which shouts out to the JFK files. It was really funny reading like the CIA operations at the time. The ultranationalists who are fucking straight up fascists and the paramilitary groups that they created with the CIA, okay, through NATO, made became a formative political movement in the country, in Turkey, because they would kill Kurds. They were squashing any matter of like socialist revolutionary activity in my country. They were killing Kurdish revolutionaries. And now the fucking leader of the MHP, the ultranationalist party, is fucking pro PKK. It makes no sense. It's just insane. It's like the Klan coming out and being like, you know what? The Black Panther Party had some really good ideas. We're actually aligning with the Black Panther Party. That's what it's like to have the fucking ultra-nationalist leader of the ultra-nationalist party come out and be like, yeah, no, this guy, Abdullah Öcalan, we're gonna do nation building. We're gonna do nation building. We're gonna do the we're gonna help these Kurds is akin to, no, not like a Latino for Trump. It's significantly more insane than that, okay? I'm telling you, it's like the Klan coming out and being like, we are pro Black Panther Party now. Okay, we're pro Black Panther Party. We're pro Jewish people. We're pro gays. It's like that.
An election coming up, and that Recep Tayyip Erdogan, after his many years in power, will not be able to stand for re-election. So a fluid situation in Turkey. We can cross over live, as promised, to our correspondent there, Emily Wither, who joins us from Istanbul. Emily, I think it's important.
Yeah, in 1998, when Erdogan was the mayor of Istanbul, his son Burak Erdogan, who has been living in the U.S. for over 2 decades, hit a singer with his car after running a red light and killed her. The city cleaning employees cleaned the crime scene right after. He didn't get arrested or anything. Yeah. I think bu Şişli'de oldu değil mi? Ben bu bölgede yaşadım. Nerede? Ya nerede? Recep Tayyip Erdoğan taking suffer. Yeah, Şişli. This is literally this happened like right down the street from where I used to live in Istanbul. I know. I know exactly where it happened. Yeah, I mean, this is classic stuff. This is classic Erdogan shit. This is not even scratching the surface. Like, this heinous crime and its cover-up, which is a crime in and of itself, is not even scratching the surface of the rampant corruption from the Erdogan regime.
Important, just remind us what is happening on the ground, because despite a ban, people are out on the streets.
That's right. We are seeing some small protests now in Istanbul outside the office. And
can I go back to Turkey? No, I can't. Not until this stuff gets cleared up. No.
A university here. Those university protests have already been broken up by the police. I should say that the protests now are very small. The authorities are doing everything they can to make sure that people do not gather on the streets here. They've closed many major roads into the city. They have closed down popular metro stops. They have restricted the use of social media for some popular apps. And they have also banned any rallies or protests here for the next 4 days. Whether we see larger numbers coming out onto the streets despite all of those risks, we'll just have to see. In the past, we have seen people gathering on their balconies or gathering at their windows and banging pots and pans in protest. We might see that later on this evening. But at the moment, this is a city braced now to see whether these protests get any larger.
And Emily, just remind us why Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, why he feels so threatened by the mayor of Istanbul.
The mayor of Istanbul is incredibly charismatic and he's incredibly popular. In many polls, it shows that Erdogan is pretty
glaze, but true. Glaze, but also kind of true.
Much neck and neck with Ekrem İmamoğlu. He was due to have a big rally today in support for his presidential candidacy.
Bu haber biraz eski. Belediye binasının önünde 10 binlerce insan vardı. Gördük, izledik. Yeah, this is old news at this point. This is from a couple hours ago. Yeah, it's from 4 hours ago. We literally watched the mass mobilization take place when I first started.
Which is due to be announced in the coming days. The opposition were going to name him as their future presidential candidate. And I should say that critics here are saying that this crackdown could backfire on Erdogan, because in 2019, when Ekrem İmamoğlu won the mayor elections here, Erdogan's government said that those elections were rigged and they called for a rerun. In that rerun, İmamoğlu came out even more popular, so it could be that this crackdown sees the mayor gaining even more votes. He's very popular across the political divide and he is seen as a key challenger to Tayyip Erdogan. And this has been going on for months now. The government here has been cracking down on opposition figures for some time. They have been arresting opposition mayors, journalists and business leaders. And I think what's interesting is there has been very little international condemnation of that. So it could be that
Stream doesn't feel choppy today? Yeah, I fixed it. That's why it doesn't feel choppy. Hopefully it doesn't break again. But
President Erdogan is also gambling that the arrest of this mayor will also go by unnoticed, given Turkey's strategic importance at the moment.
Emily, thank you very much for bringing us up to date there.
Yeah. For the record, Ekrem İmamoğlu is rising in popularity as Erdogan's popularity is finally coming to a close. So for that reason, this is the reason why. This is what weak leadership does, okay? No matter what their political alignment is, this is what weak leadership does. Weak leadership arrests. This is, you arrest your opposition when they're gaining popularity because you got no motion.
This is Ekrem İmamoğlu, mayor of Istanbul and the main political rival to Turkey's President Erdogan. He's getting ready not for his latest speech or a mayoral visit, but for the police who are on his doorstep, primed to arrest him.
Büyük bir zorbalıkla karşı karşıyayız ama yılmayacağımı bilmenizi istiyorum.
He was detained this morning at his family home, accused of corruption and aiding a terrorist group.
Böyle bir şeye gülünür sadece. Böyle bir şey elbette ki mümkün değil, olamaz böyle bir şey.
Last year, İmamoğlu won a second term as Istanbul's mayor when his party swept local elections. It was the first time Erdogan was defeated across the country in his 22-year presidency. Imamoglu's arrest, along with 100 others today, comes just days before he was due to be selected by the opposition Republican People's Party as their presidential candidate to one day run against Erdogan. Turkey's government denied any involvement in the arrests.
Yargının başlattığı soruşturma ve davaları Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızla ilişkilendirmek en hafif.
I can't believe this motherfucker's been in power for 22, dude. That's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is partially the reason why I hate Donald Trump so much. Because, like, he's so goddamn Erdogan coded. Like, it's just. Ay ay ay.
Hafif tabiriyle hadsizliktir, haddini bilmemektir.
The opposition party leader condemned the arrest as an attempted coup.
Geleceğe doğru önleyici darbe yapıyor adam. İktidarı halkın belirlememesi için. Geleceğin
Xi did it first by abolishing term limits. How dare you? How dare you compare Recep Tayyip Erdogan to Xi Jinping? Look at China's trajectory under the glorious leadership of Xi Jinping versus the Turkish politics. Look at Turkish politics. Look at the lira, okay? That's insane. It's not even remotely comparable. Imagine having a competent leadership. Oh my God, that would be so sick. So dictatorship is fine as long as the country does well? Yes. At this point, yeah, FDR, okay? FDR is a dictator, is the energy that you're presenting here, and I would fucking die for an FDR. Oh my God, here in America, or in Turkey, or anywhere really. Fuck it. Yes.
Cumhurbaşkanına darbe yapıyorlar.
Imamoglu's arrest follows a stripping of his Istanbul University degree yesterday for alleged irregularities. Turkey requires...
You're a hypocrite, fuck kings. Shut up. I don't want to hear from anarchitties in the chat right now, okay? Go take a shower. Go take a shower. Go take a shower. Go take a shower. Go take a shower.
As all candidates
it's shower time for you, okay? Go deal with ACAB includes teachers too type shit, okay? Go write another tweet about how ACAB includes teachers as well, by the way. We must abolish all unjustifiable hierarchies.
A university degree. Almost in anticipation of the reaction, Istanbul's governor banned protests in the city. Yet students from the university came out in their hundreds, some struck with pepper spray as they clashed with police. Erdogan's government...
Lira is fine, bro. Diamond hands. Yeah.
...has denied targeting its opponents and says the country's legal system is independent. That, once again, has been called into question today, with President Erdogan further strengthening his grip on power at the expense of his closest rivals.
This is only...
There's one more article that I want to cover as well. Here's the democracy now piece on it as well. This is from Dropsite. Turkish police arrested Ekrem İmamoğlu, the mayor of Istanbul, and a key opposition figure early this morning as a part of the sweeping investigation into alleged corruption, terrorism links, and leading a criminal organization. Everything that they're saying is a lie, okay? I can't, like, it's so weird to talk about the country that I grew up in and draw a direct parallel to the country that I now live in, but it is almost one-to-one identical, okay? They just make shit up. That's it. They just make shit up, and then they go, you're going to jail. That's what's going on in Turkey right now, okay? It must be you at this point, no? Yeah, no, I'm responsible for this, okay? Yeah, I did this. Sorry, guys. My bad. Alongside Imamoglu, around 100 others, including political allies, journalists, and business figures, were also detained in connection to the probe. The arrests have heightened political tensions in the country and come just days before Imamoglu was expected to be named the Republican People's Party, CHP's, candidate for the presidency. Okay? Authorities imposed a 4-day ban on protests in Istanbul and restricted access, which is what you do when you have a popular democratic movement. That's what you famously do. Okay? Famously, when you have a popular democratic movement with the mandate from the people, dare I say, a mandate from God, okay, the heavens mandate, this is what you famously do. You arrest virtually every single person that is against you, that has any sort of motion whatsoever, and then you turn around and say, it's illegal to protest now, which obviously didn't stop people from protesting. That's so stupid. Critics have labeled the arrest as politically motivated, accusing President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's government of attempting to suppress opposition ahead of potential early elections. Imamoglu, who previously defeated Erdogan's party in 3 local elections, has been a prominent challenger to Erdogan's 22-year rule. This should give you an idea of how popular Imamoglu is. What? Yeah, they got the Taser Coalition. They got the grannies. They got the unks. They got it all. Anyway. Where were we? Hold on. Oh, here it is. The crackdown coincides with the invalidation of Imamoglu's university degree, a legal requirement for presidential candidacy, raising further concerns about efforts to block his political ambitions. This arrest is seen as a part of a broader campaign targeting dissenters and opposition leaders in Turkey. So, yeah, you have to have a college degree to be able to become a presidential candidate, which is ironic because it's like a known secret that Recep Tayyip Erdogan does not have a real college degree in Turkey. So it's pretty fucking ironic that they are, doing this. That's the reason. That's the angle that they're taking. Recep Tayyip Erdogan does not have a real college degree. It's not even a secret. Everybody knows it. And yet that's not a real point of concern or consideration at all. Yeah, he graduated the year the faculty opened.
Police have arrested Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu on what his supporters say are trumped-up corruption charges ahead of primary elections scheduled for Sunday. İmamoğlu is a major challenger to Turkey's authoritarian president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. In 2022, he was found guilty of insulting public officials and sentenced to prison, but has remained free pending an appeal. Turkish police also arrested 100 other people, including one of İmamoğlu's close aides. Authorities have also closed roads around Istanbul and banned protests in the city for 4 days, while restricting access to social media sites.
Anyway. So that's the situation in Turkey. Totally cooked. And Erdogan basically did this at a time when he has like the most motion with Trump, which is a sympathetic figure to Erdogan, in power in the United States of America, coming off of the heels of the massive victory that he delivered to Western powers in Syria. So for him, this is a fairly opportune moment to strike because he's got a lot of motion on the global stage. So yeah. I thought you said Turkish elections were free. Does this make them a dictatorship the same way Russia is? Well, the fact that that guy that he just arrested, it won the mayoral race is the proof of what I was explaining. They do actually arrest a lot of people, for sure. I always say Turkish elections are free. They're just not fair. Okay? Like, No, it's not a quote unquote free. I'm telling you, Turkish elections are free. They're not fair. Like it's not like I wouldn't say it's like Russia even, where it's a sham altogether. Like the Russian elections are completely made up, right? It's just ridiculous. All the opposition parties are also there at the behest of Vladimir Putin, whereas Turkey does have a viable opposition that is fairly, like, that's near 50% popularity across the board. Erdogan is better than any other opposition. What? W. Erdogan El Atatürk. Hey do. Erdogan is better than any other option. Atatürk, it's literally a terrorist. I don't see anything wrong with that. Erdogan is better than any other opposition. Yeah, okay, bro. Okay. Sure. Yeah, this is the classic unconditional Ummah supporter in the chat being like, you don't understand. This man is the real caliphate, okay? This man is restoring glory to the Ummah. I promise. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Erdogan sucks the penis of Israel harder than any other fucking regional leader. He sucks Benjamin Netanyahu so hard, he makes Mohammed bin Salman blush, okay? And you're over here being like, oh, he is the glorious protector of all Sunnis in the land. Yeah, suck my dick, okay? You don't know anything. Shut up. There are so many like Pakistani dudes out there that just think that he is this incredible defender of the Islam around the world, you know? Especially with like the Syria shit, I think they really like him now. Anyway, Somalis think that too. Yeah, that makes sense. Turkey has a really good relationship with Somalia, so it's just like what is the problem? It looks like Turkey's getting some USA freedom. Turkey maintains American nukes in American bases inside of Turkey. Turkey has never had a moment where it didn't have that USA-style freedom. Turkey is a NATO country. It's the second largest standing military in NATO. That's the reason why Erdogan gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. Okay? And, yeah, no, you're ridiculous if you think that, like, if you think that Turkey has never had a moment where it was free of USA-style freedom.
Only the beginning.
Anyway, abi ses kısmı açma için kullandığın eklentiyi söyler misin? Biraz konu dışı ama kusura bakma. That's so funny. Turkish chatter in the chat going, what's the volume thing that you use? It's called Volume Master. How about you worry about the fucking lira and the fact that you're the fact that the regime that you exist under is crippling the last bastion of like any sort of democratic resistance. This motherfucker's out here being like, what is the volume master that you use? What is the volume extension that you use, bro? Your country is on fire, okay? Calm down about the extension. Kızma amına koyayım. Yok, kızmıyorum. Anyway.
Of Israel's.
Now let's move on to another incredibly democratic country. Of course, the most democratic country of all time. The most moral democracy of all time, Israel.
Renewed offensive, according to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But for Palestinians in Gaza, it's the return to a nightmare. Digging through rubble to recover bodies, ferrying the dead and wounded to already depleted hospitals. Prayers.
Yeah, here's Israel's new defense minister. After the former one had some back and forth, some friction with Netanyahu, even though the former one is currently has an active arrest warrant for being a war criminal, Yoav Gallant. The new one is Defense Minister Katz. And just like the previous one, he came out and said he's going to actively target civilians, which again is a war crime. But also, what the fuck are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? Who's going to say, hey, can you not do war crimes, please? You can't. There's no one that will be like, hey, this sounds a lot like you're doing a genocide. I don't think that is appropriate. Please, can you stop doing a genocide? You know, another good guy, if you will. Here, let's hear what he has to say. Okay, it's in Hebrew. Residents of Gaza, this is your final warning. The first Sinwar destroyed Gaza, and the second Sinwar will bring upon it total ruin. The Israeli Air Force's attacks against Hamas terrorists was only the first step. What follows will be far harsher, and you will bear the full cost. Evacuation of the population from combat zones will soon resume. If all Israeli hostages are not released and Hamas is not kicked out of Gaza, Israel will act with force you have not known before. Take the advice of the U.S. president, return the hostages and kick out Hamas, and new options will be open for you, including relocation to other parts of the world for those who choose. The alternative is destruction and total devastation. This basically is the final solution. He's saying it's the final solution time. If we actually don't ethnically displace you, then we're just going to ethnically cleanse you from the land. That is what he is saying. This is the defense minister, for the record, of the most moral army and the most moral military of the most moral democracy on the planet, Israel. Very not so subtle words here.
And mourning.
I lost my whole family. I got married recently in 2023. God honored me with Muhammad, who was so beautiful, and my wife was pregnant. She was martyred while she was pregnant. My son was martyred too.
For the second night in a row, Israel struck several targets across the Gaza Strip, including this makeshift camp in Han Yunis.
I want to tell Benjamin Netanyahu that it is not manly to attack civilians in their tents. Manly is to find the soldiers in the fields.
Israel Defense Forces say they are targeting Hamas command centers, and in the last 24 hours have issued evacuation.
This is the piece of shit Arab spokesperson for the Israeli occupying force. God, I know all these fucking villains now. It shouldn't happen, but yeah, all the while, the IDF have began targeted ground activities in central and southern Gaza over the past day in order to expand the security zone and to create a partial buffer between northern and southern Gaza. As part of the ground activities, the troops expanded their control further to the center of the Netzarim corridor. Netzarim is the one that crosses across the Gaza Strip, separates the south and the north. Simultaneously, it is decided that the Golani Brigade would be stationed in the southern command area and remain ready for operations in Gaza. The IDF will continue to operate against terrorist organizations in Gaza to protect the civilians, to protect the citizens in the state of Israel. Oh, God. Oh, no. That's the scariest thing you can ever hear from an Israeli is we have security concerns. That means ethnic cleansing is back on the menu. Whenever an official Israeli politician says we have security concerns, know that bombs are about to drop. Know that genocide is back on.
Orders affecting nearly 100,000 Palestinians, raising concerns of another ground operation. While in Israel, resentment towards the government is pouring into the streets. Thousands marched towards the Knesset on Wednesday.
It's not lost on me, once again, that the opposition to the Benjamin Netanyahu government is still waving the flags of Israel. This is important to understand. Think about the opposition in the United States of America, okay? Think about the opposition to the Trump administration in the U.S. Think about the opposition to previous administrations in the U.S. Who is the one that raises American banners and American flags? What is their attitude? I'm trying to get you Americans and those in the Western world to understand that this right here implies that they're not totally against Benjamin Netanyahu's actions. They're just against Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay?
Accusing Netanyahu of resuming the war for political gains. It is the second day of protests, with many worrying he is further endangering the 24 hostages still believed alive, and outraged by his attempts to fire the head of Israel's internal security service, the Shin Bet.
We want to be a democracy, and we are...
Crime minister. Okay, that's a fire hoodie.
...on the way to dictatorship.
And the hostages are still in the tunnels, and we want them home now.
Public opinion polls in Israel show support.
I just feel like the media is saying that Hamas didn't want to negotiate. I feel like we're being gaslit about the ceasefire deal. As you said, there was a phase 2 and 3. Why did Israel break? Why are people okay with that? Yeah, no, it's a lie. When Israel says Hamas is not negotiating with us, they're lying. That's just an abject lie. Think about it this way. Israel violated the ceasefire even on phase 1 with no intention of ever moving to phase 2 or 3, right? And even then, there was no retaliation from Hamas in that process. No retaliation whatsoever. And then they just basically decided it's over. It's completely over. We're just going to go back to full-blown ethnic cleansing, and immediately killed hundreds of Palestinians, 180 children that they slaughtered overnight. It's been the same exact lie that they've retold over and over again with no with no pushback from Western leadership against these lies. As a matter of fact, the Biden administration actively supported this lie. They lied at the behest of Israel over and over again. They actually overextended their lies so much that Benjamin Netanyahu, fearing political backlash from his coalition of even more further right neo-Nazis, decided to actively undermine the Biden administration. Whenever Anthony Blinken would be like, no, this is Israel's deal, Bibi would come out and be like, it's not. I hate this deal. I don't want to do this deal at all.
For a second stage of the ceasefire, but Netanyahu has all but ruled out a return to peace, saying on Tuesday that future negotiations with Hamas will take place only under fire.
Breaking news, a judge rules to move...
So, yeah, there was some drama with Netanyahu personally for firing the leader of the Shin Bet. Shin Bet is the interior security. It's like the FBI, basically, like the National Security Intelligence Agency of Israel. And Mossad is CIA, Shin Bet is like FBI. Okay, it's reductive, but that's kind of what it is. And after he did that, because of a back and forth over, I believe it was over October 7 as well as some other reasons, the government called him. The government wanted to conduct an inquiry into why he had unceremoniously fired the head of the Shin Bet. And Benjamin Netanyahu started dropping bombs that night. And of course, the inquiry was canceled. Is this the woke one? There is no woke one. There is no woke group in Israel. Like, that's why most of the opposition is still, very on board with continuing bombing, but they just want the hostages back. Or they don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. They don't have an issue with, like, if you want to understand the opposition in Israel, look at like Yair Lapid. Look at the quote unquote centrists in positions of power and the way that and the way that they operate. Like when the ICC came down on Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, they literally called the ICC anti-Semitic. Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, considers it woke leftist and a deep state agenda. Here it is. Shin Bet and police investigating for weeks allegations that some of Netanyahu's aides were on the Qatari payroll. This evening, 2 suspects arrested over contact with foreign agent plus money laundering. This is Netanyahu's reaction. In America and in Israel, when a strong right-wing leader wins an election, the leftist deep state weaponizes the justice system to thwart the people's will. They won't win in either place. We stand strong together. He's like, they're coming after me, but they want to come after you. I'm just in the way. He's doing the Donald Trump line. But, yeah. It's not that different. They're generally less corrupt than Bibi. It's time for a change of leadership in Israel. Yeah, yeah, they're process libs in the same way that our liberals are here as well. So, yeah, like I'll explain it to you like this. Liberal Zionists in Israel, or even like the Shin Bet, right? They have valid security concerns that they recognize. So they'll oftentimes come to Benjamin Netanyahu and say, hey, can you stop working alongside Itamar Ben-Gvir in really doing these pogroms in the West Bank? Because every time you do a pogrom in the West Bank, you're moving military resources away from the Gaza envelope and moving it into the West Bank. And also you're pissing off the Palestinians. And when you piss off the Palestinians, Hamas is getting angrier and angrier and sees just cause for retaliation. you are going to collapse the delicate security apparatus that we've cultivated in our apartheid state. They're saying that not because they want to end the apartheid state. They're saying that because they want to maintain the apartheid state with a decent amount of security. Some liberal Zionists will look to the West Bank and the pogroms and say, that's gross. Why do they say that? Well, because they understand that in the Western world, that plays really poorly. Because that's the type of clan-style activity that like even Westerners can understand. Okay? But overall, nobody fully, like with the exception of a very small group of people, like dedicated anti-Zionists, almost all of them I've had on this fucking broadcast, there's no real, genuine anti-Zionist movement, especially amongst Israeli Jews. And the Palestinian citizens of Israel, which comprise 25% of the Israeli population. By the way, when I say Israeli Jews, that's not my interpretation. It is the demographic association that Israel has designed because it's a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish religious supremacist ethno-state. So it's their own designation that I'm using in this circumstance. There are plenty of Arab Jews as well in Israel. They're just not considered Arab. Arab is considered second-class citizen. So, yes, there are Marxists. I know personally. No, I know. But they're a small, incredibly small number of people, and most of them are in here. That's what I'm talking about. So most of the opposition against the Netanyahu administration in Israel is, of course, still very much in support of a lot of the violence and the cruelty that the Israeli government subjects Palestinians to. They just want to not erode their civil liberties. Like, you know, they want to be gay. They want to be a gay apartheid state. They don't want to be an anti-apartheid state. And they don't want to abolish the apartheid. They just want to still be gay. So, that's a somewhat reductive way to explain the process here. So, I have long maintained the position that if you want to stop the insane reactionary support, you have to address and tackle and dismantle the apartheid, because the apartheid justifies the existence of the Jewish Power Party and many other more reactionary forces in Israeli politics. And because the overwhelming majority of liberal Zionists in Israel don't want to reckon with that issue, they just kind of put their hands up in the air and go, how the fuck did we get here? I don't understand. Well, that's how you got here. A interesting analog to what we have experienced with the Democratic Party's lackluster opposition to the Republicans undermining the administrative apparatus, undermining the administrative state, and doing a metric ton of awful fascist things here in the United States of America, which the Democrats are not doing a good job tackling or criticizing, partially because there are a lot of Democrats that just want stability, no matter what the cost is. And also on top of that, there's a lot of Democrats that like the things that the Trump administration is doing. They're just too cowardly to openly state that they like the things that the Trump administration is doing. But it's great that they can maintain moral high ground while simultaneously, doing like the most cowardly, feckless little I don't like what you're doing style opposition towards the Republicans. So, yeah, they care about prices stabilizing. All right. Speaking of America and the Burger Reich undermining American democracy, once again, Mahmoud Khalil's case should be moved to New Jersey. The judge rules. Okay, let's take a look.
Mahmoud Khalil's case to New Jersey. He is the Columbia University graduate detained by the government over his participation in pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Alice Gaynor covers courts and is here now with more details.
Cindy, the government wanted the case to play out in Louisiana. Mahmoud Khalil wanted it in New York. Simply put, the federal judge in the Southern District of New York said Khalil filed his petition in the wrong district through no fault of his own. Khalil's attorney, the judge noted, was relying on information made available by the government at the time about his location.
You're going to be under arrest, so turn around.
On March 8th, ICE took Mahmoud Khalil into custody at Columbia University campus housing and brought him to a New York field office. He was eventually transported to a detention facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey, then flown to Louisiana. A federal judge in the Southern District of New York ruled that because Khalil's attorney filed a petition on his behalf at 4:40 a.m. while detained in New Jersey, a straightforward application of the District of Confinement and Immediate Custodian rules therefore dictates that Khalil's petition should have been filed in the United States District Court for the District of New Jersey, not in this court. Khalil's petition questions the detention of the green card holder who is married to an American citizen. The judge noted in the order, many of the facts in this case are hotly contested. Khalil's petition, the judge says, depicts him as an outspoken but peaceful leader of student protests held at Columbia University against Israel's actions in Gaza since the atrocities of October 7, 2023, and that the government, by contrast, describes Khalil as leading activities aligned to Hamas, siding with terrorists, and a threat to the foreign policy and national interests of the United States. On Face the Nation Sunday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was asked repeatedly if there was any evidence of a link to terrorism.
I'm asking about the specific justification for the revocation of his visa. Was there any evidence or material support for terrorism?
Was the negotiator negotiating on behalf of people that took over a campus, that vandalized buildings? Negotiating over what?
A French researcher was detained on arrival in the U.S., his computer and phone confiscated and searched, and his text criticizing Trump cuts to scientific research were deemed by DHS agents as a hatred of Trump that could be described as terrorism. He was deported the next day. According to a diplomatic source to the AFP, the incident occurred on March 9th. The space researcher was reportedly subject to a random check upon arrival, during which his work computer and personal phones were searched. The same source also reported that messages discussing the Trump administration's treatment of scientists were found. He was reportedly accused of messages that reflect hatred toward Trump and can be described as terrorism. His professional and personal equipment was reportedly confiscated, and the researcher was sent back to Europe the next day. According to another source briefed on the case to AFP, the French researcher was accused by the American authorities of hateful and conspiratorial messages. He was reportedly informed of an FBI investigation for which charges were dropped, the source continued. I'm telling you right now, it's already happening, and I've been saying that. It's being mean to Trump is terrorism, okay? But hey, guess what, dude? There's a high bar, right? To let people into this country. If you have mean thoughts about Trump, good luck. You can't come into the country. Yeah, based. I don't want someone who doesn't like my glorious leader to be in the country. Based. You're a non-citizen. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. That's what I say. Yeah. Well. If you don't like the president, then you can't come into the country. That's right. Based. I love free speech, by the way. Except, unless it's non-citizens who think mean thoughts about Trump, then I don't like free speech. Yeah, fuck around and find out. How dare you? How dare you think mean thoughts about my glorious president? I'm a centrist. Apoliticals, rise up. Just common sense. Yeah. Just doing my common sense. Yeah. We have enough troublemakers in the country. That's terrorism. Why? I've decided it was. It's the case. It's the case. It's good stuff. If you don't like it, just change the law. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Should have taken a fucking big-ass gulp out of my Dr. Pepper, extra large Dr. Pepper in between.
That's a crime in and of itself, that they're involved in being the negotiator, the spokesperson, this, that, the other. We don't want it. We don't need these people in our country.
In a letter dictated by phone from the detention facility in Louisiana, Khalil described himself as a political prisoner, that the Trump administration is targeting me as part of a broader strategy to suppress dissent.
Here's the article in French. United States, French researcher expelled by Le Monde. French researcher expelled for expressing a personal opinion on the policies pursued by the Trump administration. This is the article. Le Monde. Le Monde. Ouais. Yeah. Why don't you speak American?
So it will be up to the court in New Jersey to consider Khalil's motions, like the motion to transfer him from Louisiana to a detention facility in this district and a motion for release on bail. Cindy.
Alice, thank you. And stay with CBS News New York for any new developments in this case. Look for our previous reports on our website, cbsnewyork.com.
President Trump, he says that he made progress in the efforts to end the war in Ukraine. In a long phone call yesterday with Vladimir Putin, the Russian leader did not agree to Trump's 30-day ceasefire proposal supported by Ukraine. Instead, Putin made his own proposal as both.
I work at a Big Ten uni. We've been having our foreign students having their phones at uni own PC confiscated. Trump also pulls them 100 million following. Wait, what? Isn't your America fucks one singular thing is free speech? Okay. I need you to understand something. Historically speaking, free speech has never really been afforded to radical leftist, socialist, communist movements in this country. If you want to fight for civil liberties for black people, no free speech for you. We'll assassinate you. If you do anti-war protests, no free speech for you. We'll do Kent State. So there are plenty of examples like the Red Scare, McCarthyist trials, all that stuff, where people have been falsely imprisoned for speech. People have been blackballed and blacklisted by the federal government for free speech. Having said that, however, this is a continuation of that proud American tradition and a continuation of that tradition in a way that is truly devastating. Because if you look at, the past 20 years, if you look at 2001, in the aftermath of 9/11, obviously the American government, actively undermined free speech, free expression, free demonstration, all that stuff against Muslims in general as it was doing the war on terror. But this now, like the stage that we have arrived at now is basically punishing people for thought crimes, like the way that you understand silly ass dictatorships to operate, both in movies and also in the real world. This is like we are officially now in the pocket of straightforward fascism. Like that's when you start claiming that like people that are peacefully protesting are terrorists and offering material support for terrorists. When you start claiming that people who have said, I don't like the way Donald Trump is cutting funding for research, that is an act of terror that bars you entry into the United States of America. When all of that, when stuff like that is being considered terrorism, which is used as a catch-all term to violate people's due process, to violate people's free speech. At that stage, you're officially done. And I said this a couple months back. If you remember, I was talking about how as American power, I tweeted about it as well, if someone can find it. As American power on the global stage wanes, you will see how little they care about free speech. This is partially the reason why it's happening, because American power is falling apart. America can only present itself as having free speech because it's been the hegemonic superpower, right? And the less stable the United States of America gets, the worse, the more aggressive the American government will get in terms of stamping out any sort of protest, any sort of dissent. And this will eventually move in the direction that you saw with Recep Tayyip Erdogan as well. Does anyone have that tweet of me calling this out a while back in terms of like suppressing speech? Maybe someone had found it. Weak dick, no motion fascism. Oh, here, yeah, this is it. As U.S. hegemony ends, you will see limitations of free speech in more egregious ways. You only get to have limited permissible critique when you're the only dominant power in the world. There was always a limit to free speech, Red Scare, civil rights, BDS. Now that limit's over. There it is. Thank you for finding it. I'm going to retweet this. I'm going to like my own tweet and retweet it. So you're saying we're fucked and there's little hope? No, mass mobilization will occur, I think. That's what I'm relying on. That's what I'm hoping for. So far, though, the liberal opposition has not done anything to mobilize. Self-like and self-tweet like biblical pride. Listen, man, if I cooked so hard back then, I'm gonna like my own tweet. I'm like, damn, I cook right there. All right. All right. So, getting back to the situation here. Oh, in terms of free speech restrictions, of course, Ben & Jerry's says his CEO was fired for the company's political posts. Ben & Jerry's is accusing its parent company Unilever of breaching its merger agreement by ousting the ice cream company's CEO over the brand's repeated public comments on progressive issues, removing its chief executive without the board's approval. It's the latest escalation of an increasingly ugly dispute between the brand and its conglomerate owner that began in 2021. In an amendment complaint filed Tuesday in New York, lawyers for the ice cream brand said that rules stemming from the 2000 merger protects Ben & Jerry's interest by precluding the unilateral removal of a CEO, but Unilever did just that, removing and replacing CEO David Stever by not following the proper protocols, and said it was because of the brand's continued comments on progressive issues. Ben & Jerry's is also pro-Palestine, for those of you who don't know, and lo and behold, they're owned by two Jewish men. Jewish anti-Zionists. The lawsuit said that Unilever's motive for the removal of Stever was due to his commitment to Ben & Jerry's social mission and essential brand integrity, rather than any genuine concerns regarding his performance history. Unilever didn't immediately respond to CNN's request for comment. The UK company announced in March 2024 it was looking to sell Ben & Jerry's and its other ice cream brands. It has not yet completed a deal. Tuesday's complaint is the latest in a string of them against Unilever for attempting to silence the ice cream brand on social media. In January, the company alleged that Unilever unilaterally barred from a post referencing abortion, climate change, and universal health care because it mentioned President Donald Trump. Founded by, not owned by anymore. Yeah, founded by. Yeah. And they've maintained the brand's mission of advocating for social justice throughout the years. All right. Great stuff overall. Also, there is more attacks against free speech and also control over Columbia University. Columbia University is getting close to yielding to President Trump's demands in negotiations to restore $400 million in federal funding. Columbia has until Thursday to agree to 9 far-reaching demands by the Trump administration. The demands include banning masks, empowering campus cops, and putting the school's Department of Middle East, South Asia, African Studies under academic receivership, which means it would no longer be controlled by the faculty. I talked about this yesterday. Megaphonics, I don't know where Libophonics is, but he had a really banger quote on this from Nazi Germany, which did the exact same shit. And the German dean at the time basically said, do we still get funding or what? After demanding that the all the Jews in faculty get deported, or not deported, but like fired. Megaphonics, where's that link you sent me? The one time I'm looking for Libophonics and he wakes up, but he's not ready to go. He's not ready to rip that. Anyway. More like Magaphonics. Here, I'll pull his. It's going to be impossible to find the actual quote because he posts non-stop. Look at this. This is only from like a couple days ago. How am I going to find it? Yep, this is it. Yeah. Peter Drucker, an Austrian economist, was then a lecturer at Frankfurt University. Fearful of Hitler's plans for Germany, he was prepared to leave the country but hoped that it would not be necessary to do so. The first Nazi-led faculty meeting at the university convinced him otherwise. Frankfurt was the first university the Nazis tackled, precisely because of the most self-confidently liberal of major German universities, with a faculty that prided itself in its allegiance to scholarship, freedom of conscience, and democracy. The Nazis knew that the control of Frankfurt University would mean control of German academia. And so did everyone at the university. Above all, Frankfurt had a science faculty distinguished by both his scholarship and his liberal convictions, and outstanding among the Frankfurt scientists with a biochemist, physiologist of Nobel Prize caliber and impeccable liberal credentials. When the appointment of a Nazi commissar was announced, and every teacher and graduate assistant at the university was summoned to a faculty meeting to hear this new master, everybody knew of a trial of strength was at hand. I'd never before attended a faculty meeting, but I did attend this one. The new Nazi commissar wasted no time on the amenities. He immediately announced that Jews would be forbidden to enter the university premises and would be dismissed without salary on March 15th. This was something that no one had thought possible despite the Nazis' loud anti-Semitism. Then he launched a tirade of abuse, filth, and four-letter words, such as had been heard rarely even in the barracks and never before in academia. He pointed his fingers at one department chairman after another and said, "You either do what I tell you or we'll put you in a concentration camp." There was silence when he finished. Everybody waited for the distinguished biochemist physiologist. The great liberal got up, cleared his throat, and said, "Very interesting, Mr. Commissar, and in some respects very illuminating. But one point I didn't get too clearly. Will there be more money for research in physiology?" 1-to-1. 1-to-fucking-1. The exception is it's not, Jews across the board. That's it. 1-to-1. For the record, this matches up with what my grandmother said happened in her life story as she left Nazi Germany with her partially Jewish family back then. She passed away about 10 years ago. Well, rest in peace to your grandma. At least she didn't get to see it twice in her lifetime. You know what I mean? Like, she didn't get to experience it. She did not get to experience it the second time around happening in the country that she escaped to. You say Jesus, but like, that's literally, you're living in it. What do you mean, Jesus? You're living in it right now. It's happening to you, dumbass, and to me, to all of us. Yeah, she didn't live long enough to watch her own son, my dad, become a Trump supporter, by the way. Yeah, there's, well, silver linings all around. That's dark as hell. Wake the fuck up. We are living in dark times. Okay. When I say I fear that America's darkest chapter is yet ahead, I mean it. Like, people will turn around and say, like, oh, what do you mean? We had slavery. We had chattel slavery. That's pretty fucking brutal. I agree. It is, right? We had, this nation was built on indigenous genocide. Like, what are you talking about? I agree. I know all of that. And yet I'm still saying that we are moving towards the darkest period of the darkest chapter of American history. Okay? Because all of those things that happened, we will do again, but this time serialized, this time modernized, this time industrialized. The current administration has even more tools at its disposal to do a metric ton of evil. The parallels are there. It is very clear for those with eyes to see. All right. I don't know what else to tell you. We are moving in at an alarming rate towards just straightforward, open fashion. We're there. Like, this is the entry phase. Okay. We've dipped our toes into it. We've dipped our legs into it. Okay. We're almost at crotch level. Once the permission boundary is breached through the court system, as the Trump administration is actively undermining the court system when it's doing deportations to El Salvador, we will officially move on to the next stage. You have to fund ICE. You have to fund the military. You have to potentially create just cause to be able to utilize the military, right? To do the mass deportation protocols. Because right now, the only thing stopping the administration is the ticker tape of legality and the courts that will try to do try to do injunctions and temporary restraining orders on the actions that they're taking. And then beyond that, it's just logistics, right? It's just logistics. Once they figure out the logistics of it, and they've also completely eviscerated the legal structure that could potentially stop it and make it legal to do this kind of thing, which is what they're actively trying to do, this will kick into high gear. Just wondering, what kind of 5-year-old were you to your parents? What? I don't know. I was 5. That's a very strange question. Society is a thin veneer that benefits those who do not play by the rules. Once it is broken, it cannot be replaced without force, no matter the morality. Anyway, we're here. News on the Mahmoud Khalil case. The judge rebuked the Trump admin. This case, the Mahmoud Khalil case, I think, is perhaps the most significant legal case of our time. What happens here will either completely erode the last legal bastion of defense that the institutions have in undermining the Trump agenda. If this court case sides and the Supreme Court sides eventually with the administration, it's over. They now have destroyed one plank. It's already basically like the little crispy Cheeto holding the door together. Okay, once they boulder through it, it's over. It's done. The legal side is cooked. It's over. The only way that the court system will work is at the behest of the administration. Everything that they do will be considered legal, of course. Obviously, they will enforce it through the pre-existing legal structure that will use the institutions to their advantage as long as, the institutions remain. And then the only thing stopping them will be logistics. It is incredibly difficult of an undertaking for this administration to go out and do mass door-knocking operations and fucking arrest everybody. Okay? Very, very, very difficult. My friends, oh yeah, this is basically, yes, the courts against the Trump admin. That's what this is. Now let's get back to foreign policy. Dude, I doubt this affects any citizens. No way Republicans go after free speech of citizens. We would revolt in the U.S. Come on, dude. Bro, this is so funny. Dude, I doubt this affects non-Jews. No way the Hitler, the Nazi party would go after non-Jews, dude. Are you stupid? All they care about is Jews. We'll revolt. It's a good joke. No, dude, they're just going after trade unionists. They're just going after communists. They're just going after socialists. They're just going after Jews in academia. You know, they're not going to come after me. What? Just stop. They would never do that. Come on. Come on. It's so funny for people to think that I'm being hyperbolic when I'm directly telling you what is going on, explaining to you where it will go, and the government is like clearly following through on these promises. It's not like they sheltered you from their perspective. They did. They openly stated it. They openly stated their desires, their violent desires, and now they're following through on it. So I don't know why people are like, what? Huh, nah, that's crazy.
Both sides continue.
Anyway, yeah. Foreign policy. Russia and Ukraine trade strikes after President Trump's call with Putin discussing a ceasefire.
Says that he made progress in the efforts to end the war in Ukraine in a long phone call.
It's interesting that you used to encourage chatters not to go to doomer route, yet it seems lately that it's close to all I've heard from you. It's not. I'm not telling you to be a doomer. I'm telling you to be aware of what is to come. Okay? There is still mobilization that must... There's still an opportunity for mobilization. And that's why I urge people to go out and protest. That's why I urge people to resist. Having said that, be ready. You know, I'm telling you what the future looks like. And it's not because I'm, telling you like it's over, it's done. Just, lay your arms down and show your belly like a coward. That's not what I'm saying at all. As a matter of fact, I'm urging the Democrats to also try and actively fight against this on a daily basis. Yeah, it's not doomer when the weatherman tells you it's raining or that it's going to rain tomorrow, or tornado warnings for tomorrow.
Call yesterday with Vladimir Putin. The Russian leader did not agree to Trump's 30-day ceasefire proposal supported by Ukraine. Instead, Putin made his own proposal as both sides continue to bombard each other. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. Good morning to everybody.
Immigration is the ultimate red herring. They'll constantly increase pressure on this issue that isn't an issue. They'll revoke birthright citizenship, but that will solve nothing. So what's next? Denaturalization. I promise you it's coming. HasanAbi March, October 30th, 2018. It's always really interesting when I got so many like liberal naysayers, and you will never hear a perspective like this from them ahead of time. As a matter of fact, all the role that they serve is to precisely defend the current cruelty that you are experiencing. Can you start predicting good shit? If good shit was happening, I would. What made you say that in 2018, if you recall? Stephen Miller. That's what made me say that. This is also part of the reason, for those of you who are always like, you know, for people that say like, I've changed. My attitude has changed on things. My perspective has changed on things. Like, no, it hasn't. You've changed. You probably started watching some dumbasses and decided that those dumbasses were able to convince you. He hasn't changed. His face got better. That's it. Yep. What is this? I'm a Columbia student in a MESAS grad class currently. I have no clue if this class will be called by the admin or not, but it's likely. Numerous peers are about to be suspended for simply being around the third encampment, not even participating. Faculty can't even get off their ass to strike, and the entire university is about to be under Trump receivership. Yep. Wall Street Journal says Columbia is negotiating to call the receivership something more palatable and present it as a win. Yeah. No, it's just totally. Columbia is nearing the agreement to give Trump what he wants, according to Wall Street Journal. They're doing it. They're doing it. And they care more about like a aesthetic victory. So they will concede, they will yield. And then they will turn around and be like, but see, we got a lot of amenities out of this. Like, we were able to secure our funding.
The two leaders spoke.
A receivership is when an institution, a receivership is when an academic institution or specific studies at an academic institution are placed under control by a third party. In this circumstance, an independent third party that the government has designed. It is directly to change the curriculum. It's directly to change like what you get to teach at your school. It is a clear-cut violation. It is perhaps another glaringly obvious violation of the First Amendment. Anyway, let's get to the Russia-U.S. ceasefire talks.
Spoke for nearly 2 hours, and the call ended with Vladimir Putin agreeing to a partial ceasefire on energy and infrastructure. The White House views that as important progress, but as you mentioned this morning, both sides are launching fresh attacks.
I think we had a great call.
President Trump was optimistic about the developments following his call with Vladimir Putin, but just hours later, Russia launched an airstrike that sparked fires around Kyiv. It came as Putin agreed to pause all attacks on Ukraine's.
Most of my leftist friends think they win arguments on the border while they're caving on it. Yes, the border is an issue, but actually the Dems are the only ones who want to fix it. What are you saying? You gave up fighting the narrative? Yeah.
Energy infrastructure and committed to further.
Also, your friends are not leftists if they say stuff like that. You have to have some conviction. You have to have a firmly held commitment to some fucking values. And I think protecting migrants, undocumented, documented alike, is that commitment.
Negotiations toward a broader ceasefire and an eventual peace deal. In a social media post, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that Russia launched more than 40 drones against Ukraine yesterday, and that only a real cessation of strikes on civilian infrastructure by Russia as proof of its willingness to end this war can bring peace closer. Over the course of the night, Ukraine responded. Russia air defense systems intercepted 57 Ukrainian drones. Earlier, Trump gave this stark assessment of the situation in Ukraine.
Right now, you have a lot of guns pointing at each other, and a ceasefire without going a little bit further would have been tough. Russia has the advantage.
In the readout after his call with Putin, the Kremlin put conditions on any lasting peace, saying all foreign aid and intelligence sharing to Ukraine must stop. William Taylor served as former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine.
The Russians are saying in order for there to be a peace deal, all aid to Ukraine must come to a halt. Is that a realistic outcome here?
No, not at all. And the Ukrainians will never agree to compromise their security by saying.
Yeah. Russia says they agreed to halt energy infrastructure strikes. White House disagrees and says they said energy and infrastructure. So Moscow and Washington already disagree about what they agreed yesterday, but we knew that already because we read the readouts coming from Moscow and then we read the readouts coming from D.C. And those two readouts were on entirely different playing fields. Now, under normal circumstances, yes, you write stuff that is more favorable to your side as your takeaway from this collaborative relationship as you look to arrive at a ceasefire. But in this circumstance, the dynamic is clear. Vladimir Putin made Donald Trump wait for an hour before he even did the call. He made him actively wait, publicly wait for an hour. And I think it's because Putin understands that Trump has internal pressure in the United States of America. Okay. What is this? This is another older tweet that aged well. The free speech conversation is not a serious one. It has legal limitations and vibe-based limits, like when someone openly claims they love Hitler. Nazis also don't believe in free speech. They just want to sucker people into allowing them a seat at the table until they get power. Well, they did, and they got power, and they're here, and they're using that power to literally fucking suppress speech. Art of the deal, more like art of the kneel. Yeah. Trump told Zelensky today that he should run the Ukrainian nuclear power plants. I suspect that is because if the United States owns it, in his mind, one, you can maybe get a pretty penny out of it by controlling Ukrainian energy in its entirety and making a lot of money off that. But then also simultaneously, Russia won't be able to bomb it because it's now an American nuclear facility. You know, that beautiful security assurance by selling your country to the United States of America.
Saying that they won't accept.
Sorry, Trump made Putin wait? No, Putin made Donald Trump wait for an hour before they talked. Not only did he make Trump wait for an hour before they talked, he was live, like he was on camera. He did this on camera.
Ammunition and weapons from the Europeans, from the Americans. They will not accept that.
Well, last night, President Trump said that the issue of aid never came up on his call with Putin. But this morning, the Kremlin is responding, insisting they did talk about it. And President Zelensky said this morning he plans to speak with Trump today to hear more about yesterday's call. Tony?
Weijia, thank you very much. A high-stakes 2-hour call today between President Trump and Vladimir Putin ended without a full agreement to implement a ceasefire, but the Russian leader did agree to a temporary halt to attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure as long as Kyiv agrees to do the same. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said his country is going to support the pause as well, but later Zelensky said Russia had launched a barrage of drones toward Ukraine in an attack aimed at civilian infrastructure across the country and included a direct hit on a hospital, he said. Clarissa Ward reports from Kherson, where the streets are often empty and residents say they're targeted daily by drones in the sky.
On the streets of Kherson, anyone is fair game. Every day, swarms of Russian drones glide across the river on a deadly hunt that locals have dubbed a human safari. They target the old and the young, men and women. Flying low, they taunt and terrorize their prey. A man crosses himself, preparing for the worst, before the drone buzzes on. Others are not so fortunate. Russian social media is awash with these videos, complete with heavy metal soundtracks and gloating.
It's really interesting how closely this resembles Israel-style activity, by the way. Also, not lost on me that they never have done a piece like this about Israel, for the record. Damn, don't tell Israel about this tech. What are you talking about? Israel does this too. Hello? What do you mean? Yeah, it's you know who's doing it in Israel? Probably fucking Russians who are doing it in Israel too, okay? This isn't like smoke for Russians in general. I'm just saying there are a lot of fucking Russians in Israel. It's one of the same. Bullshit. RF are not targeting civilians. Come on, dude.
Comments, but to the people of Kherson,
maybe not to the
this
same,
is anything.
maybe not to the fucking same degree as the Israeli military is. Fair, you know, but the idea that they're not fucking targeting civilians is ridiculous. They absolutely are targeting civilians and also civilian infrastructure. This entire piece is about them doing just that. Also, that is an absurdly, insanely low bar. Like, imagine being like, well, they're not targeting civilians to the same degree as Israel is not a bar, okay? That's not... that's not... You can't... What? It's like saying Israel's not doing a genocide. They haven't set up concentration camps yet, you know? It's not the Holocaust, literally, so I guess it's not a genocide. That's what it sounds like.
But a game. So this is the central square.
How do I know if this actually happens? Have I been to Russia? Is a great question. Just like I have not been to Israel, just like I have not been to Poland in fucking the 30s, leading up to the 40s. I just don't know. I don't know at all. I can't confirm because I'm fucking Andrew Tate. That was the entire argument that I had with Andrew Tate was like, he was acting like you can't make inferences off of like established research. Like he knew the world was flat because he had seen it. He'd gotten on a spaceship and saw that the world was flat. Top G.
Square here in Kherson, and you can see it is eerily deserted. Just a few people out on the streets. It was raining and cloudy earlier, which means sometimes more people go out because that's not good weather for flying drones. But now, again, just a handful of people.
All no, the sorry, he knew it was round. He wasn't a flat earther. I apologize.
Basically boarded up.
I forgot.
The one supermarket open is heavily fortified. For Kherson residents, the simplest daily errand is the riskiest part of the day. Some can't even get to the supermarket. We drive to meet volunteers from the local administration.
So we're heading now to the eastern outskirts of the city. This is one of the most dangerous parts of the city, and they're getting ready to distribute some aid. They have to do it quickly and efficiently to ensure that they don't get seen by the drones.
The area is very exposed. We're told to hide our body armor under our coats.
Okay, so we've just arrived at this point. You can see they're starting to distribute the...
I just want you to understand something, by the way. She can't do this in Gaza because Israel won't let her. Israel is a foreign ally. Russia is a foreign adversary. She can do this in Ukraine. She can't do this in Gaza. If you want to understand the dynamic there, like, if you ask me, Clarissa Ward would love to go to fucking Gaza. She would. She has. She is literally secretly using, I think it was a Qatari envoy, snuck into Gaza before. Think about that. Russia is a foreign adversary. Israel is our ally. And Western journalists were not allowed to go in during the fucking ceasefire this past month. Western journalists were not allowed to go in. There was only a couple Western journalists that were allowed, and they were only allowed in one specific area inside of where they were drop shipping humanitarian aid. That's it. And all of that footage was censored too by the military censors. Yeah, she snuck into Gaza once. I know. The first ceasefire, the 7-day ceasefire. I know. I'm talking about that. This is in Ukraine, though, Kherson. I know. That's my point. My point is, Russia has access. They can fucking laser her. You think they can't drone strike her right now? She is under threat. Yeah, keep watching CNN for accurate coverage. Okay, you got them, chatter. I mean, I do watch Fox News for accurate coverage as well. Don't worry. My point is, she cannot do this. She cannot do this within reach of Israel. She can still do this within the reach of Russia, but she cannot do this within the reach of Israel. This is not to defend Russia in any capacity. I think that much is clear. You know where I stand on this. But just understand, it's to show you the depravity of our foreign ally.
Beleaguered residents emerge from their homes, where they live largely stranded. They grab supplies for neighbors who need help. They've lived through Russian occupation, then liberation, now this. Ina and her granddaughter tell me that life is so hard here. But there's no time to be afraid. She goes to collect her box of supplies.
So I told her that she's very strong, and she said everybody here is very strong. We have to be.
Not bad.
A man sets about repairing the roof of his home, undeterred by the near certain prospect of future attacks.
So they're saying that they have heard from the army that Russian drones have taken off from the other side of the river, so they're telling us to move on now.
We speed through the roads back to a safer part of the city. Nowhere in Kherson is really safe. The local hospital is surrounded by sandbag barriers.
He says they hit here quite a lot. That's why there's all these protections outside.
Across Kherson region, there were more than 2,000 drone launches just last week. The aftermath of that staggering statistic clearly seen here. Alena Shigareva says she and her friend were walking home from work when they were hunted. We were two women, all made up, without hats, carrying flowers and wearing white jackets, she tells us. They could see we were women, not soldiers. It's just horror. In another room, 19-year-old Boris is recovering from lung and leg injuries after the minibus he was traveling in was hit by a drone. 2 people were killed and 8 wounded.
Chatters are like, bro, you don't understand. This is like, Russia doesn't strike civilian targets. Come on.
They are Russians. What can I say? He tells us. They're animals. Nothing else to say.
Pretty much every room in this entire ward has someone in it who has been injured or maimed by a drone. The doctor says they have 28 drone injuries that they are treating at the moment. This is just one of 3 hospitals that serve this city, and he said the number has just been going up and up since last August.
We steadily receive 90 to 100 patients injured in drone attacks a month, he says, and there were 20 attacks in 1 week on the hospital's generators. Russia has frequently targeted Ukraine's power infrastructure in this war. Rarely has it so flagrantly pursued civilians.
Це вже можна сказати We can call it a hunt for civilians, Mayor Roman Grochko explains. The Russians send fresh drone units to Kherson region, and they train by attacking ordinary people with drones. Then send these units to Donetsk and Lugansk. Then they send another new unit here to continue the human safari.
Ukraine is Hamas, according to Russia and Israel. I mean, that is... The arguments are the same. So, yes. Russia behaves exactly like Israel. You're not wrong.
What can you really do to protect people here?
There's no panacea to fully cover the city because the Russians are developing their technologies, he says. There's no jammer that can fully close the sky.
Sources of Zionist and not trustworthy? Yeah, I know, Clarissa. Sally, shut the fuck up. I know. I'm very familiar with Clarissa Ward's work, okay? I know what she did in Syria, and yes, I know what she did in Israel. She is a careerist, okay? She is a careerist. Sometimes she does really good journalism, okay? Like when she snuck into Gaza. Other times she does really bad journalism. It's not always at the behest of the State Department or its agenda. It's usually just because she wants to elevate her status as a war correspondent. Okay? How do you believe this then? How do I believe this? I believe this because I also believed when she went into fucking Gaza. All war correspondents and foreign correspondents, to a certain degree, will toe the State Department line. But there's no reason to disbelieve the accurate reporting in terms of what is happening in fucking Ukraine. Why would you not believe that? Hold on. Doors open. I personally can't believe a systematic liar. Okay, well then she lied about the conditions in the Gazan hospitals too, I guess. Hey, Fiona.
And so the people of Kherson suffer on. As outside powers bargain for an end to this war, nowhere are Russia's intentions felt so intimately. Clarissa Ward's...
How do I know that it's accurate? What do you mean? I have fucking eyes, dude. Like, I see the Telegram channels too. What are you talking about? Like, what are you disputing from her coverage here? That, like, what, Russia hasn't invaded Ukraine? Is that what you think is going on? Like, it's all just made up? I believe other sources more. Which source? Like, what? Explain to me what in this coverage, because sometimes she does real journalism, other times she does shoddy journalism. What are you disputing in her coverage here? Just say what you are disputing in her coverage. Other source RT. No, Russia Today or Al Jazeera. Wait, what? Al Jazeera. Okay. What are you talking about? Is Al Jazeera saying that, like, Russia is not invading Ukraine or something? Explain to me what you are disputing with her coverage here. Because Clarissa Ward is a self-interested careerist. Okay? She is. Which is why she sometimes does ridiculous coverage. And for the record, before people say, oh, Russia Today is a unique predicament because, like, they're so insane with and so wishy-washy that it's impossible to, like, tack them to a certain ideological framing on anything. But yes, Russian sources like what is it, TASS? Like, Russian sources are also valuable in understanding what the Russian propaganda looks like. I will never discount a source across the board and never look at it. Because it's important to understand what the Russian side is thinking as well, or what they're actually saying as well in this process. Yeah, let's take a look at what Al Jazeera is saying. Russians in Kherson train on civilians. Deadly drones stalk South Ukraine. Oh, look at that. There you go, chatter. Here is a resource that you actually don't dispute. I dispute that Russia is targeting civilians. Okay, well, Al Jazeera also goes against what you're saying. Perhaps it's because it's happening. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Dışarı mı çıkarıyorsun? Okay. Arabanın bataryası vardır inşallah. Bilmiyorum ben. Murat çünkü son kullandı. Okay.
CNN, Kherson.
Well, CNN has reached out to Russian authorities for comment on Ukraine's. After more than 6.
All right, we're gonna do the JFK. Okay. Oh, someone ran in here. Hello. Look. The mayor is here. Okay, go. Fiona, go. We can still look at Clarissa with a critical eye. I do. Of course I do. It could be a Ukrainian soldier dressed up like a civilian. Bro, it's so funny when it's so funny when people just want to be like, you're doing Israel propaganda for Russia. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Come on. Yeah. Chatter is one step removed from being like, no, dude, you don't understand. The Ukrainians are using human shields. Ukrainians are using human shields. Oh my God. Yeah, Ukraine wood. They're doing Pali wood in Gaza, and they're doing Ukraini wood in Ukraine. Slava wood. Telegenic babushkas. All right, we're going to talk about the JFK assassination files that are being released. A question I have on my mind is if they're releasing the JFK assassination files, why have they not released the Epstein files?
60 years, we are finally getting access to some government files related to the assassination of John F. Kennedy. There are 80,000 of them, so we've got a whole team of CBS News people working their way through the documents. That includes Caitlin Huey-Burns, who's going to join us now. Caitlin, good morning. What have you and the others found so far?
Hey, Tony, good morning. Well, President Trump told reporters ahead of this release that there would be a lot of reading to do, and boy, he was not wrong. I can personally...
You're joking, but a German friend of mine literally said that Ukrainians are hiding military equipment and soldiers in Ukraine weeks after the start of the war. Wow. Ukrainians are hiding soldiers in Ukraine? That's crazy. I can't believe that they have a standing military. Why do they have that? Did you see the parts on the Hungarian Revolution? I did. I mean, but this is like, guys, no shit. The CIA actively played a role in mass instability against a foreign adversary like the USSR. Like, yeah, no shit. That still doesn't change the dynamic in general in terms of like overall discontent with the USSR. And also it doesn't, make the Russian actions in that regard in terms of suppressing any sort of movement against the USSR that was fairly violent appropriate. Like, it's okay to recognize the wrongs of previous socialist formations. I certainly do. And the reason for why I recognize them, regardless of not being a, anti-USSR kind of guy in general, is because it's important to learn from the mistakes of previous formations so you don't repeat the same mistakes.
Attest to that. These documents total 80,000 pages. And as you mentioned, we had a whole team of reporters here at CBS going through them. And many of these files have already been released before. And if you're one of those who were looking for any proof of conspiracy, you will likely be disappointed.
More than 60 years after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the Trump administration released 80,000 pages of records to the public Tuesday night relating to his murder. Culling through the files is a tedious task. The scanned documents, many handwritten and going back over 60 years, can be at times difficult to read and decipher. Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who shot Kennedy in November of 1963, is mentioned 55 times in the documents, including in this 79-page summary of CIA surveillance operations that monitored Oswald's movements in Mexico City, where he visited the Russian and Cuban embassies ahead of the assassination. And
the JFK files revealed once again the government position that it was actually Cuba. Hey guys, Lee Harvey Oswald, not a Navy officer, Navy intelligence officer. Okay, definitely not like actively engaging in disruptive as a member of intelligence. Certainly not engaging in following the CIA handbook field manual of like disrupting any sort of revolutionary action from taking place. It's actually real. He didn't visit those embassies as a Fed. He visited them as a sympathizer. Definitely a Cuban asset, not an American one.
In this letter, written in 1978, from a man to the British ambassador in Washington. In it, he says he told...
I'm so glad that they revealed this. Something that they've, said over and over again.
Immigration officials in London that in July of 1963, just 4 months before the assassination of a plan by Oswald to kill Kennedy.
It's possible, which is what makes this so scary. Wait, what? No.
But so far, the trove of mostly unredacted files show there is nothing that changes he was the sole assassin.
The documents, they don't show a conspiracy.
David Barrett, a professor of political science at Villanova University who studies the Kennedy presidency, says that while these files are not a smoking gun, they provide government transparency.
Maybe it will lessen the suspicion that the FBI or the CIA or some other government leader or agency were involved in a plot to kill Kennedy.
The Trump administration says the release represents a campaign promise kept, a promise he made the day Robert F. Kennedy Jr. endorsed him.
I have never had more people ask me, please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination, and we're going to do that.
And during a visit to the Kennedy Center on Monday, he announced they were ready to go.
So people have been waiting for decades for this. I don't believe we're going to redact anything.
Now, anyone can see these documents on the National Archives website, and more are going to be added once they are digitized, but others still remain under court seal. Now, you may remember the president's executive order also demanded the files from the assassinations of Robert F. Kennedy and of Martin Luther King Jr. to be released, but it's not yet clear when those will be published. Gail?
All right, Caitlin, got it. Thank you very much.
I've been in Spokane for 39 years.
I hate when this chat becomes the Alex Jones of the left moment. Something like this happens. What do you mean? My favorite fact about Lee Harvey is that he visited the USSR and Cuba with the intent of denouncing his American citizenship, only to be found too annoying by the USSR, and he tore up his passport for no reason. Yeah, and then with very little scrutiny from the American government, was allowed to fucking return and operate freely inside of U.S. boundaries. I find that very interesting, personally. I guess it's one of those. It is one of those conspiracies that I'm like not firmly on the government side on. Like I think that the established narrative is not the correct one. I don't think it is. Yeah, before we get to the Spokane, Washington, or Spokane, or sorry, not Spokane, Washington. Before we get to the GOP lawmakers eating all the smoke from their own constituents, let's continue with the JFK stuff, because the original anti-imperialists who were smeared as so-called tankies were correct. The commander of the U.S.-backed insurgents in the violent 1956 counter-revolution attempt in socialist Hungary, General Bela Karali, was a CIA asset. This has been confirmed by the JFK records. So my attitude on this is the same attitude that I have. The same attitude that I have with discontent in general in under Soviet rule, okay? I don't think that the actions of the USSR were appropriate, regardless of the fact that the CIA certainly played a role in this. Now, the CIA playing a role in this doesn't also change the dynamic that there was also real discontent. No country is powerful enough to whip enough votes or to create this level of backlash. They can only exacerbate existing tensions. Okay? As far as the discontent, as far as the discontent goes, of course the CIA was helping the Hungarian counter-revolution. Like, it's just not. This is basic CIA shit. That's not surprising to me at all. What's more interesting for me is like what the USSR's attempt in squashing this protest looked like and why they were a failure in general. A copy of a letter of the subject's file dated 22nd of November 1963, signed by the subject's Secretary for Military Affairs, Executive Committee, Movimiento Democrata Cristiano, is addressed to Major General Bela Karali, President, Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, Inc., offered the services of the MDC in arranging meetings and discussions with other anti-Castro organizations and the Hungarian Freedom Fighters. The Hungarian Freedom Fighters was interested in information on the MDC before granting approval of contact between two organizations. Subject, a 32-year-old Cuban exile, was from a wealthy Cuban family, and in Cuba, he was a banker. He was granted a POA in December 1959 and an NOA in February 1960 for the use of FP agent in Havana, Cuba. A copy letter in subject's file dated 22nd of November 1963, signed by subject as Secretary of Military Affairs, is addressed to Major General Bela Karali, President, Hungarian Freedom Fighters Federation, with other anti-Castro organizations. Bela Karali dies at 97, led revolt in Hungary. JFK release appears to have genuinely unredacted material in it. Is a gigantic non-word searchable dump of PDFs, so it's slow going, but here's one example of previously released redacted document that I located and a new unredacted document. Oh yeah, the Hungarian Freedom Fighters were agency sponsored is the part that was unredacted. I don't think they would have inserted false material or whatever, but it remains to be seen if they have released / will release the really important stuff, e.g. the Angleton docs that Jefferson Morley has emphasized in his reporting. Holy cow, this guy found a sick one. James Angleton, Central Intelligence Agency official, is in charge of the Special Projects Unit located in the Foreign Intelligence Division of the CIA. During the past year, he has been very cooperative and has volunteered voluminous information of interest to the Bureau. At the present time, he more or less falls in the category of confidential informant. In order to handle his material in a more efficient and secure manner, it is being recommended that a control file be created. Section chiefs are also being alerted regarding the handling of information received from Angleton. In the previous ones, Wait, where is the redacted version? Released June 2023, covers up Jay Lovestone bit, which is funnier because it's been known for like decades that Angleton was Jay Lovestone's handler. So Noah is like pouring through the data and looking at what was previously redacted and is now unredacted in this data dump. It is very much searchable text. Upload the Google Drive as Google Docs and download the document and upload to AI. Jefferson Morley says, this morning at 8 a.m., I can't search these new JFK files. I hear you cry. Alas, the National Archives/Trump team failed to take the simple step of OCRing the released JFK files. But fear not, fellow researchers. The Mary Farrell Foundation is coming to your rescue. MFF will soon post searchable PDFs of all the new JFK files. In coming days, you can escape the clunky NARA site to go over to maryfarrell.org, the largest online archive of JFK records, to continue your research. Stay tuned for details. I know, like, this shit is bad, but I still read it and find it exciting. No, I don't think this is bad. I think it's not bad to understand how it's not bad to understand how the American government operates, especially the CIA. Like, I think the more informative stuff here is not to like arrive at a truth about who actually killed JFK. It's more so to get unrestricted, unfiltered access into how the CIA operated at the time and what they did. This is proof of a lot of the things that leftist tankies, whatever you want to fucking call it, will openly talk about in terms of like what the clandestine operations of the American State Department, the statecraft, looks like. This basically is just like proof of a lot of the things that they talk about, and they are the ones who oftentimes put the unredacted pieces of information together. Will this help me lose less on my polymarket bets that are longer than the list of American war crimes? Here's Jefferson Morley. He's formerly of the Washington Post, author of The Ghost, The Secret Life of CIA Spy Master James Jesus Angleton. Jefferson Morley is at least according to Noah, a trusted resource on JFK related information, so I trust him as well. While we continue, he says, while we continue to look through the new JFK documents, a couple of observations. First, this is a breakthrough. The absurd and suspicious redaction that have denied us the full story are, for the most part, removed. We know why JFK wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it into the winds. Because as Arthur Schlesinger told him, the CIA was effectively usurping presidential authority. The agency censored Schlesinger's case for 6 decades to obfuscate the reality of CIA power. Schlesinger warned JFK that CIA encroachment on the traditional functions of the state undermined his ability to conduct his own foreign policy independent of CIA. No, this isn't a smoking gun, but that doesn't mean it's historically irrelevant. Far from it. Schlesinger's memo lays bare the origins of JFK's mistrust of the CIA, which continued for the rest of his presidency. Kennedy's suspicions were matched by CIA alienation from JFK's liberal policies. This was one cause of the assassination. So the way I explain it is like everyone basically knew that this was the case, but this offers like direct proof, if that makes sense. A ton of Israel/Mossad mentions in the JFK files about Angleton. Yeah, of course. JFK files reveal CIA Israeli intel pipeline. But once again, a thing that we know, right? A thing that we know that is well established, that everybody fucking talks about, but now there's more proof for it. This is not shocking or surprising. This is more so just additional proof for a thing that everybody understood was the reality. Yeah. The only continued redaction from the JFK documents has been, look. James Angleton's CIA underpart emanated from a liaison agreement which CIA maintained with the Israeli Intelligence Service and from other sources under the control of Angleton. Much of the information developed by Angleton was not disseminated within the CIA, but he felt that the data should be passed on to the Bureau. Alan Dulles gave him authorization to handle dissemination in this matter. We continue to receive information of value on a regular basis. Maybe the most damning, the CIA put contaminating agent in Cuban sugar headed for the Soviet Union. Also under the heading of old business. Wait. Oh, there it is. I remember the hue cry, especially in Carl Kazin in the White House when, bleep, this was initially redacted. Here it is, unredacted. Also under the heading of old business, I will remember the hue and cry raised, especially by Carl Kazin of the White House, when the agency injected a contaminating agent in Cuban sugar bound for the Soviet Union. Shortly after the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was a disposition in Washington to re-examine the Bay of Pigs, and the fact that several Alabama National Air Guard officers lost their lives in the Bay of Pigs was surfaced, with surprisingly little excitement at the times. Can you explain why the CIA isn't what it used to be? Capitalism and shitification. It impacts all orifices and the organs of the state, as well as every other aspect of our lives. I genuinely think that. I think like the private-public partnership and the like funding being limited, I guess, even though they have expansive budgets, has definitely changed. Like they won, you know what I mean? They won the Cold War. Capitalism won, socialism lost. And in the process, I think year over year, the deregulation, the deregulatory aspects and the lack of interest in or the lack of appropriate avenues and targets for the CIA made it so that it was no longer as necessary, as needed in the minds of those who control at least the funding structure. It's not because everyone is more aware and connected in the present day. I don't think so. I mean, look at fucking Israel, dude. Everyone is incredibly connected to the crimes of Israel, many crimes of Israel, and yet people seemingly turn the other cheek and look the other way and still fucking call me a terrorist, for example, for accurately explaining. What Israel is doing. The CIA is a terrorist organization? Yeah, this video, isn't this the video?
This episode is brought to you by Nebula.
This is the video that got second thought, a visit from the Department of Homeland Security, no? In some ways, people were more informed in the 50s and 80s because journalism existed in a meaningful way. Maybe. Yeah, videos age restricted and also got unsurprisingly, this entire page was previously redacted. Turns out the FBI and CIA jointly bugged a fucking ambassador's office, and CIA panicked and shut it down when Hoover planned to tell the Senate that it was a CIA operation before asking to start it up again later. More CIA domestic contact service activity. 1,800 is quite a lot of businesses participating in the commercial cover program to backstop aliases from U.S. military and intelligence personnel. The U.S. didn't want to admit that it collected against friendly foreign countries and also concealed the existence of a program describing technical penetration of foreign diplomatic establishments, all the modern versions of which I'm assuming were blown by Snowden anyways. Intelligence coverage of friendly foreign countries, developing positive intelligence information regarding personnel. Anagram, penetration of foreign diplomatic establishments in the United States for procurement of cryptographic materials. So yeah, this is literally Edward Snowden shit. Remember when Edward Snowden blew the whistle on how much espionage the American intelligence agencies were engaging in for with our against our foreign allies? This is they've been doing this. And we now know about it, not because of the revelations in the document in the JFK documents, but we know about it because Edward Snowden blew the whistle on it. Continue from the previous memo. This doc was initially notable for confirming the existence of ProHo, but in 2023 they still wanted to postpone releasing all the info about all technical collection programs against Soviets under a catch-all clause to protect national intelligence and defense interests. A 1973 memo from CIA's ORD, Office of Research and Development, that, as of 2023, withheld info about CIA and Bell, now known as AT&T, testing microwave technology to intercept domestic telecommunications. A lot of this stuff also is it didn't go anywhere. That's the other thing. When you look at the conspiracy theories for too long, sometimes you end up falsely assuming that MK Ultra was a massive success or whatever. You know what I mean? That CIA's implementation of hypnosis, for example, was successful. A lot of that stuff was not successful. Domestic tests for agency research and development efforts continued. This describes the CIA admitting to being able to basically covertly tap into most any U.S. telephone networks, landlines then, and also developing sensors tech like FLIR, far-looking infrared, in the early 70s. This, I think, is part of the reason. I mean, from what I understand, the American infrastructure is still very fucking bad. Telecommunications infrastructure is still very bad, that China was able to penetrate it with ease. There was a New York Times article on this a while back, a couple months ago, where it turns out that the Chinese government and its espionage agencies had deeply penetrated American telecommunications and were directly looking at everything that people were saying. And the only reason why they were utilizing it was to figure out if their deep cover agents were under threat or not, so they can pull them out. Birds are real and they work for the government. Oh my God, someone show this to fucking, oh my God. Oh my God, hold on. Ain't nobody show this to Adapt. He's going to lose his mind. Oh my God. Adapt was right. This was a previously redacted piece of information. Let's take a look. G. Trained birds. Birds have been trained and tested in the United States to carry small intelligence collecting packages such as audio surveillance devices, small cameras, and current measuring devices. Any data collected from unwitting domestic sources would have been used only for engineering purposes and then destroyed. Adapt! It's real! They have to redact this again. Yo, my apologies to Phase Adapt. Phase Up. He's been on this for a long time, dude. He's been talking about how birds have been used for espionage for quite a while now, and it turns out he was right. NSA participated and controlled most elements of the U.S. material. Oh, shocking. Redacted memo about intelligence coverage of diplomatic representatives of friendly foreign nations, with a particular warning to U.S. officials working closely with French, British, Israeli, and German intelligence officers. So this entire memo was redacted. Let's take a look. Intelligence coverage of diplomatic representatives of friendly foreign nations. As you are aware, at the present time, our coverage on the intelligence efforts of foreign countries here in the United States is primarily aimed at the activities of Soviet and Communist bloc countries. This has been brought about by the fact that those countries represent the greatest threat to the security of our nation, both in the international and domestic fields. Notwithstanding the foregoing, a number of instances have been brought to our attention reflecting so-called friendly nations are engaging in direct intelligence activities against the United States. The case involving Joseph Sidney Peterson Jr., who was engaged in furnishing top-secret information from the National Security Agency to representatives of the Netherlands government, fully portrays the inherent danger in such intelligence activities. They were doing to us what only we get to do to them. See, now, this only goes in one direction. Only we get to spy on our foreign allies, our friendly foreign nations. Our friendly foreign nations don't get to spy on us unless you're Israel, in which case you get to do whatever the fuck you want, okay? Which is part of the reason why I always say, like, half the CIA loves Israel and actively collaborates with Israel. The other half of the CIA fucking despises Israel and wants to stop the cross-pollination. That's... I think we all know which side won. For quite a while now, actually. All right. It reaches another nation. Our security with respect to such information is only as good as the security of the foreign government. The purpose of this memorandum, therefore, is to alert you to the necessity of promptly bringing the Bureau's attention any information developed indicating representatives of foreign countries are engaged in intelligence activities here. Our basic policy is to conduct investigations only in instances where we receive allegations indicating an individual representing a foreign nation is engaging in activities in violation of our laws or otherwise constitutes a security menace. The Bureau is aware that the French, the British, the Israelis, the Germans, and a number of other nations either have regularly assigned intelligence representatives in the United States or, from time to time, send such representatives to the United States. In many instances, such representatives deal with the United States government agencies on an official basis. At the same time, it is possible that such representatives are engaged in other intelligence activities while here. We are requesting other government agencies who deal with intelligence representatives of foreign governments to keep us advised of the identities of foreign intelligence operatives in the United States. There it is. It apparently wasn't until 1955 that the FBI decided it should be spying on friendly nations. State Department had their own views on which country's staff should be targeted and surveilled first: Egypt, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, although it turned out Israel was already covered. Look, he stated that no coverage would be advisable at this time on such countries such as Greece, Turkey, Iran, Iraq, since the conditions in those countries are not, I guess, appropriate. In 1958, FBI was surveilling over a dozen Israeli nationals suspected of engaging in intelligence activities in Washington, D.C. and New York City, which was redacted previously. State Department told the FBI to proceed with caution when trying to develop informants within Israeli diplomatic establishments because most of the U.S. citizens hired by the Israelis are pro-Israeli in their thinking, i.e., watch out for double agents. Oh, no. The bottom said 9/11. Dude, what are you, fucking crazy? This is the JFK files. What are you talking about 9/11? If anything, they're talking about Chile. Potentially. Not 9/11 2001. They didn't. The American intelligence community did not become the architects of 9/11 in like the fucking 50s. Yeah. There's two 9/11s that American intelligence was to a certain degree involved with, you know? More evidence of U.S. CIA involvement in Sudan, Egypt, Syria, Yemen, and Libya. I know this is from 1959, but I'm honestly still pretty surprised it was released in its entirety. Ton of info about collecting against friendly nations. I guess the reason why they released the unredacted files is because most of the stuff is well established at this point, partially because as far as like the active collection of intelligence from foreign allies and not adversaries, but foreign allies specifically, was uncovered by Edward Snowden. So in that regard, they don't see any issue just openly releasing this stuff. I don't know. There's still information, I think, that you can derive out of this. This obviously specifically looks at like what the previously redacted, now unredacted files are. But as far as people claiming that this is, as far as people claiming that this in and of itself is like irrelevant data, I disagree with you. I think that there is some worth in this information. Like, this is valuable information. It's important to now officially confirm previous assertions that were made through circumstantial evidence. This is now direct evidence. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much you can do as far as developing a theory about clandestine activities of the CIA. But when they do deliver unredacted information like this, it basically solidifies those theories. It turns them into facts. It just creates confirmation. I don't think it's a smoke screen. Anyway. From a historian's perspective, you can only assume this stuff, but now as a factual fact is great for correcting misconception in academic sense. Sure. As far as like figuring out who did it, who done it, I don't think we know. I don't think we will ever. I doubt that until like the American regime is toppled in its entirety, will you ever, and even then, there's probably a contingency to burn all of those fucking files regardless. So, I doubt that we'll ever truly get this level of evidence on the who done it. This is an insane sequence of words that I did not understand could exist. Granny Hawktua was a CIA informant on the CPUSA, apparently. Jane Welsh. As the informant is aware, no connection between Lee Harvey Oswald and North Carolina branch of the Communist Party is known to exist. Actions before assassination consistent with previous behavior. Soviet connections recently sent memo denying any connection to Oswald to CPUSA governing committee. Opinion among membership divided on cause and justification of assassination. Party weapons appear to be accounted for with involvement neighboring vicinity of assassination. What? Withstanding neighboring vicinity of assassination? What does WI mean? Member Bleep, who previously served under Bleep, has been unaccounted for since February, although no reason to suspect involvement is currently known. The CIA or CPUSA party meetings at informant Falconry Ranch continue weekly as before assassination. No suspect. Subject is Jane Welsh, 23-year-old CPUSA operations board. I cannot believe that Hawktua's grandmother was a fucking CIA informant for the Communist Party of the USA. What the hell? So Hawktua is a PSYOP. Schizos confirmed. Schizo's vindicated. Schizo's vindicated again. God damn. It's a joke, dude. Falconry Ranch equals Hawk. Yeah, I'm joking. I don't think this is real. But it's fun to entertain it. Hawk to a girl's grandmother breaks silence and reveals one wish. Hawk to a girl, whose real name is Haley Welsh, has posted a video on her Instagram account. The sweet montage set to Small Town Talk shows clips of the meme star doing her makeup in bedroom and stroking horses' muzzles. Close relationship with Granny Jane, who Haley appears to be devoted to. Speaking publicly for the first time, Granny Janie revealed her response to the viral meme, as well as her one wish when it comes to her granddaughter. Granny Janie said, "I don't know how to feel. It's crazy. I never thought anything like this could happen. It's too much to comprehend." She hopes her granddaughter will still stay near her for the rest of her life, stating, "I just want her to stay with me as long as I'm here." Internet sensation Hawk to a girl. How do we know this is like the same person? But this is so stupid. These people are so dumb. I mean, it's a meme. Granny Janie. Was she also Hawk-toing, spitting on that thing? Read the last line. What is the last line? She has been offered $600 to spit in a jar and send it over to... Man, y'all are dumb as fuck. This is a classic go back on the video moment. Like, you're so stupid, chat. Stop. God damn. Covering protests in Turkey today? I did already in the beginning. Go back in the VOD. Here, let's look at why the CIA is a terrorist organization.
The CIA, from the very beginning, at least as early as 1951, has used the information that it has collected. And it has used the information in order to penetrate and to manipulate the institutions of power in whatever country it is operating in order to influence the course of events in those countries. And essentially, this boils down to propping up those forces which are considered to be the friendly forces, and in penetrating, dividing, weakening, and ultimately destroying those forces which are considered to be the enemy forces.
Since its very inception as the Office of Strategic Services, the clandestine operations group known today as the Central Intelligence Agency has engaged in some of the worst atrocities in modern history. In this episode, we're going to take a brief look at some of the crimes of the CIA, and consider the possibility that maybe the good guys aren't so good after all.
The men and women of the Central Intelligence Agency. Without you, our nation's safety would be more vulnerable and our security fragile and endangered. The work you do each day is essential to the survival and to the spread of human freedom. You remain the eyes and ears of the free world. You are the tripwire over which the totalitarian rule must stumble in their quest for global domination.
As with every aspect of American life, the functions of the CIA are hailed as a way to protect freedom and democracy. Its agents are applauded as heroes. On the surface, the notion of gathering information to better understand the capabilities of other nations seems harmless enough. But, as you probably already know, the CIA is not simply the ears of the nation. They're also instigators, propagandists, spies, saboteurs, torturers, and, all too often, murderers. This is a huge topic, and one that I can't possibly fit into a short video, so I'll leave a bunch of links to other resources in the description. We're going to focus on some of the big picture stuff. Let's start with election meddling. According to US politicians, there's nothing more sacred than free and fair elections. We accuse other nations of meddling all the time. Recently, it's been Russia.
Unless the election results are one that we do not like. In which case, we absolutely will do everything in our fucking power.
Iran and China getting the accusatory finger pointed at them. But as much as we want to project an image of our nation as a shining beacon of truth and freedom, we are the worst offender when it comes to meddling in foreign affairs. And it's not even close. The CIA isn't a fan of subtle manipulation. The intelligence agency wants the world to see the results of whatever election or administration they're disrupting. What they don't want is for people to know they're the ones pulling the strings. According to one study, the CIA had engaged in 81 overt or covert interventions in foreign affairs between 1945 and 2000. And that's just the ones we know about, and not even counting the constant meddling and destabilization of the last 20 years. The CIA's weapon of choice for foreign meddling is the military coup. One of the earlier examples is the overthrow of the democratically elected Prime Minister of Iran. Based on what you know about US priorities and the resources of the Middle East, what do you think was the catalyst for this coup? If you said oil...
Is this voice AI? Yes, dude, everything is AI. The artwork is AI. The voice is AI. I'm AI. You might also be AI. There's nothing real anymore. Everything is AI. I feel like Zoomers' brains are so fucking broken, dude. Oh my God. Every fucking video that we watch is like, is this AI? Is this AI? It's not! Jesus Christ.
Congratulations, you're right. The US beating up other countries for their oil isn't just a meme. Masada had nationalized the Iranian oil company, which negatively affected US and British economic interests. To make matters worse, from a US perspective, Masada, while not a communist himself, had earned the support of the Iranian Communist Party. As you'll come to see, one whiff of successful non-capitalist economics and the CIA is called in to destroy everything. In this particular instance, Winston Churchill and President Eisenhower decided to overthrow the government of Iran. The CIA paid some of Tehran's most violent mobsters to stage protests across the city, and orchestrated trucks and buses full of people to come in and seize the area. Between 200 and 300 people were killed in the conflict, which of course the CIA expected would happen. The intelligence agency then propped up a government under the rule of the Shah, who reigned as a monarch heavily dependent on US support to maintain power. Masada was arrested, convicted of treason by the new US-friendly government, served 3 years in prison, and spent the remainder of his life under house arrest, all for the crime of trying to lead his country out from under the boot of Western imperialism. The truth about this coup wouldn't come to light until 60 years later, in 2013, when CIA documents on the subject were declassified. These documents prove the CIA's planning and execution of the coup, their use of propaganda, bribery of politicians, security and military officials, and their approval at the highest levels of government. You may be thinking, okay, if they declassified this information, that means they don't do that kind of thing anymore, right? Well, no.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians, we
don't do that
CIA.
now, though? We don't mess around in other people's elections,
Only for a very good cause.
Can you do that? Do a Vine video on a former CIA director.
Only for a very good cause in the interests of democracy.
All right, thanks.
Laura Ingraham clearly gave this guy the chance to lie and say that we don't meddle anymore, but he didn't take it. The CIA director openly bragged about meddling in foreign affairs for, quote, very good reasons. Call me idealistic, but I don't think there's any reason for a country to disrupt the election process of other nations. But here we are. It's out in the open that we do it to this day. Here's another example of a CIA operative bragging about the types of crimes the agency commits.
We need to make the Iranians pay a price in Syria. We need to make the Russians pay a price. The other thing I would do...
We make them pay the price by killing Russians?
Yes.
And killing Iranians?
Yes. Covertly. So you don't tell the world about it, right? You don't stand up at the Pentagon and say, we did this, right? But you make sure they know it in Moscow and Tehran. Here's the other thing I want to do. I want to go after those things that Assad sees as his personal power base, right? I want to scare Assad. So I want to go after his presidential guard. I want to bomb his offices in the middle of the night.
Well, that happened about 2 years ago. As you remember, when his brother-in-law was...
I want to destroy his presidential aircraft on the ground. I want to destroy his presidential helicopters. I want to make him think we're coming after him, right?
These people aren't exactly subtle about the sabotage and violence committed by their organization. But let's return to the past for a minute. There are plenty more coups to discuss. Another study found that the US was responsible for no fewer than 61 attempts at regime change during the Cold War alone, all spearheaded by the CIA. Just 1 year after the overthrow of Mosaddegh, the CIA launched another coup to oust Jacobo Arbenz, the democratically elected president of Guatemala. This is the moment the CIA established itself as a weapon to be wielded by Western capital. The agency was approached by the United Fruit Company, a US-based corporation, because they were afraid new anti-exploitation laws in Guatemala would negatively affect their profits. The CIA also suspected Guatemala had ties to the USSR. And these two reasons were sufficient for them to launch a coup, oust the Guatemalan president, and install the first in a long line of right-wing dictators friendly to the US. This coup also set the precedent of the CIA lying to the president regarding casualties. So, by 1954, we had a largely unaccountable secret agency undermining democracy and national sovereignty around the world. This trend would continue throughout the decades. In 1963, the CIA planned a coup that culminated in the assassination of the president of South Vietnam, once again in the name of fighting communism. This particular coup resulted in US involvement in a foolish 10-year war, which cost the lives of 58,000 American soldiers and almost 1 million Vietnamese, many of whom were civilians. The CIA would go on to launch coups in Iraq, Cuba, the Republic of Congo, Laos, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Chile, and countless other countries. Each time with little reasoning besides, what you're doing isn't ideal for the US. These coups often led to horrible destabilization, including civil war, economic depressions, and hundreds of thousands of deaths. Over the course of their reign of terror, the CIA would develop techniques to aid them in the destruction of foreign nations. One such batch of techniques was compiled in a 90-page handbook titled Psychological Operations in Guerrilla Warfare, which was distributed to the US-backed Nicaraguan Contras, and detailed how armed propaganda teams could build political support in Nicaragua for the Contra cause through deceit, intimidation, violence, and assassination. This was a trend that would prove very useful to the US. By outsourcing their more heinous crimes, including over 50 assassination attempts on world leaders, to local US...
Yeah, how can I say America's bad when we've liberated so many people from communist dictatorship, dude? By actively liberating them from their lives. This is... I guess America's always outsourced the brutality when you think about it. And now we're just going to have concentration camps on the Mexican side of the southern border. Fantastic.
Friendly groups, the CIA could maintain a level of plausible deniability. Here's former CIA officer John Stockwell discussing his time in the agency and what their goals were.
They undertake to run operations in every corner of the globe. They also undertook the license of operating just totally above and beyond U.S. laws. They had a license, if you will, to kill, but also they took that to a license to smuggle drugs, a license to do all kinds of things to other people in other societies in violation of international law, our law, and every principle of nations working together for a healthier and more peaceful world. We manipulated and organized the overthrow of functioning constitutional democracies in other countries. We organized secret armies and directed them to fight in just about every continent in the world. We encouraged ethnic minorities to rise up and fight. People like the Mosquito Indians in Nicaragua, the Kurds in the Middle East, the Monks in Southeast Asia. We have organized, and we still do, and fund death squads in countries around the world, like the Treasury Police in El Salvador, which are responsible for most of the killing of the 50,000 people just in the 80s, and there was 70,000 before that. And orchestration, CIA, secret teams, and propaganda led us directly into the Korean War. We were attacking China from the islands, Quemoy, Matsu, Thailand, Tibet. A lot of drug trafficking involved in this, by the way, until eventually we convinced ourselves to fight the Chinese in Korea, and we had the Korean War, and 1 million people were killed. Same thing for the Vietnam War, and we have extensive documentation of how the CIA was involved at every level, or the national security complex, because it's a very cooperative thing, into manipulating the nation into the Vietnam War. Let me just put it this way. The best heads that I coordinate with studying this thing, we count at least, minimum figure, 6 million people who've been killed in this long 40-year war that we've waged against the people of the Third World.
But funding coups and destabilizing entire regions takes a lot of money. Luckily for the CIA, their scope of work was broad enough to include a particularly lucrative industry, drug smuggling. At least as far back as the Vietnam War, CIA operatives were heavily involved in trafficking drugs into the United States. CIA planes would make routine trips to and from places like Costa Rica and Honduras, working with cartels to secure massive amounts of heroin and cocaine, which they would then shuttle back to the US and sell for a healthy profit. Because of their secretive line of work, these planes could land in places where normal customs regulations don't apply. It's a dream scenario for drug smuggling. The piles of money the CIA makes from this practice have directly funded the undermining of democracy throughout the world, with the added effect of introducing harmful drugs to the American population.
I mean, we would never do that now, right? Like, obviously, we would never like invade a foreign nation and seize control over its poppy fields and keep it going. We would never do that. Accelerate opium production that suspiciously never made its way to America. Only the European market. Oddly enough.
Population. Drug running and coups are bad enough, but what really makes the CIA a terrorist organization is their fondness for bizarre, questionable, and sometimes downright evil experiments. Since the end of World War II, the intelligence agency has experimented with everything from chemical weapons to biological.
Yes, I'm talking about Afghanistan, but Afghan poppy never made its way. What the fuck is happening? This dog is panting like crazy. You okay? You got a big walk in, huh?
Biological weapons to mind control and death rays. The CIA is on a never-ending quest to find new ways to secretly kill or otherwise control their targets. You may have seen the movie The Manchurian.
Only 95% of European heroin comes from Afghanistan. Shit, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize. My mistake.
Candidate. The film was based on the CIA's experimental mind control program, where a subject would be hypnotized and programmed with an activation word or phrase, something that, when heard, would trigger their CIA training and turn them into a sort of deadly automaton. The CIA wanted to create these sleeper agents and plant them in target countries around the world. It sounds absurd, but the Cold War was a scary time, and the CIA...
Yeah, you're right. Heroin in America has been Chinese, China white for years, brown shit from Mexico, but all the Afghan shit gets pushed elsewhere. Yeah.
Was a scary place. The secretive agency may have left the notion of mind control behind, but what they haven't given up is torture. Torture is something that no human being should be capable of doing to another, but it's part of the standard CIA toolkit, and it has been for years. This really only came to the attention of the American people during the Iraq War, when the horrific images from secret prisons and black sites like Abu Ghraib found their way onto US television screens. Waterboarding, sensory and sleep deprivation, dogs, insects, electrical shock. All of these and even more twisted techniques were used to get supposed criminals to confess, or get war prisoners to give up valuable information. For years, the gruesome details of America's so-called enhanced interrogation program were hidden from the public. Bits of information trickled out slowly over the course of the Iraq War and the years following. Now, nearly 2 decades after the CIA fabricated the intelligence that led us into war with Iraq, a fuller picture of the horrors of CIA black sites has been assembled. One prisoner, 49-year-old Abu Zubaydah, the first person to be subjected to the torture program approved by President George W. Bush, has provided drawings of what he experienced at a CIA black site in Thailand. Zubaydah, who was captured because the CIA mistakenly thought he was a top al-Qaeda lieutenant, describes waterboarding, which he endured 83 times, being crammed into a tiny confinement box meant to break his resolve, chained in so-called stress positions for hours. For example, his wrists being chained so high that he had to stand on tiptoes. He also depicts being hooded, chained in the fetal position, and tethered to a cell bar to prevent movement. He describes a process known as walling.
That's not true. The Taliban ended heroin within 6 months of taking over. Yeah, no, I know. I'm saying when America was in charge. I'm talking about, I'm saying that I was being sarcastic when I said America would surely never take over the heroin trade to continue funding their operations.
in which the prisoner has his head banged into a wall, and when he falls down, he's dragged back up to his feet by a plastic wrap.
Also, this is identical. Israel uses these torture methods as well in their prisons, their military detention facilities, where they put Palestinians on permanent detention without any evidence whatsoever.
Towel around his neck. Another drawing shows a larger confinement box, pitch black, with the prisoner chained in a seated position over a bucket which was meant to serve as a toilet. Zubaida also describes being deprived of sleep for 2 to 3 weeks at a time, kept awake by having water thrown on him and being chained in painful positions. This is the legacy of the CIA during the Iraq War and for years after. Cruel, inhumane torture, approved by the very highest authority in the country after the CIA fabricated the reasons for invading Iraq in the first place. Today, the CIA claims they no longer torture human beings. Instead, they're known to train non-Americans to do it for them, to maintain their plausible deniability. The CIA trains, observes, and provides equipment to foreign agents who are less constrained by public outcry. The torture continues, but now the CIA can claim that they're not the ones doing it. The question you're probably thinking is, why? Why would our country allow this organization?
This is part of it. Like, this is what I was saying. It's like outsourcing. We outsource everything. We've always outsourced shit, but like, I think part of the reason why CIA doesn't have the same motion it once did was because, like, when you outsource everything, you don't have the same level of control over all of your facilities, all of your capabilities. We've the definite, like, for-profit attitude has unironically eroded the CIA's capabilities now as well.
To exist. It clearly doesn't protect freedom and democracy like Reagan claimed. The answer is simple. The US wants to maintain its #1 spot.
Only 57% of Americans think it should be legal to protest Israel. Wait, what? What are you talking about? 12% say it should be illegal. This is the most, like, this is the biggest, like, non-issue of all time. Yeah. 57% say it should be legal. 31% are weirdly unsure. 12%, oh, my goat, Vincent Oceana. Newsflash, it is legal to protest. Move along, people. Yes, 30% of Americans are stupid. 12% of Americans that respond to this poll are fucking psychopaths. And 31% are stupid. Who cares? These numbers are not as bad as you think they are. Trust me. I know the depravity of the American population. Okay? I'm shocked.
We're currently the sole world superpower. And in order to maintain that position of power, the country needs to make sure that the rest of the world depends on us. And it needs to make an example of alternative economic structures that would undermine the notion of American capitalist supremacy. But don't just take it from me. Here's former CIA operative and whistleblower Philip A.G. talking about the U.S.
Aga baktım Türkiye'ye, konuştum. Abi konuştuk.
Relationship with Cuba and why we were so adamant in destroying them.
So it's not hopeless, but you see how the United States is going around in these areas of economics and of trade and of commerce and finance to try to make the Cuban people suffer as much as they can. And this is affecting, in a drastic way, very young children and infants, and also the older, in other words, the most vulnerable. And it is an eternal shame on the United States, in my opinion, that we would do such a thing to an entire country, just because we don't like the system, just because they won't come under our protection, basically. It's a kind of a mafia attitude, and it has been that way since Eisenhower.
Well, that's capitalism.
Well, it's also the United States and our tradition of being very nervous when we don't control something. And when a country like Cuba slips out from under our control, after we had ruled it practically as a neo-colony or a protectorate for 59 years or so, then it makes people nervous because they know that if the Cubans are successful in their example of being able to provide, as a poor country, the best medical care in the third world to the whole population, because it's an inclusionary system. It's not like we have here, where you have this huge bulk of the population, you know, marginalized. But there, if everybody can have adequate medical care, if the schooling is adequate for all, and remember, Cuba has more doctors and more teachers per capita than any country in the world, and they have succeeded in these areas, and it's all state supported, which means people don't have to put money out for the medical care or for they of course pay the cost indirectly as a whole society, but they don't have to pay the bill in the hospital and so forth. And so that cannot be allowed to stand. It's a very bad example for the United States. So there is a very large mass of people out there who can look at Cuba and say, well, if they can do it, and on a per capita income of $2,000, $2,500 a year, where ours is $22,500 a year, what's wrong with our system? I mean, maybe we ought to consider an alternative.
That's why Nicaragua, Sandinista Nicaragua, had to be destroyed.
Exactly. They were a bad example, and that's why Grenada had to be destroyed, because any movement that comes to power with the idea of providing for all the people and of escaping the control of the United States and its economy, let's say the corporations and so forth, then that is bad news here in the United States in the upper circles of power.
So there you go. It really is that simple. The US wants to maintain its global supremacy, and that requires destroying any competing economic system to prevent people from questioning capitalism. And
I can't think of a current nation that at least bills itself as a transitional socialist state that the American government is actively looking to attack relentlessly and is positioned as the #1 foreign adversary. I can't think of a single one. Certainly, all of the things that we say about our foreign adversaries, especially one that would bill itself as a transitional socialist state, would probably be true and valid, and you must hate them and you must fear them, and you must justify any and every action that we take against them.
Requires keeping the rest of the world under the boot of the...
Yeah, I'm talking about Canada. That's what I'm talking about. I was actually referencing the socialist transitional state of Canada.
United States. It's criminal and morally reprehensible, but who's going to stand up to the most powerful bully in the world? For those of you thinking that this doesn't matter because you live in the US, I've got bad news for you. In 1975, a U.S. intelligence committee found that the CIA owned more than 200 wire services, newspapers, magazines, and book publishers, and subsidized many more. A separate New York Times investigation revealed an additional 50 media operations run by the CIA, both within the U.S. and abroad, and another 12 publishing houses which had produced over 1,200 books secretly commissioned by the CIA. Okay, what does this mean? It means that the CIA has been running a secret propaganda campaign on American citizens for almost half a century. More recently, the agency has awarded contracts worth billions of dollars to Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Amazon, and Google to complete assignments issued by the CIA. The Central Intelligence Agency has its tendrils in every single aspect of modern life: books, magazines, movies, television, social media, and big tech. Just as the CIA works hard to undermine freedom and
Johnny Harris.
democracy around the world, it also works hard to keep Americans convinced that they live in the greatest country on earth, and that there is...
I think after almost a century of successful Red Scare propaganda and the complete elimination of the USSR, I would say like these last couple of decades, I don't even think the CIA has to do this. I think they try to, and they do it in a very stupid way. I think Mossad tries to do it as well. Like when they'll do stuff like, what did those watermelon people ever do for black people during BLM? Like whenever I see someone talk about pro-Palestinian support as watermelon people, I'm like, okay, that's got to be an agent, you know? That's a federal agent that's writing that from behind an anonymous account. Like they do stuff like that, but it's kind of silly. And I don't think it works that much. But, I mean, I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example from the Philippines. China offers Sinovacs to the Philippines in an effort to do some soft power. America needs the Philippines to despise China because America uses the Philippines to ensure that China does not get to stabilize the South China Sea. The Filipino government is the last government that refuses to engage in mutual security cooperations with China. That's why you hear stories about like Filipino boats getting hit with water cannons from like the Chinese Coast Guard, right? That is happening while China is trying to create a security cooperation agreement that it successfully implemented or successfully got on board with every other country in the South China Sea, with the exception of the Philippines. So China, in an effort to do soft power initiatives and show goodwill, offers Sinovacs to the Philippines. What does the American government do? They engage in a covert bot attack, basically, on Filipino social media to try and create fear amongst the population against Chinese vaccines. They run an anti-vax campaign. This was all revealed in a Reuters article that we've shown on numerous occasions. Okay, so they created vaccine hesitancy. They created vaccine hesitancy in the Philippines in an effort to stop them from using and mistrusting the Chinese vaccine that was sent. Instead of sending, Western vaccines to the Philippines, that's what they chose to do. And this was fairly consequential. So it's not that the American government doesn't engage in initiatives like this, right? They still do. They still engage in initiatives like this one. Here it is. This is the Reuters article. Pentagon ran a secret anti-vax campaign to undermine China during the pandemic. If you want to learn more about it, I've read this article multiple times at this point, so I'm not going to do it again. But they used to, and they still do it. But I don't think it's. I don't think every single person that you see on your timeline that's saying like insanely stupid things is actively being paid by the federal government. I think that there are a lot of people that simply want to sound smart, and they are carrying the tradition of wrecker behavior all on their own, without any sort of federal government subsidy, without any sort of paycheck or pay stub from the FBI or the CIA. They're just doing it on their own because they're fucking stupid. Part of the reason why they're doing it on their own because they're fucking stupid is because American education is completely collapsed. There's no critical thinking skills, and social conditioning is so firmly set and so firmly anti-communist, anti-socialist in this country that they don't even need to do it. Like, they can just get it for free.
There's no alternative to American supremacy. The CIA is a terrorist organization, the biggest one in the world, and it needs to be abolished and its records made public. The United States has no right to impose its will on the rest of the world, and it certainly has no right to do it in secret.
Anyway. I tell people that Americans have been lobotomized. Yeah. Every American at birth, myself included, gets immediate government-mandated lobotomy. Otherwise, it makes no sense that these would be the outcomes. Yeah, that video that we just watched got a Department of Homeland Security visit for JT. Second thought. That's a second thought video. And JT literally got a Department of Homeland Security visit after that video. It's also been completely blacklisted on YouTube despite having 700,000 views. Not true. Wait, wasn't it that video that got him the visit? Was it another video? I'm pretty sure it was a different video. I thought it was that one. Which one was it? I need to find the tweet. Go find the tweet and then send it to me. CIA fell off as a self-perpetuating machine now. I think there's some truth to the American psychosis being self-perpetuating, but these ideas aren't just occurring spontaneously. They absolutely still have an insane amount of influence in the rhetoric and propaganda that floats around, even in a lot of progressive spaces. I think that they do have influence, but it's like the same principle behind manufacturing consent. Yeah, it is. I was right. It's the CIA video, no? Yeah, this is going to be an important thread. This thread was prompted by YouTube shadow ban in my new video. Yesterday morning, I released, a video titled CIA is a terrorist organization. Unsurprisingly, it was instantly demonetized. Fine, I'm used to that. After the video went live, I got the usual comments. Clicked as soon as I saw the notification. Views were slightly disappointing, but par for the course for a demonetized video. The video no longer appeared in the subscription feed. Wait, what? This was an obvious lie, and an insulting one at that. Remember, that video was only age-gated. Why wouldn't my video on the CIA, which did not show any explicit violence, receive a harsher treatment? YouTube is notorious. The fact that the video went live received notifications. No, the CIA is a terrorist organization. Am I wrong? Look at the tweet right above. That video earned me a visit from the DHS, who asked me about anti-American sentiment in my videos. A few months ago, I uploaded... Oh, you're right. Okay, my bad. My bad. You're right. I uploaded a video on police brutality that showed explicit acts of violence by the police, and it was understandably age-gated. The video was appropriate only for older audiences, but did not break any of YouTube's terms and conditions. That video earned me a visit from the Department of Homeland Security, who asked me about anti-American sentiment in my videos. That was the first time I realized, wow, I guess people really are monitoring what we say and are willing to try and intimidate us. Shit, my bad. It was not the CIA terrorist video. It was a police brutality video that he put out. Thank you for clearing the record. Thank you. By the way, you should read this. Is going off the same intelligence agency thread of thoughts also important? No. Have you gotten visits from the Department of Homeland Security before? Do you think I would reveal this information? Are you insane? I will not confirm nor deny anything. All right. This is huge. Priscilla Johnson McMillan interviewed Lee Harvey Oswald in the Soviet Union in 1959. She played a key role in shaping public perceptions of Lee Harvey Oswald as mentally unstable lone wolf communist after JFK's assassination, but her role in the cover-up went a lot deeper. In September 1964, the Warren Commission was desperately trying to square the circle on Lee Harvey Oswald being in two places at once, Mexico City and Cuban exile, Sylvia Odio's home in Dallas, Texas. The Mexico trip in and of itself is deeply suspect. Warren Commissioner Senator Richard Russell disbelieved the single bullet bullshit and that Lee Harvey Oswald had gone to Mexico. So Priscilla miraculously found a bus ticket stub showing Lee traveled there while interviewing his wife Marina at home. More here. Then in 1967, Stalin's daughter defected to the U.S. with CIA help. Upon arrival, she stayed in Priscilla's grandfather's home while Priscilla helped her write an autobiography. JFK researchers have suspected she was CIA for decades. That has now been confirmed. Appears to be a new file on CIA's witting collaborator and Marina Oswald friend and biographer, Priscilla Johnson McMillan. Looks like she was very active going back to 1958. What? Why would you not have been visited? I mean, come on. You had a teenage leader of the terrorist Houthis on your stream who took out 100... Why would you not have been visited? I mean, come on. You had the teenage leader of the terrorist Houthis on stream who took out 100 U.S. ships and mass murdered Jews. I know you're joking, except there are people who legitimately think this. I understood that you were joking, except there are people who literally think that. There are people who actually think this. Yeah. Also, you know, the funny thing about the Houthis is that it's a family. Like the Ansar Allah movement is primarily led by the Houthis, who you can tell if they're Houthi or not because it's their fucking last name. So that's why it's very funny when people are like, dude, you just don't know. This guy's a fucking Houthi. Yeah. If his name would literally be Al Houthi if he was a fucking Houthi. Anyway, that's besides the point. It's very stupid. It's very annoying, but who cares? I can't believe you're laughing at someone that personally murdered 5,000 U.S. troops. No, how about 5 million, dude? 5,000. He killed 5 million U.S. troops. He has a devil fruit, big dog. What do you mean? Words used to mean something. Power scaling used to mean something. And now you got Tim Houthi, Charlemagne, so OP. So OP that he's wreaking havoc over the Red Sea with his devil fruit powers, and no one cares. No one cares about it. Yeah, the leader is Abdul Malik al-Houthi. Yeah, you know how all the people that have D's in their middle names, like it's kind of like that. All the people that are Houthis have Houthi in their last name. Yeah, he got the hockey and the devil fruit. Abi coverladın mı İmamoğlu'nu? Yes, coverladım. Sabah. İlk iş. This appears to be the nose of a HSCA staffer who's reviewing CI documents on PGM. It would be nice if we actually had access to those original files. Actually, this file was previously released with a few redactions, such as the case officer's name and various sources and operations name. Where were we? Yeah, we dove into the JFK stuff. I don't know if there's like a good YouTube video. I guess like one of the best JFK coverage, like one of the best like conspiratorial JFK videos you can watch is what's face Oliver Stone. It's not a documentary, but it's a fucking, the JFK movie is pretty good. There's also he covers it in his what is it, People's History? Wasn't that the other one? People's History, like the revamping of the Howard Zinn's People's History of the United States as a documentary, like a docu-series. Wendy does a really good ass theory vid. I proved the JFK conspiracy with a whiteboard. Nah.
On Friday, November 22nd.
What is this? 2 years ago from Sean Munger. Oswald acted alone. JFK assassination solved. Part 1 of 2. The Sean Munger video confirms the previously established government narrative then. That's not what I was looking for. What I was looking for is something different. There's a video that goes into the Foster Dulles angle that I found compelling. GDF has a video on it. What is his video? What is his video on it? Is it the why America really supports Israel? Because I'm going to be a little suspicious on that. I have seen some stuff from GDF that has like rubbed me a little bit in the wrong way. And I used to be a big fan, as you guys know. What I don't understand is that you call Jackson a Fed and make up conspiracies about him. All I'm saying is, first of all, much respect to the Jackson Hinkle heads. Okay. That's number one. Big respect, big ups. You guys are the true loyalists. You are definitely. I respect it. I respect the Jackson Hinkle heads, especially at this stage, you know? All I'm saying is, I find it rather odd that he is a MAGA communist linked up with Tulsi Gabbard, who literally did PSYOPs. Also is a Fed. And he can freely travel to fucking Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory, Venezuela, and the fucking Hasan Nasrallah funeral. Freely. Establishing communications with all matter of anti-American influencers and people that are declared foreign adversaries, even sometimes on like the terror watch list, and freely roam in the United States of America. Deport his ass? No, I'm not. I'm not advocating for that at all. I'm simply stating that I find it interesting that he does not.
In 1956,
he does not get. What is this? This is an unlisted link. This video that you sent me is unlisted. Eyes Wide Open. Oh, I've heard about this. This is a channel I've heard about with 138,000 subscribers. Bush the Father Chapter 1. God damn, this channel is popping, dude. Holy shit. Whoa. Whoa, look at all these. This is like a treasure trove, dude. This is a treasure trove. Does he have anything on JFK? I mean, I'm sure he has something on JFK, but like directly on JFK. Whoa. Incredible. Maybe this? Maybe this would be. GDF got called anti-Semite by Empanada for placing more blame on the Israel lobby than oil for the invasion of Iraq, but Empanada isn't American and just wasn't aware of the actual pressure AIPAC actually holds on individual politicians. Empanada sees American empire from the outside, so his perspective was just underinformed. What is it that you think is problematic with the GDF? First of all, I think GDF himself might not be American either. I don't know. It's just something doesn't smell right. I'm not saying he's bad. I just think that there is it's just something that didn't sit right with me. There's a lot of great videos on GDF's channel. We watched it a lot. I was a early supporter, big time. The video is just describing the Israel lobby by Mersheimer and Stephen M. Walt. It was literally published by Harvard University Press. It's absolutely crazy to claim the GDF video on the book is sus at all, to be honest. Bad Empanada's wrong on that. I haven't seen Bad Empanada's takes on it. My point is, the moment that somebody starts venturing into like Israel controls America territory, I get a little suspicious. Because it's not the case. Not only is it not the case, like, does Israel have an insane amount of influence over American domestic affairs? Yeah, no shit. It's fucking 36 states where it's illegal to protest against Israel, okay? Of course it does. But the moment that you start talking about like Israel controls America, or start doing like Zog shit, Zionist occupied government, which is a fucking 4chan meme initially, like the moment that you reverse the trajectory or reverse the power dynamic and act like it's a monolithic force that ends up controlling the entirety of the American government, and not a relationship that's born out of like mutual desires of controlling the region, is the moment where I get like a little sussed out. He has recent videos of the Warsaw Uprising and the Nazis, and comments are full of Nazis crying about how he changed. He didn't. No. But I do think that he had a fuck ton of anti-Semitic anti-Semitic comments under his videos. It was frustrating. Resending this one time, GDF buys into Israel influence on the U.S. over U.S. having genuine interests of his own a bit too much. I think there's still some use for GDF, but he should be taken with a grain of salt. Yes, there was interdepartment conflict on Israel and a lack of cohesion in the past, as there was on almost everything, but that isn't to say that Israel lobby is what changed this. Anyway, let's I'll watch the Did the CIA Kill Kennedy video from GDF.
Gamal Abdel.
But I just wanted to tell you, like, I was a little disturbed when I saw some comments from his chat, for sure. Like, not his own community. He can't control all the fucking comments, but
Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal Company, prompting an invasion by Israel, France, and Britain. Over in Washington, D.C., a dinner party was being held at Walter Lippmann's house, attended by many of the Washington elite, including CIA Director Allen Dulles. The conversation turned to Nasser when one of the guests jokingly opined, "Allen, can't you find an assassin?" But Allen Dulles responded in all seriousness. While smoking his pipe, he replied, "Well, first you would need a fanatic, a man who'd be willing to kill himself if he were caught, and he couldn't be an outsider. It would be very difficult to find just the right man." What if I told you that Lee Harvey Oswald, the man charged with John F. Kennedy's murder, had no motive to kill him? George de Mohrenschildt, Oswald's dear friend and CIA handler, testified to the Warren Commission that Oswald...
What is the what do you call it? Why is this video unlisted? It's so sad to see GDF's host was found dead 100 miles away from his home after falling backwards into a knife 7 times.
was jealous of Kennedy's wealth, success, and his beautiful wife. But he later published a book in which he recanted all those damning statements that helped frame Oswald as the killer. Lee was not jealous. He was an admirer of President Kennedy. But one man in Washington had all the motivation in the world to kill Kennedy, and he had all the means to do so. It was the same man who orchestrated MK-Ultra, the CIA's mind control and psychological torture program, the same man who orchestrated coups in Guatemala and Iran, and the assassination of Patricia.
So in 36 states, it's illegal to boycott Israel, but not illegal to protest it, right? It's not even like directly illegal in the sense that like you will go to jail for it, but in the proper way to address it would be to say, in 36 states in the United States of America, there are numerous legal pathways, legal hurdles presented against developing or implementing a boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement on Israel. This could mean, for example, having to sign a piece of paper that says you will never engage in any sort of anti-Israeli activity or demonstrate anti-Israeli sentiment in a state like Texas, for example, if you want to retain gainful employment. You know, stuff like that. It is also obviously it's a violation of the First Amendment, but it still exists.
Lumumba. He'd also launched the Bay of Pigs invasion, which very well may have led him to conducting an assassination of another head of state on American soil. This is the story of Allen Dulles.
Yeah, React channels, don't upload my reaction to this video. It's an unlisted video. I don't know exactly what the reason is for why it's unlisted. So don't upload it. I will fucking take it down.
I hate my husband. I hate my husband. I hate my husband. Oh, how I hate my husband. I want to kill him. I will be like a fighting cock with knives on my talons. I will cut him in ribbons with sharp knives. I will cut him in the back. I will even perhaps cut his throat with a sharp knife tied to my talons when I am a bloody, murderous fighting cock. That's Clover Todd Dulles, Allen Dulles' wife. As you may imagine, Dulles didn't exactly treat women with the utmost tenderness and compassion. His sister Eleanor claims he'd had at least 100 affairs. During World War I, when Dulles was working as a diplomat in Switzerland, he began an affair with a young Czech woman in the U.S. legation office. When British intelligence told him that she was actually a double agent working for the Germans, Dulles took her out to dinner, then took her on an evening stroll along the cobblestone streets, right into the arms of British intelligence. She was never seen again. Dulles had quite the capacity for cruelty. He showed a coldness and lack of empathy for others from a young age. Eleanor Dulles, his sister, described an incident at their family's summer getaway in Watertown, New York. When Allen, who was 9 at the time, watched his 5-year-old sister Natalie fall into a lake. She was flailing and unable to rescue herself, and he just stood there and watched, even though he was a strong swimmer. His mother had to run out from inside the house to save her. This cold detachment from others would serve him well into his adulthood, as it allowed him to work with the most unsavory of characters, including fascists and war criminals. Allen and his brother, the future Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, would run Sullivan & Cromwell, the corporate law firm in New York. Their clients included Germany's Krupp Steel and IG Farben, which produced the Zyklon B poison used in concentration camps during World War II. They also made extensive use of slave labor. The Dulles brothers would go to great lengths to keep these nasty secrets from coming to surface. Shredding of captured Nazi records was the favorite tactic of Dulles and his associates. At the war's end, Allen Dulles would secure the escape of untold numbers of Nazi war criminals while he served as chief of station at the OSS Bern office. In April 1945,
Allen Dulles is a true demon, a real one.
Dulles personally snuck SS General Karl Wolff and Colonel Walter Rauff to freedom as part of Operation Sunrise. Rauff was the one who created the Black Raven gas vans that killed as many as 250,000 people on the Eastern Front. These vans would be the precursor to the gas chambers. After being put up in an apartment in Rome by the U.S. Strategic Services Unit, Rauff escaped and winded up in Chile, where he became an advisor to Pinochet's secret police. That apartment in Rome would hold numerous Nazi war criminals. There they were protected from army Nazi hunters. Back in Washington, Dulles helped create the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination, which would be headed by Frank Wisner. There, they'd use millions of dollars in stolen Nazi loot to fund anti-communist operations, as well as skimming from the Marshall Plan Fund. They would employ Nazis and Nazi collaborators for propaganda and covert operations, numbering...
Okay, but to be fair, if your enemy now is communist, who's the best at killing communists? The remaining Nazis that were not punished. So you gotta align with them, you know? Come on, guys. I mean, that's the big bad, right? Communism is the big bad. You gotta go with the anti-communists. Who are the anti-communists with like combat experience? Oh, that's right, fucking Nazis. And there you have the invention of NATO.
In the tens of thousands. The Dulles brothers leveraged their powerful corporate positions to insert themselves deep into Republican politics. They provided one of their own attorneys to run Dwight D. Eisenhower's presidential campaign, and apparently tapped Richard Nixon to be his running mate. Allen used his position at CIA to good use, digging up dirt on Democratic candidates, and funneling money through front groups to the Eisenhower-Nixon campaign. Allen and Foster earned Eisenhower's good graces, and they were generously rewarded. Foster would rule the diplomatic arm of the federal government at U.S. State, and Allen became the Director of Central Intelligence. That year was 1953, and Mohammad Mossadegh of Iran would nationalize the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. What followed was the plot to overthrow him. After a crippling economic blockade, the CIA paid agents to create large angry mobs, which stormed the Prime Minister's residence. Rebel forces rolled 24 tanks alongside them, and fired an artillery shell into the residence. Mossadegh barely made it out alive by scaling a fence. Mohammad Reza Shah would take his place, and with the help of the CIA,
Yeah. Another amazing footnote of American democratic initiatives is actively undermining the democratically elected leadership and putting in place our guy who happens to be a fucking monarch, also incredible torturer, like just crazy amounts of torture. Petition to skip this video. Wait, why?
they'd create a security apparatus that tortured thousands of people. The next year came the toppling of another government, this time in Central America. Before 1950, the United Fruit Company owned nearly every mile of railway in Guatemala, along with the entire telephone system and the only port on the Atlantic coast. It was also the single largest landowner in the country. A new nationalist president named Jacobo Arbenz promised to repatriate some of this splendor with a bill that expropriated land that wasn't under cultivation. He also offered compensation for the loss, but Arbenz had gravely underestimated the wrath that would follow. CIA pilots rained bombs down on Guatemala City, and the president fled fearing for his life. The US had installed a colonel by the name of Carlos Castillo Armas, turning Guatemala from a democracy into a military dictatorship. In one of the most violent examples of US regime change, the CIA provided military officers with killing manuals, or more specifically, CIA handbooks on how to carry out political assassinations. They even provided a so-called disposal list of 58 targets to be liquidated. That list grew to more.
He yaps and conjectures a lot for a video with no sources, paints a vivid picture, but this ain't journalism or historical analysis. I'm pretty sure he does actually fucking. I mean, he usually does present his sources. I guess he did it. Maybe that's why he unlisted this video. But I haven't seen anything. Everything that he brought up so far is well documented. He has not said anything that's even like remotely weird or off color in this video at all. Like virtually everything that he has said so far is not even, I mean, you could say it's like a little bit reductive, or maybe it doesn't like cover everything because he's just like kind of going over it. But yeah, none of this is like weird or new information.
More than 70,000 people, or 10% of the adult population of Guatemala. The violence and genocide of the native population that followed would kill hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, another covert operation was taking place at home. The Cold War had ushered in a new kind of technological race, the race for control of the human brain. The CIA would utilize university professors, doctors, and scientists at dozens of institutions to study brainwashing and psychological coercion, or more accurately, psychological torture. Expanding on the previously named Operation Artichoke, the program would take on a new name, MK-Ultra. Subjects for this human experimentation were the most vulnerable, including prisoners at CIA black sites, who suffered drug-induced psychosis and even death. Others were found in the halls of hospitals and mental asylums. Without their consent, the sick and the mentally ill were fed mind-altering drugs, such as high doses of LSD and methamphetamine. They would be kept in solitary confinement for days or even weeks. Allen Dulles' depravity knew no bounds, as even his own son wasn't spared. He sanctioned CIA doctors from the MK-Ultra program to conduct experiments on Allen Dulles Jr., who had suffered a brain injury in the Korean War. These experiments included insulin shock therapy, intentionally overdosing Allen Jr. with insulin, causing violent convulsions and excruciating pain.
Did the current news dry out? No. This is directly related to current news. I do genuinely despise people that come in here and have this like incredibly fucking like weird I own the road, I own the show attitude when they come in here and they're like, I don't like what you're watching. What happened? The fucking current news riot is literally the question of the video is, did the CIA kill Kennedy? One of the top news stories of the fucking day is the JFK assassination files being being released without previous fucking redactions. Shut the fuck up. God damn. So many motherfuckers are unbearable.
He told his sister Joan, "Can't you do something for me? I'm going mad." In April of 1959, Allen's brother, John Foster Dulles, would die of an aggressive colon cancer. The Dulles brothers as a pair were no more, and it fell on Allen to carry on their legacy. With Eisenhower's second term coming to a close, the race was on to secure a seat in the new administration. He'd played both sides of the 1960 presidential campaign, feeding intelligence to Richard Nixon and Democratic candidate John F. Kennedy. Kennedy would of course win by a razor-thin margin, and to appease the Republicans still in the federal government, he'd keep two Republican bigwigs. J. Edgar Hoover would remain at FBI, and Allen Dulles would remain the Director of Central Intelligence. As usual, Allen Dulles' clever political maneuvering would pay off. Dulles would undermine Kennedy's foreign policy immediately. Actually, before he even got into office, Dulles was conspiring with the Belgians to overthrow the democratically elected government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Dulles' CIA would provide intelligence and material support to the military, particularly those loyal to future despot Joseph Mobutu. The newly elected post-colonial leader, Patrice Lumumba, would be put into quite an unlucky position, driven out of Kinshasa and running for his life. He'd be chased down with the help of the CIA and Belgian intelligence. Agency assets would savagely beat Lumumba and his family, even his 1-year-old son. They'd then kill Lumumba in cold blood. Kennedy wouldn't find out for a month after the killing. You see, Kennedy's politics were too disparate from the old Republican Guard, who still had a strong hold on the Pentagon, the CIA, even the White House. And the establishment soon came to resent him, even hate him for it. Years after Kennedy's death, H.R. Haldeman, aka Bob Haldeman, was the chief of staff for the Nixon White House. Haldeman is best known for his role in the Watergate scandal, as he was actually convicted on conspiracy, perjury, and obstruction of justice charges. But a less well-known fact of his life adds some interesting insight into the fate of President John F. Kennedy.
This was
in his
also
post-Watergate
covered in the
book titled The Ends of Power, Haldeman describes conversations with Nixon, his boss, which were all recorded in what are now known as the Watergate tapes. In these tapes, Nixon is heard covering his tracks and trying to keep his team of CIA conspirators from talking, including Howard Hunt, the ringleader of the Watergate burglars. Nixon is famously heard offering $1 million in cash to shut them up. But Nixon is very clear on keeping Howard Hunt quiet specifically, based on his long history with the CIA. Hunt had overseen the Guatemala coup and other covert operations, like the Bay of Pigs fiasco. Hunt will uncover a lot of things. You open that scab, there's a hell of a lot of things. This is going to open up that whole Bay of Pigs thing, and it's going to make the CIA look bad. It's going to make Hunt look bad, and is likely to blow the whole Bay of Pigs thing. And we think it would be very unfortunate for the CIA and for the country at this time. Bob Haldeman would later clarify these remarks in his memoir. It seems that in all those references to the Bay of Pigs, he was actually referring to the Kennedy assassination. The Bay of Pigs invasion was launched on April 17, 1961. Over 1,400 CIA-trained Cuban exiles approached the island from the ocean, in what has since been called an extraordinarily disorganized and poorly planned operation. Most of the fighters would be killed or captured, but we now know that the plan was flawed from the beginning, on purpose. The military and CIA wanted to use the failed Bay of Pigs fiasco to usher in a full military invasion of Cuba. The chief of naval operations, Admiral Arleigh Burke, even took the liberty of going...
Bro. The CIA at the time was wilding out. There was a plan to fucking do a 9/11 in Miami and then blame it on Cuba. They literally had actively a plan to blow up Florida and then blame it on Cuban revolutionaries so they could go to war with Cuba. Like, it is crazy. This is the peak, I would say. Like, around this time was when they were really popping.
Behind Kennedy's back to position naval destroyers with Marine battalions off the shores of Cuba, anticipating that U.S. forces might be ordered into Cuba to salvage a botched invasion. They also hoped that Kennedy would assist the plan further with air support. Kennedy said no to all of it. Leaving the work of the CIA to speak for itself, the Bay of Pigs invasion was nothing but a monumental failure that fell right onto Allen Dulles' lap. After the failed invasion, Kennedy went on the attack. Rumors started spreading in the agency that the president was going to commence a reduction in force, codenamed the 701 program.
The famous line comes from here when he says, I want to tear the CIA piece by piece and blow it into different directions with the wind or whatever.
Roughly 1 in 5 employees would end up being canned. And then there was the man at the top, Allen Dulles, who was forced into retirement. Allen Dulles had been crossed, and this wasn't a man that let anyone get away with that. Kennedy quickly became extraordinarily unpopular. No, hated by the top Republican brass at the Pentagon, the agency, and the White House. Daniel Ellsberg, who later became famous for leaking the Pentagon Papers, describes the atmosphere at the time. There was virtually a coup atmosphere in Pentagon circles. Not that I had the fear that there was about to be a coup. I just thought it was a mood of hatred and rage. The atmosphere was poisonous. Poisonous. It was 2003, and Howard Hunt, the agency man and Watergate conspirator, was essentially on his deathbed. He was 84, and his long-estranged son, St. John, wanted him to open up about his endeavors as a spy before he left this earth. St. John never believed his father's story of where he was on the day of Kennedy's death. Howard had testified to Congress that he was in Washington, but Dorothy, St. John's mother, contradicted that story and told him he was actually in Dallas. After prodding his father for the story for years and writing him a long, pleading letter, Howard finally obliged, and his son flew to South Florida to see him in what would be his last conversations with his father. Hunt explained to his son that in 1963, he had been invited to a clandestine meeting attended by numerous CIA agents connected to the anti-Castro movement. These included future Watergate burglar Frank Sturgis and CIA assassin David Morales. Morales was the chief of operations at the largest CIA station in Miami called JM Wave. They were all gathered to discuss an operation, but it quickly became clear to Hunt that this operation was the assassination of the president.
Yeah, okay.
According to Hunt, Morales and Sturgis referred to the president's killing as the big event.
I mean, look, it lays out, to a certain degree, major reasons as to why the CIA would want to assassinate him, which I understand. But, like, if the pivotal piece of information is a deathbed confession, like, of a secondhand, like a deathbed confession coming from a former guy. Not exactly the smoking gun. Well, I don't know enough. I don't know anything.
Event. Morales told Hunt that he had been picked for the operation by Bill Harvey, a CIA man who oversaw the many assassination plots against Fidel Castro. He'd also served as chief of station in Rome. According to his Rome deputy, Wyatt, when the news broke about Kennedy's death, Bill Harvey's reaction indicated that he had prior knowledge. Harvey has long been suspected of playing a role in the killing, and according to Wyatt, Harvey traveled to Dallas in November of 1963. The Kennedy assassination would be investigated yet again by the House of Representatives from 1976 to 1978. According to the committee's prosecutor, Dan Hardway, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Harvey was in Dallas in November 1963. We considered Harvey to be one of our prime suspects from the very start. He had all the key connections, to organized crime, to the CIA station in Miami where the plots against Castro were run, to other prime CIA suspects like David Phillips. We tried to get Harvey's travel vouchers and security file from the CIA, but they always blocked us. But we did come across a lot of memos that suggested he was traveling a lot in the months leading up to the assassination. What Hunt described to his son was a plan that was overseen by Bill Harvey and David Morales, contracting sharpshooters from the Corsican underworld, who had a long history with the CIA. 10 years later, in 1973, after an evening of heavy drinking, Morales would let slip what happened to his attorney. We took care of that son of a bitch, didn't we? Lee Harvey Oswald, the man accused of Kennedy's assassination, is now known to have been an asset for American intelligence agencies. Upon his arrest, Oswald attempted to call a military intelligence officer in Raleigh, North Carolina. He was probably calling his cutout. He was calling somebody who could put him in touch with his case officer. Prior to the assassination, Oswald was the subject of secret intelligence reports at CIA, FBI, State Department, and the Office of Naval Intelligence. Everywhere you look with him, there are the fingerprints of intelligence. After Kennedy's death, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover immediately pulled CIA surveillance tapes of phone calls supposedly made by Oswald. It quickly became clear that the voice on the tapes was not Oswald's. They were an impersonator, calling the Cuban and Soviet embassies in Mexico. Hoover informed Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, who was stunned by this fact, since it revealed that Oswald was deeply involved in espionage activities. Lee was also being groomed by George de Mohrenschildt, the man from the beginning of the story who recanted his testimony. Mohrenschildt's spy handler was Colonel Lawrence Orloff, a CIA informant who was a partner of J. Walton Moore, the CIA's station chief in Dallas. But here's perhaps one of the most damning pieces of evidence. In September of 1963, Oswald was spotted in Dallas by Cuban exile leader and
What's happening? Do we have a... What is going on? Hinkle Hoopers, you triggered every dumbass MAGA communist. Now they're up your ass. Respect to the ACP heads.
Antonio Veciana. What makes this sighting so spectacular is that Oswald was accompanied by David Atlee Phillips, a CIA legend and a major player in Latin American intelligence operations. He would later be investigated for his role in the assassination by the 1976 House Committee. This gave much further weight to his close ties with American intelligence agencies. So, was Oswald the CIA shooter? Well, there are serious issues with the evidence. We need only look directly from the Warren Committee.
I think it's pretty funny that all the Jackson Hinkle heads are coming in here right now and yelling about me suspecting him of maybe being potentially a federal agent, as we are literally looking at a guy historically who was declared sympathetic to socialist causes and assassinated JFK for that reason, when in fact he was quite literally a naval intelligence officer and actively worked with pro-Fidel Castro or pro-Cuban Revolution movements in an effort to establish himself as a revolutionary figure in America.
Commission and House Committee investigation reports and transcripts. What follows is just some of that evidence that throws a wrench at the official narrative. Starting with the gun. According to the government's firearms expert for the Warren Commission, a gunsmith from Aberdeen Proving Ground, the sight on the rifle was built for a left-handed shooter. Also during the Warren Commission, Oswald's brother John testified that Lee was right-handed. The rifle, an Italian Mannlicher Carcano, was also horribly inaccurate. Test firing done by Ronald Simmons, the chief of infantry weapons for the Army, showed it fired high and to the right. Then there was Sebastian Latona, the FBI expert for the Warren Commission. He personally dusted the gun for fingerprints, and, well, here's an exchange with him and assistant counsel Melvin Eisenberg. I was not successful in developing any prints at all on the weapon. I also had one of the firearm examiners dismantle the weapon, and I processed the complete weapon, all parts, everything else, and no...
What is a mudfucker? What is that? Is that like some racial term? What does that even mean? What the fuck does that mean? I've never heard that before. It sounds very racist. Bro, Jackson Hinkle fans know different levels of racism that I've never heard before. Like, I've never even encountered before. And I know all the fucking racist terms. Wow. That's wild. Huh. Like, I pride myself on being the racism sommelier, and I'm out here learning new shit that I didn't even know existed. What does it mean? What? Anyone who uses falsehoods and blatantly lies to justify a self-elevated position? When someone is having anal sex and person taking it up the ass shits? Huh. What? God damn, stop fucking posting. Oh my God, dude is like losing his mind. He's like, dude, you have to understand what this fucking term is. It is alarming. I must get it to you. Probably the anal sex thing.
Latent prints of value were developed. Does that include the clip? That included the clip. That included the bolt. It included the underside of the barrel, which is covered by the stock. Were cartridge cases furnished to you at that time? They were, which I processed, and from which I got no prints. Therefore, the net result of your work on Exhibit 139 was that you could not produce an identifiable print? That's correct. After shots were fired at Dealey Plaza, the scene of the crime, dozens of people, including at least 21 Dallas police officers, immediately rushed the so-called grassy knoll, searching for the killer. The grassy knoll at Dealey Plaza stands in front of where Kennedy was shot, while the Warren Committee concluded that all shots were fired from the president's rear. Out of 216 witnesses, 52 said they heard shots coming from the grassy knoll, while 48 said the book depository. 37 couldn't tell where the shots came from, and 70 weren't asked at all. An hour after the assassination, Secret Service agent Richard Johnson received the so-called magic bullet, which traveled through Kennedy's throat, from Parkland Hospital head of security O.P. Wright. Wright was previously a Dallas police officer himself, and well-versed in rifle cartridges. He described the bullet as a .30-30 round with a pointed tip. It did not resemble the magic bullet that was shown to him later, the one now held at the National Archives. That one has a flat tip. It wasn't only Wright who didn't recognize this new bullet, but also Secret Service agent Richard Johnson, Secret Service Director James J. Rowley, and the orderly who found the bullet at Parkland Hospital, Darrell Tomlinson. Also at Parkland Hospital were the two surgeons who operated on Kennedy and attempted to save his life. Both surgeons believed that Kennedy had been struck from the front as well as the rear.
The bullet that killed him, I think, was fired from the front and hit him in the hairline and then blew out the back of his skull on the right side.
And this is where your thinking differs from the Warren Commission's report.
Yes.
They reportedly came under intense pressure to remain quiet about it and wouldn't come forward for nearly 30 years. Dulles would claim that after he heard the news of Kennedy's death, he would head back home to Washington, but his own personal datebook reveals that this was a lie, and he actually spent the entire weekend at Camp Peary, known by CIA case officers as the Farm. The Farm is the location of a secret training base for CIA officers of the Directorate of Operations, the clandestine service of the agency. Here, recruits are trained in espionage before they're sent overseas. From November 22nd through the 24th, Dulles, the now retired spy chief, would set up a base of operations there. This highly eventful weekend would see the arrest of Oswald, his questioning by Dallas police, the return of Kennedy's body to Washington, and the return of his limousine, where Secret Service agents dumped water into the bloodstains in the upholstery, completely destroying the evidence. Oswald would also be murdered over the weekend. Future CIA Director Richard Helms would personally persuade President Johnson to appoint Dulles to the Warren Commission. He wanted to make sure no agency secrets came out during the investigation. And of course, if Dulles was on the commission, that would ensure the agency would be safe. Johnson felt the same way. He didn't want the investigation to dig up anything strange. Over the course of the investigations, Dulles would write novelist Rebecca West, struggling to come up with a motive for Oswald. I wish sometime you would sit down and write me a line as to why you think Lee Oswald did the dastardly deed. All I can tell you is that there is not one iota of evidence that he had any personal vindictiveness against the man Kennedy. 3 years after the Warren Commission ended, 2/3 of Americans polled did not agree with its outcome, which said that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. At the end of 1969, Allen Dulles came down with a bad case of the flu, which was so severe that it left him bedridden. By Christmas Eve, Dulles would be in Georgetown University Hospital. The infection had spread to his chest and turned into pneumonia. A month later, on January 29, 1969, Allen Dulles finally passed away due to complications from his illness. He lived to be 75 years old. So, who do you think killed Kennedy? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, everyone, and a special thank you to my patrons. Plenty more videos on the way. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out. Thanks, everyone.
Bro, I don't know. Okay? I don't know. I still think it's sus. Guess who's back in the Israeli government? Oh, yeah, of course. Ben-Gvir. Of the Jewish Power Party. Thank God, they're back. It'll never not be interesting that Israelis just simply can't comprehend that.
I've been in Spokane for.
Bombing Gaza is seen as like an exit ramp for these guys, and a very successful one, always. Always and forever. No matter what happens, you predicted denaturalization was coming 7 years ago and it still hasn't happened, and you highlighted this false prediction. That's such a funny thing to say right now. How can we think we know anything about history when we can't even tell for sure who shot the most powerful man in the world on camera just 60 years ago? I don't know. It makes sense. It happens. Let's see what this guy's best video is. The history of the CIA, Operation Sunrise, and the plan for a new Europe, Part 2. I kind of want to watch one of this guy's videos, but before we do that, let's do some HOGWATCH. And by that, I mean, we're not even watching hogs, really. We're watching the hogs rise up, liberate themselves from their chains.
For 39 years from New Jersey. I've never been involved in politics before, but this is getting really scary. Okay, so the things that frighten me is the way this insane president talks about Canada as a 51st state. Taking Panama by force and buying Greenland. How does this person qualify as sane? Why is he not being impeached right now?
You better be like, get that traitorous flag out of here. It's illegal. It's terrorism to have the Canadian flag. You will only fly the Unionist flag of Canada now that Canada is officially under the American Protectorate. Yeah, look out, lady. You called Trump insane. That's terrorism. You might get some serious penalties for that sort of thing nowadays, you know?
So, in short, I don't support us absorbing Canada. Canada, that would be like taking... Canada's been a good neighbor. Canada is much more liberal and left-wing than the United States. If we took Canada, taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats.
Oh, that's what's stopping you. Okay. Dude, what a... Brilliant. Yeah, the real issue is if we take Canada, they're too libtard. We're just going to be liberal. That's unironically the reason why we didn't seize more Mexican territory back in the day, because people were so racist. They were like, that would mean we would have to live alongside more Mexicans. We don't want that.
Yeah. If we took Canada, the Republicans would never have control again. So we don't want that to happen. On the other two, if we could get Greenland peacefully, I'm all for it, and we should have never given up Panama.
This is a question that comes from Barbara and can serve as our concluding question for the night regarding checks and balances between the different branches of government. Given the trajectory of the administration, the continued agreement of the Republican Party, is there a line in the sand for you? That is to say, is there any point at which you might stand up and tell them no? What is...
No. The answer is no. Let's be for real. I don't care what he says. We know the real answer is no.
In the interest of your people In Eastern Washington, what is your line in the sand?
Well, in general, I swore an oath to the Constitution. It's very serious to me. I swore an oath to the Constitution before I went to Iraq. I swore an oath to the Constitution becoming a member of Congress. I would say that I understand this room is different than the rest of Eastern Washington, but you guys, you are. So, y'all are wrong. I think, and I'm not saying you're being, I'm not saying you're being disingenuous in your heart of hearts, but you have a perception that America is spiraling to some kind of a constitutional crisis. Yeah. And by and large, while I would have some disagreements with President Trump on some things like tariffs and some other issues, by and large, what people of America see, what people of Eastern Washington see, is President Trump delivering on his promises. And so,
well, numerous town halls are scheduled to take place across the country, and if recent town halls are any indication, tempers will be running high. Here's Republican Congressman Michael Baumgardner's town hall in Spokane, Washington last night. Watch this.
You have a perception that
it's so cooked. Like in 2016, 2017, there was this attitude amongst the Republicans to at least like openly acknowledge that it was shameful, like Trump was behaving in a shameful manner. They're so gone. Gone are those days, baby. And with no opposition whatsoever, the only thing you're going to see is just like voters actively freaking out. That's it. Yeah, I thought it was Spokane, but chatters are saying, no, it's Spokane.
America is spiraling to some kind of a constitutional crisis. By and large, what people of America see, what people of Eastern Washington see, is President Trump delivering on his promises. And so,
and Democrats are also feeling the heat from voters. Here's what one frustrated Medicaid recipient told Senators Mark Kelly and Ruben Gallego at a town hall in Scottsdale.
We're trying to shield ourselves before we're wounded, and we don't know how. Would you mind telling your colleagues in Washington that when they're burning down this house, there's people still inside? My kid is inside.
A lot of emotion and passions there. We're joined now by CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju. You know, Manu, typically during recess, as members of Congress are in right now, they hold these town halls, but you don't typically see this kind of fiery reaction.
Yeah, you really don't. In fact, this reminds me a lot about 2010 during the old Tea Party wave, and as the Obamacare was being pushed through Congress, we saw Democratic members at the time really getting a lot of backlash from voters. This time you're seeing Republicans also in a lot of the spending cuts that have been happening, the DOGE effort and the like, a lot of anxiety among voters. Republican leaders have counseled their members not to have town halls because they're concerned about these viral moments distracting from their message. They contend that some of this is manufactured, but it's clearly some real constituent concern as well. There is also concern on the Democratic side of the aisle, as you saw there from those Democratic senators from Arizona feeling some heat because members are not happy with their own party. We saw that from CNN polling this week about how they are held in such low regard among Democratic voters. And of course, this comes as amid this leadership battle that is facing Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, his decision to allow the government to be funded by this Republican spending bill, not block this, battling with the House Democrats as well. Earlier today, when he was asked about whether he would step aside, he made clear that he was going to stay as Democratic leader, said he was the best person for that position. What will be interesting today is Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, is having his own press conference today. The last time he had a press conference on Friday, he was asked, does he have confidence in Chuck Schumer? He said, next question. What will he say today when he is asked about this very same question? We'll see what he has to say there, because Democrats are trying to get on the same page after this really messy internal battle.
They certainly are. And the two leaders met on Sunday after that press conference. So we'll see if if he changes his tune after meeting with Schumer. Thank you so much, Mani Raju. Wolf?
And it's interesting that Manu still can join us here in the Situation Room because the House and Senate are in recess.
Yes, we love having you here.
Otherwise, you'd be chasing those guys through the halls of
It's
Congress.
very nice to sit down every once in a while, Wolf.
Good to have you in the Situation Room.
Respect us! We already decided already!
This one's my favorite. This is the best one, especially because he's such a funny looking guy and his facial expressions throughout this process are hilarious. When they start screaming tax the rich, he's just like, oh, I don't know what you're saying.
A heated town hall.
Whoa! Showing a lot of leftists out here. Hey. Yo, chill out with these radical Black Panther Party Maoist third worldists out here. Yo! I didn't know Nebraska ran like that. I didn't know Nebraska was equipped with the revolutionary potential of a developing nation that has been undermined by global capital, Western Empire. I didn't realize these were the real Maoist guerrillas.
Debate in Columbus, Nebraska for Republican Congressman.
Yeah, we went from Antifa to Grantifa. Antifa. Goddamn. Someone said baddies. They are baddies. That's a bad bitch right there. That's a bad bitch that wants Social Security to remain what it is. That's the baddest bitch.
Mike Flood. Politics, it can be passionate. It can also be polarizing.
Tonight, all of that is on display as Nebraska voters want answers to real-life decisions impacting them. First Alert 6 reporter Bella Caracta has our coverage.
As Republican lawmakers are being discouraged to hold town halls, Nebraska Republican Congressman Mike Flood powered on.
So your proposal to solve this is to tax the rich.
He's like, yeah, okay. So your proposal to solve the budget is to tax the rich. You're so stupid. Coors Light Cowboy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I've been forgetting to ask you to subscribe. Subscribe! For $6 or free with a Twitch Prime. If you would like to support the show, you can get the new badges, also emotes, and the opportunity to send me links. That's right. Subscribe. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub.
Nebraskans grilled Flood from Social Security to international relations.
20. Stifo Magnifico, thank you for 5.
Yes.
Naruto A&B from 2007, thank you for 5.
Canada is a longtime important ally of the United States of America.
This tense town hall is just a snapshot of politics across America, with others in North Carolina highlighting discontent with Republican political leaders for not pushing back against President Trump's cuts in federal funding programs such as the VA or support for Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Would you agree that your constituents are the boss of you, not President Trump?
I am accountable to you.
For 90 minutes, about 400 Nebraskans attended the town hall.
It's so funny that all of these guys have been like, these are paid actors. These are radical Antifa leftists. Like, that's what they keep saying about all of the people that go to the Republican town halls. And then you see the town halls and it's this. It's always this. It is the most this-ass town hall you've ever seen. One after the next. Like, when I look at this picture, I don't think like these are radical young college campus activists, okay? I think of the name Eustace, a name that no one is named anymore, unless it's a trans lady who decided to name herself that, okay? Nobody fucking calls women Eustace anymore. There is no There's no Eustaces. There's no Gertrudes. They're in the room. This is the Eustace. This is the Gertrude. This is the Beatrice. Okay? That's it. This is the Ethel, the Agatha. They are the ones who are yelling. Ain't nobody's naming their fucking children these names anymore. You know the last time they did that. Last time a person was named that was basically pre-civil rights. Okay? If your resistance movement is comprised of people that are named Ethel and Eustace, then yeah, it's not fucking woke college campus activists. Trans girl erasure? No, I already said that. The only people that are named Ethel or Eustace or those like old school ass names is trans ladies now. Okay, that's it. That's it.
Many taking aim at Congressman Flood.
Is there anything you will do to stand up against Trump?
A great majority of Nebraskans and those in the 1st District voted to elect Donald Trump president in this state.
To many voters, what's happening seems like chaos. For Jeremy Aspen, he says he doesn't recognize the Republican Party, a political party that had always been part of his life.
At a certain point, you just feel like it isn't a fit anymore.
This week, the Omaha man switched parties.
It's a lot easier when the ground shifts under you.
What did it mean?
Dude, it's so funny. Like, Nebraska is such a tiny ass fucking state that when one guy in Omaha changes party loyalty, it makes it to the local news. I love that. Like, what the hell, man? This Omaha man changed party affiliations. But is it far too late? What the fuck?
To be a Republican for you.
Individual rights and freedom, especially free markets.
Aspen, what?
Talk about your real country, you shill. Dude, I did. I did for hours in the beginning. Will you talk a bit about Hasan? Been a big fan. As Turkish immigrants to America living on the East Coast, we're visiting LA. Would be cool to join the stream or something when we're there. Love politics/comedy. Did politics at Harvard, not to brag, just to get your attention. Show some love to the Turkic Americans, maybe. I don't know. God damn, dude. All that Harvard education, and you couldn't even fucking figure out to search, to Google, to see if to go to the VOD, to see if I actually had covered this thing. That's crazy. Talk about it when I'm here. Yeah, that's basically what this is. It's like, you might have covered it, but I wasn't here, so you might as well have not covered it. I have no object permanence.
Was a member of the Douglas County Republican Party, the Nebraska Republican Party, and a delegate to conventions. Now he's a Democrat. Why register as a Democrat and not nonpartisan or libertarian?
If you're going to affect real change, I do think mechanically it just works if you work within that two-party system.
In Omaha, I'm Bella Caracta, First Alert 6.
Aspen now believes Democrats have an opportunity to shift back to center.
We want you to show fight, and you are not fighting.
See, that's a lib right there, okay? That right there, you can tell. He put some stink on it. Like, that is a lib right there, okay?
Fighting.
At this town hall in Forestville, Maryland, Congressman Glenn Ivey got a healthy dose of the idea that even a friendly crowd can turn on you, and on a couple of occasions
Yeah. We need to shift to the center right now. It's real centrism hasn't been tried. Real centrism has never been tried. If real centrism has only been thwarted. Real centrism is not something that simply fails. It can only be failed. Real centrism has never been implemented because the CIA always thwarts the efforts of doing real centrism. One day we will have real centrism. America will be a real centrist, a transitional centrist state with American characteristics. Okay. One day we will have the radical centrism that I wanted. Okay. I wanted always and forever. It's just not here yet. It will get here one day. Okay. Centrism cannot fail. Centrism can only be failed. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knows I'm a nuanced centrist. You didn't even get the best exchange. This is a poop. Is it a poop song?
A better person to audit our government for waste, fraud, and abuse than the inspectors general that Donald Trump fired. Because Elon Musk has conflicts of interest out the wazoo. He gets $40 billion
Okay, this might be a HasanAbi head. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is probably
a year in federal contracts from the.
This looks a little bit more like a HasanAbi head style situation. Okay, I will take ownership over this one. All right. I don't know which one of you actually went there and spoke out on the microphone, but you know, the previous old ladies were definitely not a part of the coalition, but this is a parasocialist out there.
From the federal government.
Trouble hearing you. Can you slow down a little bit?
Elon Musk gets $40 billion a year in funding from the federal government. What makes you think that has no conflict of interest, that he has no conflict of interest? Do you think he would cut that before he would cut our Medicare or our Social Security or our jobs?
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Boo! Boo! Look at this dipshit's face when he gets booed. Look at him. Oh, man.
Efficiency.
Yeah, that didn't really work well in that crowd, did it? Damn, dude.
Next question.
Oh my God, that was so loud. It killed my brain. I'm sorry. Online public comment on Delaware 2B21 off to a hot start. Let's see what this is.
Fascist Nazi billionaires are taking over this country and firing federal employees en masse and trying to annex Canada and arresting dissent, blah, blah, blah. And this bill gives billionaire Nazis more power and not less power. Nazis are taking over and we're actually leaning into it. This is somehow dumber than what Cuck Schumer did. And no matter what you say, it really is because Elon was here a while ago. Because you're like, Daddy Musk, tell me what you want. I'll pass your bills. I'll suck your toes. I'll carry your babies. I'll sig hail, but not really.
Oh, it did
Okay,
the
look,
blowjob noises.
all of you who voted for or will vote for this garbage, you are a traitor not only to the state and nation, but humanity itself. Objectively speaking, the world would be better off had you never been born. But it's not too late. You can still Bud Dwyer yourselves. At least I would enjoy watching that. So, yeah, let's go with that one. Motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
That's blowjob noises. I wrote about the bill, which just passed the House committee and will now head to the floor. Elon Musk told corporations to leave Delaware. Here's what happened next. Senator Lisa Murkowski said at a presser in Alaska yesterday that Elon Musk may take the next $1 billion that he makes off Starlink and put it directly against her. As the GOP colleagues are silent because they're afraid they're going to be taken down or primaried.
Why aren't you a better Republican? And if you're not, get out of the party. You know what? You know what?
By the way, I do want to say something, but listen. Listen. These people are they're fraudulent. Okay? They're fraudulent. They're the whole like, oh, you know, I'm going to do dissent. Like, it's bullshit. Okay?
until Alaskans tell me, Lisa, it's just not working
Figure out,
anymore,
figure out.
I'm going to give you every last breath that I have,
No,
and I'm
let
going
her
to try to
out,
solve.
dude. You can't, because you're already riling her up by petting her. Let her out. Okay, you can play with her if you want.
Every little problem, and I'm not going to compromise my own integrity by hiding from my words when I feel they need to be spoken. I'm going to take the criticism that comes, and it may be that Elon Musk has decided he's going to take the next $1 billion that he makes off of Starlink and put it directly against Lisa Murkowski. And you know what? That may happen. But I'm not giving up 1 minute, one opportunity to try to stand up for Alaskans. But I got to figure out how to do that, and I need Alaskans' help to tell me what they're feeling, so that I can help deal with that. It is, you know, I don't mean to be critical of you. You and I, we can spar at these things, and I actually like the engagement.
Boo, I don't care. Fucking actually put up a strong opposition. If you have any sort of real ideological commitments, get out of here. Tom Tillis released new voicemails, but it might be too spicy for the stream.
I'm just calling to let you know that I listened to the Raleigh News and Observer.
Why does Tom Tillis keep posting his L's like this? It just like it doesn't make any sense. He's just like, yeah, that's right. I'm Tom Tillis, and all of my constituents want to assassinate me. Here are their words. And it's just like why? Why are you posting this? Everybody feels this way, and you're just it's only going to get worse. You know what I mean? Hello, my name is Tom Tillis. All my constituents want to assassinate me in increasingly more violent ways that they describe in gruesome detail. They also keep saying where their home addresses are, what their occupation is, basically goading me to call Secret Service on them. It seems that many of the average age of my constituents that keep saying death threats to me seems to be around 55 years old, as in the primary age for being an active voter for either party. It seems odd that they are so careless in the way that they are doing death threats. I do not understand it. It must mean that they're being brutally honest about their hatred for me. Now, of course, for legal reasons, we disavow. This is unacceptably violent rhetoric. I mean, how could people get so angry? That's right. That's a great question. How could people get so angry?
Their short video where they released some of the threatening phone calls and messages that you've been getting. And I just wanted to let you know that has just been absolutely the joy of my week, listening to those. My favorite one was the really old guy who threatened to, I think he threatened to bash your head in with an axe handle. That one was hands down my favorite. But anyway, that was the most joy I have felt in weeks. So if you could please release some more, that would be awesome. And the comments that supported that video were just, they were just chef's kiss.
How did he see this and not realize like this is having the opposite effect?
They were so good. I saved it so I can listen to them over and over again and then read the comments. It's so good. So please keep releasing those. Keep those coming. It's giving me life, and it's about the only thing these days it is that you're doing. So keep them coming, and I'll look forward.
Yeah, I immediately looked for comments after she mentioned the comments. Comments turned off.
To some more.
Oh God, it's so loud. Fuck.
You, Tom, any of you who work for him. You guys forgot free speech was a thing. I hope Tom gets. I might drive to North Carolina and shoot him dead in the streets like the
okay, the problem here is that's not protected speech. Okay? That's not protected. You cannot. Okay, here, I'll give you an example. You cannot say that as a constituent, you are going to go and shoot Tom Tillis in the streets like the dog he is. You can't say that. That is not free speech. It's funny, but I disavow. You can't say that. You will get a call from Secret Service.
The dog he is. He's scared of death threats. We're scared of the way he is going to turn our country into a by taking bribes and siding with the oligarchs. I hope Tom gets kidnapped and his wife and children and his children's children get tortured in front of him. I might come do it myself. You're all going to die. Tom's going to die when the bullet hits his brain and he drops to the ground and the blood starts pouring out of his head. All the patriotic.
It's so crazy because I get all of this. I am a recipient of gruesome death threats such as this one all the time. And it's pretty funny because like I always want to, when I look at it, I'm like, what direction will this go? You know, what direction will the death threat go? This is unique. Like the whole, I will torture multiple generations of your family, your next of kin is pretty wild. That's like some Bible shit, and not even like new Bible, none of that woke Bible shit. I'm talking Old Testament. It's crazy. This guy definitely is getting a visit from the feds for sure.
Americans will be thankful, cheering, clapping when his office blows up and everyone inside that is contributing along with him dies. All of us patriotic Americans will be clapping, joyous. I can't wait. I can't wait till Tom is dead. The time is coming. Look out.
Hey, I saw you released all the death threats, and I just wanted to say good for them. You guys deserve it. I hope you get more. I hope they get worse. I hope you are scared to come out of your house and leave your office, and I hope you do die soon. I just want you to know that the only thing I hope and pray for every day is your death. You have taken all of the hope, all of the will out, except to hope and will and pray that you die every day. I hope one of those people that sent you death threats comes and does their due diligence for this country. Every single day I wake up and I hope and pray that you don't take another breath. Have a terrible, awful day. I also hope everybody you love and care about, every member of your family, also experiences that same fate.
I hope, I really hope that you either meet the guillotine soon.
The guillotine. Yeah, she took time while on the walk to work to be like, here's a message for Tom Tillis. I think the reason why the beeps are so loud is because, like, if anyone enjoys this conversation, I feel like they are. I feel like they're trying to make you deaf. You're like, oh, you wanted to hear the next drop of Tom Tillis death threats? Well, guess what? You're gonna get punished for it.
Or have a come to Jesus moment where you realize that Marie Antoinette asked everybody in France to eat cake. And in comparison, we are not driving fucking Teslas.
That's crazy. Yeah, I disavow, of course. These people are on your side, Jake. Remember that. Watch the first vid. I already did. It was filled to the brim with statements that I disavow, of course.
In this town hall, the crowd did turn on him.
The message that was sent by Democrats in Congress with the CR catastrophe was clear. It's not that you're in the minority, it's that you aren't even working together on a shared strategy. And that is failure. We are not interested in hearing that you are in the minority. We know that. We want you to show some of the backbone and strategic brilliance that Mitch McConnell would have in the minority.
Thank you for being polite with us, but when it comes to fighting these fights, we need you to be a little bit less polite, a little bit more hell no instead of a little bit no.
That's, dude, you can look at the energy of the people the liberals that go to Democratic lawmaker town halls, and then look at the energy of people that are, calling into Tom Tillis's office or going to the Republican town halls. God damn, dude. Like, that's the difference between an NPR lib who just gets a steady dose of NPR every day and watches MSNBC all the time and is like, can you please respectfully do something? I would like it. Meanwhile, the Republicans or constituents at the Republican town halls are like, if you don't change trajectory, I will change it for you. I will change your oil next time you're at a Jiffy Lube. And it turns out I've done more than that. I put a bomb under your car. It will explode with your children in it. Like what the fuck? The difference is stark, okay? Liberals are like, please, it would be really nice if you were to maybe not allow the Republicans to, I don't know, undermine the federal government and dismantle the regulatory apparatus by laying off tens of thousands of employees. That would be so nice. That's awesome.
Fair enough.
And there may be a time when you and other congresspeople need to do civil disobedience. You need to be arrested.
Sure.
And I will go with you. I will stand next to you and be arrested.
My lead source tonight is the independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. And Senator, it's great to have you here because you issued your own rebuke, as I'll call it, and basically said that you think President Trump needs to turn off Fox News and, quote, read the Constitution.
Look, the guys who wrote the Constitution back in the 1790s were nobody's fools. What they wanted to do is have a separation of...
It's my moot, yeah. I'll be hanging out with them tomorrow. Açma. Oğlum açıp çikolatayı mı yiyeceksin?
Powers between the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary so that one person could not assume enormous power. And what you are seeing right now is a president who is authoritarian. He just attacked the media the other day. I think he called CNN illegal because I gather that now and then you criticize him. He is trying to encroach on the constitutional responsibilities and spending powers of Congress. And now he's going after the courts. Look, if somebody is a corrupt judge, that person can and should be impeached. But not because you voiced an opinion. That's why these guys have life terms. So they are immune from these types of attack, and they can be objective in their judgment. And just a word here. In the last number of years, and I'm not a great fan of Chief Justice Roberts, you have had decisions from the Supreme Court on Citizens United, which allow billionaires to buy elections, one of the worst decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. You didn't see a whole lot of people saying impeach Roberts and members of the court. You had this horrible decision on Roe versus Wade, taking away women's rights to control their own bodies. Again, we live in a society of rule of law. Supreme Court has its power. Judges have their power. And it should frighten every American, whether you're conservative or progressive, that you have a president who does not respect our Constitution and wants more and more power for himself. Very dangerous.
What does it say that the Chief Justice, who, that's a great point, you have also criticized decisions that the Supreme Court has made with John Roberts as the Chief Justice, but what does it say that he felt the need to come out and issue this rebuke of Trump tonight?
Well, I don't know Roberts all that well. I'm not a great fan of his court, but I think he does understand, I suspect, the danger of a president who does not respect the Constitution of the United States and wants more and more power for himself.
It would take 67 senators to remove a judge from the federal bench. That would mean that every Republican would have to vote for it, and I believe 14,
Ain't gonna happen. No,
14
don't
Democrats.
Have to go into it. It's not going to happen. Okay,
Okay,
period. We don't have to. But what we have to worry about is this movement toward authoritarianism. Trump admires and loves people. He thinks they're great. They're beautiful people when they agree with him. But if you criticize them, you're acting illegally. You should be impeached. You're terrible, etc. You're a left-wing fanatic, whatever he calls people. A very dangerous trend. Look, I don't have to tell anybody that we are living in difficult times. And it's not only this movement toward authoritarianism, it's this movement toward oligarchy, where you have a number of billionaires running the United States government, where you're seeing right now with Musk and others massive attacks against veterans and the Veterans Administration. They want to lay off some 80,000 people in the VA who provide health care to our veterans, who make sure they get the benefits that they deserve. You're now seeing a massive attack on Social Security. Presumably they want people with disabilities to now walk in to some Social Security office, although they're cutting back on these Social Security offices all over this country. And at the end of the day, Caitlin, in my view, you got a bunch of these oligarchs who want to destroy virtually every program in America that works for working class people, so that you have massive tax breaks to the 1% and the billionaire class.
Yeah.
And as you may know, I'll be on the road with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez the next few days, trying to fight back against this horrific set of activities.
Yeah, you've been on this anti-oligarchy tour. You've been making stops. I mean, it's really, notable to see the crowds and how many people are showing up. We're showing one of the pictures of you speaking here, and you've been going to all over. I know, to Colorado, to Wisconsin, all over the country. I know you have a lot more stops planned next week. What you just said about Elon Musk and what Trump are doing now that he's back in power, it's safe to say there's a lot of despair in the country over what Democrats are doing, how they're responding to this. You're an independent, but you caucus with the Democrats. I want you to listen to what happened at a town hall tonight with Democratic Congressman Glenn Ivey.
You aren't even working together on a shared strategy. And that is failure. We are not interested in hearing that you are in the minority. We know that. We want you to show some of the backbone and strategic brilliance that Mitch McConnell would have in the minority.
Is that what you've been hearing out on the road, Senator?
I think there's a lot of discontent with the Democratic leadership. And I think with the entire
Be nice if Obama joined in on this fight. Oh, wait, Obama doesn't give a shit about anything but his own wealth. His dad is. Yeah, Obama's going to join in on the fight on the side of the Democratic establishment to be like, keep up the good work, Chuck. You're doing great. Yeah, if he joins the fight, it's going to be on the wrong side, okay? You don't want Obama joining this fight, all right?
Democratic Party. And one of the things that I and Alexandria will be trying to do is get people involved in...
What's he going to do, another Netflix series? He's going to drop another music playlist, dude.
...the political process, either as independents or as progressive Democrats, to stand up for a working class in this country, which is being hammered every single day. Real inflation accounted for wages have not gone up in 52 years, while the very richest people have become much richer. Our healthcare system is broken. Our housing system is broken. Our child care system is broken. We're not making the progress we need to address the climate crisis that we face. And yet the majority of the American people believe that we should have a government that works for them and not the few, which is what we have right now. So I hope we can rally the American people in so many ways to understand the critical moment that we're in and to get them to stand up and fight back, not only against Trump, but in the richest country in the history of the world. We should not be the only major country that doesn't guarantee health care to all people, or paid family and medical leave, or have 800,000 people sleeping out on the street. We're the richest country in the history of the world. we can have a government and an economy that works well for all.
When it comes to that effort in the Senate, do you think Senator Chuck Schumer is the right person to lead it?
It's not. I know everyone's beating up on Chuck, and I strongly disagree with him. Strongly. No one is in the caucus more critical of Schumer than I am. But it's not Schumer. It's the caucus. It's not the caucus. It's the Democratic Party. You got to take a deep breath and understand that you have a Democratic Party. You know, you got a Republican Party, which is owned by Musk. Any Republican who defies Donald Trump will be primaried by Musk, unlimited amounts of money. In the Democratic Party, you got a party that is heavily dominated by the billionaire class, run by consultants who are way out of touch with reality. The Democratic Party has virtually no grassroots support. So what we are trying to do is, in one way or another, maybe create a party within the party of bringing millions of young people, working class people, people of color, to demand that the Democratic Party start standing with the working class of this country and take on the very powerful corporate interests that have never had it so good.
You've been out on the road hearing that from voters with Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as you mentioned. People are saying she should primary Schumer. Do you think she'd be a formidable opponent if she did?
I don't want to go. Look, the issue right now is not worrying about a primary 3 years ago, 3 years from now, whenever it's going to be. That's media stuff, Caitlin. That's not what people are worried about.
It's Democratic voter stuff, too, though.
Wake up. What we have got to do now is wake up the American people. The vast majority of the American people do not believe that we should give tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid, cut Social Security, cut veterans programs and nutrition. And our job is to rally the people at the grassroots level, have them run for school board or Congress or the Senate on an agenda that says that we're going to stand up for working class people, not the rich. That's what we've got to do in this moment.
And certainly, I mean, we have seen this at your town halls, and for people who haven't been watching where you've been going, I mean...
My moot, Caitlin Collins, interviewing my other moot, Bernie Sanders. What a time to be alive. My Twitter moot. My Twitter moots are talking to one another on CNN. It's so stupid.
Your stops across the country. It's been quite fascinating to see just the audience reaction. Senator, I do want to ask you, because tonight we have breaking news that President Trump has fired the 2 Democratic members of the Federal Trade Commission. Usually the president's party has 3 seats. The opposing has 2 on that board. No. Do you believe that move is illegal?
Yeah. I mean, he tried to get rid of the National Labor Relations Board people as well. Look, this is the guy, as I just mentioned a moment ago. He happens not to believe in the rule of law, not to believe in the Constitution, and he will try to exercise his power in any and every way. And the American people have got to stand up and stop him.
Senator Bernie Sanders, always appreciate your time, and thanks for taking time out of the tour to join us here on CNN.
A few hours ago, I said...
Fetterman got gifted a silver pager from BB. Gross. Yuck.
I'm giving him a beeper. Oh, it's a. No, this is a silver-plated beeper. The real beeper is like 1/10 the weight. It's nothing. Really? Yeah, but it changes history.
John and Giselle Fetterman are in Israel this week, meeting with Netanyahu as he resumes full-on genocide in Gaza. Netanyahu gifted Senator Fetterman a silver pager commemorating Israel's terror attacks. Oh, God. Dude, all of Israel's strongest supporters are fucking brain dead. It's so funny. They're brain dead ogres. They're gross. They're gross little freaks. They're monsters. Oh my God, it's a bomb. He's going to... What is this? I really hope whatever battles the guy's body's waging against himself is over soon. Yeah. He makes an expeditious recovery is what Izzy means. Not gonna lie, I think these beeper gifts are low-key symbolic threats. Who knows? Maybe even with a little gift inside. Dude, no. I've thought about that too. I've thought about that too, where it's like, it almost feels like a threat. Why the fuck would I want an explosive beeper commemorating the act of like extrajudicious killing that directly violates international law?
You know, when that story broke, yeah, and I was like, oh, I love it, and now it's like, thank you for.
Oh, I love it. When I think about little kids getting their faces blown off, I'm like, it's my favorite.
For this, yeah. No, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Did you miss when the U.S. gave out silver-plated waterboarding tablets? Tables? Waterboarding tables? Serial killers keep souvenirs all the time. Oh. Breaking, in a powerful moment and huge rebuke of Donald Trump, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, admits it is Trump's tariffs that are now raising Americans' prices.
The forecast for this year is due to tariffs, and since the policy path remains the same, are you effectively reading this as a one-time price level shock?
Okay, so how much of it is tariff? So let me say that it is going to be very difficult to have a precise assessment of how much of inflation is coming from tariffs and from other, and that's already the case. You may have seen that goods inflation moved up pretty significantly in the first 2 months of the year. Trying to track that back to actual tariff increases, given what was tariffed and what was not, very, very challenging. So some of it, the answer is clearly some of it. A good part of it is coming from tariffs, but we'll be working, and so will other forecasters, to try to find the best possible way to separate non-tariff inflation from tariff inflation.
How much of the higher inflation?
Oh, no. Speaking of Israel's strongest defender, check out this from our Queen Medea Benjamin. Yes. Medea.
Who committed.
Look at how low the camera is. She is a tiny Jewish lady, and she creates so much fear and chaos in the hearts of every elected representative. She is my goat, okay? Straight up.
No crime should be arrested. Can you make a statement about Mahmoud Khalil from Columbia University?
To you. You're a crackpot, so.
I'm a crackpot?
Yes.
I'm just asking you if you believe in free speech, and should somebody who committed no crime.
If you are engaged
like
in violent
Mahmoud,
conduct that takes over a building at Barnard College, that's not free speech, that's conduct.
it committed no violent crime
Again,
at all. He was a mediator with the university.
You do the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party.
Sick burn, Richie. Scumbag. Richie Torres, ladies and gentlemen, spent the week leading up to his own personal reelection trying to get me fucking banned and deplatformed. That's how low he will go for Israel. Like, it's shocking. It is shocking how low he will go for Israel, that he will like duke it out with fucking Twitch streamers. I despise him so much. Oh.
I don't even know any.
How was your trip to Xinjiang, by the way?
I didn't go, and I don't know.
Which is ground zero for genocide against the Uyghur Muslims.
I didn't go, and I don't know anybody in the Chinese Communist Party, but you get all your money from a entity that supports a foreign government, APAC.
Anyway, you have a lovely day.
Yeah. Can you say something that you support free speech?
Yeah, he tweeted about me 10 times. He tweeted about me 10 times in the week leading up to his reelection, more than he tweeted about his own district. That is how no motion this motherfucker is. He wrote a letter with a congressional letterhead urging Amazon to ban me. Oh my God. The poorest district in the nation. Dude, think about that. Think about how low in the rung of like Israel, like Israel's attack dog you must be to be dealing with like Dan Saltman and the Diddy G community and Sex Pestiny to be like, yeah, I'll work with you guys. Like, that is like stopantisemitism.org level depravity. You're a fucking American congressperson, dude. Have some fucking decency. Just a little bit of self-respect. You should have been like, yeah, this is a little bit below my pay grade. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking congressperson. Nope. He was like, yup, give it to me. I'm a fucking bottom feeder. I am such a bottom feeder that I will make drama at the behest of a fucking sex pest in his community against a fucking Twitch streamer, like a dumbass Twitch streamer like me. That's crazy. Did he get what he wanted? No, of course he didn't get what he wanted. Like, there are damn near the entirety of Congress is in one way, shape, or form beholden to the demands made by numerous pro-Israeli cutouts, okay? Pro-Israeli groups, lobbying groups in general. They're not fucking doing that because they at least have some self-respect. They at least have some semblance of dignity, okay? Think about that. Think about how little dignity you have to be like it's like commenting on fucking... It's like commenting on pirate software drama, dude. Because like a bunch of LSF posters got up in your fucking DMs, and then you as a congressional representative are like, well, did pirate software actually rat in that raid, in that WoW raid? Like, I don't know. Someone needs to write a congressional letter. You know what I mean? It's so fucking stupid. Like, it makes no sense.
I strongly support free speech.
How about saying free Mahmoud Khalil?
Have a lovely day.
Ugh, he's so gross. I despise him. He's such a little shark. Wait, what? Wait a minute. The misfit patriot that was crying for Israel is out here posting fist me on Growler, which I assume is Grinder for bears. Oh my God. What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? The guy who posted this is literally... Dude, I hate this fucking platform. I just looked up... First of all, let's search who actually sent this to me in the chat really quickly, because I'm going to ask why. WarBearGG, are you aware that the account that you linked me, his name is Carl Roddle? Okay? Let's look at his description. Okay, let's look at his description. This is a good educational opportunity. Okay, this is a good educational opportunity for everybody involved. Okay, you got to look at where you're getting your information from. Okay, you look at the description. It says PhD in history. Okay, fine. Academic. Polyglot. Father. Okay. Resident experts on merchants. What? Resident experts on merchants. I wonder, is he what kind of merchants is he talking about? Attack dog of the Fourth Reich. Bro. Oh, Twitter is so cooked. It's so #learning moment. Twitter is so fucking cooked. So incredibly cooked. let's exercise a little bit of caution on what kinds of people we're linking, okay? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's a fake post. Someone pulled it off his Facebook, then photoshopped it all. Wait, why is there so much? It's crazy that you guys know all the lore of Misfit Patriots. Like, I mean, respect. Yeah, he was an expert on the Mercantile School of Venice and not like using that as a substitute for Jew. Anyway, that's crazy. Oh, the book he wrote, sources on Jews and communism. Okay, we're done. I'm done looking at this dude. Remember when the New York Times dropped the investigation revealing how the Israeli diaspora minister Amichai Chikli used a bot campaign targeting black and minority Congress people? Torres included to support Israel, and immediately afterwards, Rishi tweeted, "Dear Amichai Chikli, I don't need bots to support Israel." Absolute banger. Yeah. He's like, I already am your guy. Why are you botting my replies with pro-Israeli sentiment? I already am the attack dog for Israel. Also, yeah, the people being like, do these guys have any? Why do they have so much free time to be hateful and talking about the Nazi account that we just looked at? I'm letting you know, man. When you open up the faucet, of hate, when you're just like, oh, you can monetize this shit, of course they're gonna do it. Especially when the fucking algorithm. Wait, one more. He wrote a manuscript that has since been deleted on how Jack the Ripper is a Jewish conspiracy theory. Jack the Ripper is a Jewish conspiracy theory. What the fuck does that even... Okay, I don't want to even learn about the insanity. I'm sorry. Okay. I know that sounds enticing to try to dive into the well of mania, like Nazi hallucinations, but sometimes when I hear about a new anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, I'm like, I've never heard that one before, and that's crazy that like people are inventing new ways of doing this. All right. Let me know. Video talked about it. Some idiots tried to make it seem like Jack was a Jewish man and saying Nazi stuff. I also don't understand it. Like, okay, let's say that's true. What the fuck does that mean? Like that literally doesn't make any sense. It's like, okay, yeah, no one said that like a Jewish person is not incapable of being a killer. What if you think that if your inference beyond that is like, oh, this is how all Jews are, you're a fucking psycho. Like what difference does it make? But this is how a lot of these people fucking operate, where they're like, oh, we found another person. This person is a criminal who also happens to be trans. That's how you know all trans people are criminals, just like this one. An Indian national teaching at Georgetown was arrested by immigration authorities in Roslyn, VA, Monday. His lawyer says he's being targeted for his pro-Palestinian views. His U.S. citizen, his wife's father was a Hamas advisor. What? Badar Khan Suri has not been charged with any crime, but his lawyer says DHS whisked him to detention Monday night. He's since been transferred to the facility in Louisiana. His lawyer compares Suri's plight to Mahmoud Khalil. We came across a case earlier on federal docket in VA, but the habeas petition was not public. A quick search of Suri's name, though, revealed his Georgetown connection, as well as numerous articles about his wife, Mafeze Saleh. We then tracked down the petition at the federal courthouse in Alexandria, where a physical copy was available. Georgetown University has issued a statement on Suri's detention. Dr. Hans Suri is an Indian national who was duly granted a visa to enter the United States to continue his doctoral research on peace building in Iraq and Afghanistan. Big mistake. We don't like the type of stuff that he's researching to begin with. We should not be doing peace building in Iraq and Afghanistan. He should have done a doctoral research on war building in Iraq and Afghanistan. We are not aware of him engaging in any illegal activity, and we have not received the reason for his detention. We support our community members' rights to free and open inquiry, deliberation, and debate, even if the underlying ideas may be difficult, controversial, or objectionable. We expect the legal system to adjudicate this case fairly. Okay. Georgetown University has a better fucking take on this than Columbia does. Holy shit. Yeah. He should have written his doctoral thesis on why war is good and must continue. So he was pro-Hamas, kind of fraud upon. This communists are a threat. Fascism, communism, and socialism are superficial variations of the same mantra's theme, collectivism. Account with a blue check mark says, so he was pro-Hamas, kind of fraud upon. Not frowned, fraud upon. When you're here as a guest and you're supporting a terror organization who has killed Americans and also has Americans held hostage, good riddance. Yeah, we're cooked. I think we're so cooked. This is like this person has done nothing. Apparently, his U.S. citizen's wife's father was a Hamas advisor. That's his association. That's what we're doing now. Now we're like, well, the person is a U.S. citizen. We can't do anything to her. Okay, but we can actually deport the husband. Like, that's good stuff, man. There isn't even actually any guilt in this situation, but like, we're just now deciding guilt by association when no guilt should even exist. It's not even it's a father-in-law too. Based on a 2018 article of the Hindustan Times, very reliable Modi media. Oh, dude, that's where a 2018 article about the couple published in Hindustan Times, an Indian newspaper, says Saleh's father, Ahmed Yusuf, served as a senior political advisor to Hamas leadership. Oh my God. Yes, I covered the deporting a French researcher for reading their private messages at the airport. And the private messages were like understandable frustration about Donald Trump cutting grants to scientific research, which they considered terrorism, according to Le Monde. We are beyond repair, dude. Yeah. Michael Teresi says the term deep state has officially lost all meaning. Benjamin Netanyahu, in America and in Israel, when strong right-wing leader wins an election, the leftist deep state weaponizes the justice system to thwart the people's will. They won't win in either place. We stand strong together. Elon Musk replies, 100. Like, who's the deep state if it's not you two? Like, you are the state and the deep state. What the fuck do you mean? Oh my God. Yeah, if a Hindustan Times article in 2018 writes about their suspicions that your father-in-law was a Hamas advisor, then you can be deported many years later, sick, with no association whatsoever personally. The people that kept complaining about free speech turns out were fraudulent charlatans. It turns out that they didn't care about free speech at all. Shocking. Shocking, everybody. It turns out that they did not care about the free speech shit at all. Not even a little bit. All right. So here's what's going on. Dixerdo, as always, is fucking stupid. And they are, once again, doing bad journalism because they're not a real journalist outlet at all. Assassin's Creed Shadows is about to come out. I'm obviously going to do a hashtag ad in a second. Okay? I did want to, before I started this hashtag ad, show you some of the funny things that people have been saying and doing about it. Obviously, I talked about like the Japanese right wing trying to build momentum around the game, which inevitably led to a comment from Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba. Except the comment itself had nothing to do with the game and everything to do with hoping that tourists that play the game don't actually, desecrate these shrines thinking that they can climb on it. Okay, here's what the actual thing that happened. Kata, I fear that allowing players to attack and destroy real-world locations in game without permission could encourage similar behavior in real life. Shrine officials and local residents are also worried about this. Of course, freedom of expression must be respected, but the acts that demean local cultures should be avoided. Prime Minister Ishiba responded, how to address this legally is something we need to discuss with the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. God, this is the most Japanese conversation of all time. Oh my God! Okay. Defacing a shrine is out of the question. It is an insult to the nation itself. When the self-defense forces were deployed in Samawa, Iraq, we ensured that they studied Islamic customs beforehand. Respecting the culture and religion of a country is fundamental, and we must make it clear that we will not simply accept acts that disregard them. That's it. Okay? That's his take. He's talking about shrines in Japan, like real existing physical shrines in Japan, because one of the dudes brought up in the fucking Diet session that what if people watching Assassin's Creed and playing Assassin's Creed, what if they turn around and try to climb on these fucking shrines in Japan? We're scared. We're fearful. We're Japanese. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Today I learned that Japan sent soldiers to Iraq. If you were actually a real head, if you were a real HasanAbi head, you'd know that not only did Japan send self-defense forces to Iraq, but they also sent water tanks to Iraq. And because the show that was distributed in the Middle East, including in Turkey, was Captain Tsubasa, they actually painted Captain Tsubasa on the side of the water tanks with the hopes that the insurgents would not shoot at them. That's right. Japanese self-defense forces, in a show of appreciation and support for America, also illegally occupied Iraq. And in the process, they sent humanitarian aid. And the humanitarian aid was water tanks. And because they didn't want the insurgents to shoot at the water tanks, they painted the side of the water tanks with Captain Tsubasa. And it worked, actually. I didn't know this either. You are not alone. Okay, dude, it's fine. I've talked about this before. You could fuck up the shit out of the shrines in Rise of the Ronin, Japanese game taking place in the same time period, and no one ever gave a fuck. I know. The only reason why people decided to give a fuck about this is because American hogs decided to speak out on behalf of Japanese people, and then Japanese hogs caught wind of it and decided to make up their own psychopathic conspiracy theory, which I also have mentioned before. Yasuke is a black retainer. There's dispute on whether or not you could technically consider him a samurai or not, but that doesn't matter. He was a retainer, right? And he's a beloved figure in Japanese culture. And they've actually, he's been featured heavily in Japanese art for years. He's been in numerous other video games as well. Okay? He's been in animes. He's been in video games. He's been all around. Now, in Assassin's Creed, at a time when people are very upset about any kind of black person being shown in a video game, the American right and the Western right have decided this is the most inappropriate thing that anyone could do. They're just like ruining Japan, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Except the Japanese right wing also found out about this and saw the momentum and saw the motion and decided to come up with their own insane conspiracy theories about it. Their conspiracy theories are way funnier. They believe that, one, Japan is cucked to Korea because they have to pay for Korean comfort women, which they believe Korea made up, and it's not real, in an effort to extract resources from the glorious Japanese empire. They now believe that the Quebecers who made Assassin's Creed, or Montreal, whatever, like the French Canadians that made Assassin's Creed, made it with the intention of claiming that Japan actually did chattel slavery before anybody else in the West, with the hopes that Japan will pay reparations similar to Korea to African nations now. That's what their conspiracy theory is. They think that Japan is so cucked and they're going to start paying reparations for slavery because this video game proves that slavery existed in Japan. And that is the big conspiracy theory that is the reason why French Canadians made this video game. They also think that there will be unlimited immigration from African nations to Japan because of this video game, because Japan will feel embarrassed that they engaged in slavery. That's the Japanese right-wing take on it. It's fucking hilarious. Do they think this is the first time people hear of Yasuke? No. That's not how hogs work. Hogs themselves have probably, the Japanese hogs or the American hogs or the Western hogs themselves, probably at a certain point celebrated Yasuke, thought it was super cool. It's a super cool story. It's a cherished figure throughout Japanese history. Yasuke, the Black Retainer. Now, it's a story that has been frequently used in Japanese culture, in both modern culture and throughout Japanese history. There's been animes. He's in movies. He's in literature. He's in video games prior to this one. And yet, now it's a big deal because other dumbasses decided it's a big deal. It should be a big deal. That's it. Here. What is this? Japanese historians answer. What the fuck? You said exact timestamp and then you sent me a video and the timestamp is after the video ends. I don't even know how you physically did this. The timestamp that you sent me literally is a second after the video ends. How is that possible?
誰であるかを識別
Some netizens are mad that the new Assassin's Creed game includes an option for Yasuke to romance Nobunaga's sister. 2023 Japanese film Kubi, which is also historical fiction, depicted Yasuke as Nobunaga's gay lover and did not spark internet rage. Yeah. Screen captions in the 2023 film Kubi, created by famous Japanese director Kitano Takeshi, in which Yasuke is depicted as a sword-carrying retainer and the male lover of Nobunaga and Mori Ranmaru, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, is the work of historical fiction. This is just people looking for outrage, trying to find something to be outraged about. That's it. And they found it because they're fucking bored and stupid. They're bored and stupid. That's what it is. When you're bored and you're stupid, this is what you do. Many of them will never play the game. I don't think that they'll ever play the game. They just want to chirp about it. They don't want to play the game. They don't want to play any video games. They just want to fucking complain. I am not one of those people. I, of course, will be playing this game. Stop giving them cloud. I'm not giving them cloud. I've been looking forward to this game for quite a while. I don't know where I really want to find the freaking time that this person
するためにこのこちらをそれを鉄板をくるができないので売っております。侍はですね、この兜を形をかなりでその場合でも決してですね戦ってです。次のご質問は侍という
1050
いらっしゃるんですね。日本人でも安家知らない人がね結構いらっしゃると思いますけれども、安家何かと言いますとですね、ふっと湧いた安家なんですけれども、この人は日本のですね近世の足がかりを築いたとされる織田信長という人がいるんですね。16世紀の終わりに日本の天下統一に名乗りを上げた人なんですけれどもね、日本において当時一番力を持っていた侍ですね。で、この安家というのは何かと言いますと、イエズス会の巡察
There was an Italian Jesuit missionary by the name Alessandro Valignano.
巡察使だったですね。アレッサンドロ・バリニャーニというですね、イタリア人の、イエズス会の宣教師がいたんですけれども、その人がですね、連れてきていた護衛のですね、アフリカ人だったんですね。出身はモザンビークと見られておりますけれどもね、この人を信長が見たときにですね、バリニャーノに自分にですね、自分の家臣にしたいということで、1582年に織田の
In 1582, Nobunaga was killed by one of his retainers, Mitsuhide Akechi.
信長はですね、家臣の明智光秀という人に撃たれて亡くなっているのでですね、その時の混乱に乗じて逃げたんだろうというふうにね見られておりますけれども、その後の消息もねよく分かって。
But his whereabouts after that are untraceable. That's crazy. How are you the only black guy in Japan and your whereabouts are untraceable?
いないというのがね、安家ということですね。家臣にはなっている。そんなに待遇が良かったのかどうかということになると、甚だ疑問と言わざるを得ないですね。安家の立場がね、どこにあったのかが分かんないので。
Okay, this guy's a little bit biased. I've heard other Japanese historians say the exact opposite of what this man is saying.
侍だったのかどうか、いろいろね揉めてますけれども。
But there's not enough records left to prove that.
侍と定義づけるだけの資料は残されていないということですね。
Okay, this part is correct. He was a retainer, but there is debate on whether he was a samurai or not.
次のご質問は侍の戦い。
Is Yasuke African samurai? Is outrage justified? Having a fief is not a requirement for being a samurai. Around the time Yasuke appeared, in increasing numbers of samurai were employed on stipend. Masudaira Letada's diary describes him as being under Nobunaga Fuchi. I don't know if Western internet writers mistakenly translate the term as carry, but Fuchi means a rice stipend or a warrior employed by such stipend. Yasuke was paid a Fuchi. At the least, Lorenzo Messia reported that Nobunaga assigned people to show him around Kyoto. Either way would make him a warrior. Having a long sword is not a mark of samurai either until late 17th century, when the Edo Bofuku Ietada? Matsudaira Ietada? Oh, sorry. Edo Bofuku outlawed wearing of the longsword in public by non-samurai population of the cities, and in any case, Louis Ferraz recorded Yasuke as having fought at Nijo, where he surrendered his sword, so he had one. So he definitely was a samurai, and considering he was among Nobunaga, Nobutada's pages guards, a relatively important one at that. I still disagree. He was obviously one of Nobunaga's pages, but that doesn't mean he was samurai. As I stated, as sandal bearer Toyotomi Hideyoshi was one of Nobunaga's pages while he was a peasant, a position that would have also seen him receive a stipend. Samurai status was gained mostly through birthright. It was really close to nobility. If you were a supreme badass with the huge military accolades, a high-ranking noble could possibly elevate you to that status. Also, I do want to maintain one position. It is debated whether he was a full-fledged samurai or not. It is not debated that he was a retainer for Nobunaga. Okay? That is not up for debate. That is not up for dispute. But throughout history, Yasuke has been depicted in many different Japanese or even Western works of art about Japan as a samurai with no controversy whatsoever associated with it. No controversy whatsoever. Top She says, many Japanese on Twitter are complaining about the historical revisionism of this game, which is quite ironic. Perhaps I will buy 2 copies. Yeah, that'd be really funny if this game banged in China, by the way. because the Chinese perceive this as a slight to the Japanese. Yeah. Yasuke is a character in Dynasty Warriors in both the Neo games. Yasuke has been a character in many Japanese video games. Yasuke has been a character in many Japanese works of art. It's an entirely made up controversy surrounding a video game that focuses on historical fiction, not real accurate analysis of history, where, you know, you basically are a fucking time-traveling assassin cult. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah. Why is there even a historical argument in AC Brotherhood? You can fly using a Leonardo da Vinci machine. It takes liberties. Exactly. You know what this reminds me of? Yeah, you fist fight the Pope in one of them, which is real. It happened. I believe it happened. This reminds me of like all the anti-trans panic that really came to its apex in the last couple of years, where like the very same people that used to cross-dress or laugh at cross-dressing, not really mind it at all, are now deciding that cross-dressing in and of itself is a expression of being trans, and therefore it's it's woke and unacceptable. I find it really strange that people have this kind of attitude. I guess it's not so strange. People are very stupid. It is funny though, because it surrounds a game that very clearly does not try to present itself as an accurate retelling of history, but simply historical fiction, where you can do a number of different crazy things. Whoa. Uh-oh. On that note, let's get started on Assassin's Creed, which you can pre-order. Thank you to Ubisoft for... Oh, hold on. Damn it. Hold on. I gotta fix stuff now. Dang it. Boom. I found myself. Okay. Assassin's Creed Shadows. You can get a reward for watching the stream. Drops are on. Okay. We are going to look through the historically accurate Assassin's Creed Shadows now. Okay. Hold on. Let's flip it to Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm pretty sure you can also see, like, you can also...
Welcome. A beautiful place, isn't it? A fresh sea breeze, the warm sun. This beach belongs just to you. It doesn't exist out in the world. Everything you see here is from the past, your past. One of your ancestors visited this place long ago, forever writing their memory into the fabric of your DNA. animus ego unlocks these genetic memories for you. To sense, wander, and connect. Like grains of sand which began as rocks, you have been shaped by these past lives, honed into who you are today. Your journey to mindfulness begins through these ancestral memories for a total perspective on what makes you you.
New memory streams are activating now.
Erase self-doubt, fear, and weakness. Give yourself the confidence to conquer the world.
Journey to woke.
Welcome to the dark.
If you pre-order Assassin's Creed before March 20th, you get the HOGWATCH expansion. You can explore a mysterious island, face deadly foes, master the bow weapon, unlock new gear and abilities in 10 plus hours of additional content. We go to 1579 CE, following the story of Naoe and Yasuke in feudal Japan. Okay, hold on. I gotta do a. Here, I'll do it. Tweeter. Did you read that from your manager, lol? Nice ad, homie. I actually will be buying this game. Yeah. It's not enough to simply buy this game. You need to buy it for the entire neighborhood. You need to buy the game for, you need to buy 10 copies at least. Pre-order now by going to the link in the chat bot. In order to pre-order, you can, and pre-order from the link, you can type !AC to get the pre-order link. Pre-order Assassin's Creed Shadows and get the HOGWATCH expansion. Bought 17 copies, distributing to my foes. No, don't give it to your foes. Well, as long as you buy it, it's fine. What is this? Add Assassin's Creed, hashtag add. Hold on, hold on. Posted, blast it. I've read a bunch of reviews on the game so far, and everybody says that it's like it's pretty solid. Feudal Japan. Yasuke is an outsider in a foreign land. Naoe is a young shinobi from a quiet village. They are two people of little consequence to the mighty warlords of the many warring states of Japan, but they're about to embark upon a path that will shape the fate of the nation. That's right. It's DEI time, baby. New game. I'm gonna... canon mode. Default experience allowing you to influence Naoya and Yasuke's decisions during cutscenes. Immersive mode. Activating this option automatically sets and locks the voiceover language to Japanese and blends Japanese and Portuguese dialogue. No, I'm not doing that. Did I window for easy mode? No, I didn't. You don't know that.
Memories come to us in
You don't know that.
You relive a jigsaw of experiences and emotions.
No, I
Some
didn't.
memories are
Shogun mode.
soothing and familiar. Wrapped inside them, you feel tranquil, complacent. And then there are the ones I have reconstructed. What I am about to show you. In these memories, there are imperfections.
I'll open the box in a
that
second.
defy algorithm and biology. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Your
You
ETM
may not
tracking parameters
understand
fall off.
what
People
you
buy the
see
non-PC
at first.
version. I don't care.
But you must trust me. Trust yourself.
Years ago, my journey started at sea, as it must for all who journey to these lands. A complex and precarious place, at war with itself for centuries. From the chaos and bloodshed, my opportunity surfaced. In the form of the most powerful warlord their history had known.
I can't wear the balaclava because I can't see if I don't have glasses on.
Who took an interest in me. An outsider among outsiders.
This is historically correct, by the way. This part is.
Momento chegou. Tragam a cadeira, irmãos. Chegou na hora certa.
Father Baragnano, you are expected to appear before Lord Nobunaga today.
Thank you, Sir Mitsuhide. We are ready.
God damn it, I can't. Okay, I gotta take this off. Okay, cosplay over. I'm sorry. I can't. It's too...
Não podemos falhar hoje. Viajar para além do Kyoto é cada vez mais perigoso. Sem a permissão do Lord Nobunaga, a missão dos jesuítas será fracasso. Não.
I probably should use a controller for this. Time to dust off the old controller. Uh-oh. Where did the audio go? No. I don't hear it. Well, I do hear it now. Okay, we're good. Oh crap, audio's going to the controller now. God damn it. I gotta fix that real quick. Sorry. Sound out. Speakers.
Sam manteve os monges e os bandidos bem longe.
Wait, what?
O Diogo não os deterá para si.
I still don't hear it. What the heck? I'm failing. I'm failing. I'm failing. Sound, speakers, default device. Why am I not hearing it from the speakers? You can hear it, but I can't hear it. Let me see if I can fix the audio here. Controller speaker off. I still don't hear it. Disable the controller. Your output and input switch to DualShock on Windows? No, I know it did. I'm trying to fix it. Hold on. Open volume mixer. My input device is also the headset dual. No, that's not right. Okay. Okay. I can't hear it now, and I don't know why I can't hear it. Set Windows sound settings to your headset. I'm doing that already. Look. It's on my stereo, but it's not coming out of my stereo. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn off the game and then turn it on again. We're going to try again. Unless it's like completely broken now and I can't hear it at all. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can't hear it at all now. As long as the speakers are... As long as the controller is plugged in, I just cannot hear it. You can hear it, but I can't hear it. Which is interesting. Then unplug it. I'm just gonna unplug it. Okay, now I can't hear it at all. What is going on? I should have never done this. I unplugged the controller and now I can't hear it at all. What is happening? No. It's a PS5 controller. Switch the sound device. I did that already, chatters. It's look. It's not even plugged in and I still can't hear it. You guys can hear it, but I can't hear it. You understand? Gotta go to device manager and have to set the controller as a controller, not a speaker. No, but I think the Rodecaster is like assuming that this is a speaker now. It's just not like seeing it as a... The Rodecaster has like auto switched it, I think. So I gotta go to Rode Central and fix it. How do you route your audio? I route it through both Windows and through Rodecaster. Through Rode Central. It's not an in-game issue because right now you can listen, you can hear the music. I can't, which means 10 minutes. I told you it would be 10 minutes of tech issues. It wouldn't have been any tech issues if I hadn't plugged in a controller foolishly. Hold on. Let's see. Device settings. Great. Disable the PS5 controller as a speaker. I don't know how to do that. Device manager audio devices DualShock. Here, let me plug this in real quick. Let's see if it works now. It's not even showing up on here as a device, as an audio device. Oh, wait, it just showed up. I think. No? Oh, here it is. Don't allow. It's still not working. Maybe find the device in road and then click right for a list of options. Sorry, this is unhelpful. Yeah, that is unhelpful, but it's okay. I'm gonna find it. Why is this happening? Device configuration, maybe? Metering? Nope. System, output. Routing. Main mix. Go back to your sound panel. What do you mean? Chat, it's not. It's on the main stereo. I just don't hear it. You hear the music. I don't hear it. You can hear it. I can't. That's the problem. I disabled it too. No, the audio was being filtered through the... You can hear the audio right now. Set default? It is default. This is the default. And no, I did not actually do anything else. Save us, March. March can't do anything about this. It's not an OBS either, chat. No, you're not hearing you're not hearing the issue here. Okay? The issue is you can hear the music, as in it's playing music. You can hear it, as in it's feeding music somewhere, but somewhere along, most likely because of this, and I don't know how to fix this part, but somewhere along the line, this is actively feeding the sound into the DualShock controller. Get the DualShock device in device settings. In-game settings, audio, turn off computer. Dude, I'm not in the game. You can hear lo-fi hip hop playing right now. No? Here, I stop it. You can't hear it. Let me tell you something. I can't hear anything. Okay? Which means that there's music playing. It's just not routing it out through the hardware. You guys are trying to play the role of tech support back there without understanding what the hell's going on. Oh, see, I hear this. I hear when I say, but you don't hear it. Wait, that's weird. Hold on. Let's try it again. Okay, you heard it. Okay, I got audio back and it's plugged in. Hold on. Let's disable this one as well. Wait, I think I fixed it. Let's see. Oh my God, I think I fixed it. I hope I fixed it. God damn. First try. All right, we can officially start our journey. Ladies and gentlemen, we can officially start our journey. Yes, I can. Oh, I have audio. Thank God. Okay. This wasn't chat's advice. I did this on my own. Don't even act like you can take credit for this. All right, we're back.
Years ago, my journey started at sea, as it must for all who journey to these lands.
We already watched this part, so I'm skipping it.
Não podemos falhar hoje. Viajar para além do Kyoto é cada vez mais perigoso. Sem a permissão.
That sounds Russian, bro. Portuguese sounds Russian.
A missão dos jesuítas será fracasso. Não podemos permitir.
A nossa segurança deve-se ao Diogo. A sua presença manteve os monges e os bandidos bem longe.
O Diogo não os deterá para sempre. Temos de garantir o favor de Nobunaga.
Vamos ficar bem ocupados quando nos deitarmos a mão. O que tens a dizer sobre isso, Diogo? Gostavas de voltar a ver o oceano?
Não sinto grande falta do mar.
Considerando a quantidade dele que tinhas engolido quando te encontramos, percebo.
Isso foi há muito tempo.
Oh my God, my language. Damn, what is everybody looking at, huh? What are y'all looking at? Messed up.
E aqui temos a senhora Nene. E junto dela mora Maru, o vassal mais próximo do Lord Oda Nobunaga. Araka Tabakari.
E isso só nos dificulta as coisas.
They're racist towards tall people. That's a big old wolf, dude. We're definitely doing a sexo run. That's a boar?
Aqui está o Lord Oda Nobunaga.
Vão chamar-nos para falar com o Lord Nobunaga em breve.
Eu falo com ele.
Eu?
Viste como o Lord Nobunaga olhou para o Diogo? Será que nunca viu um homem negro antes?
Lord Nobunaga will see you now.
Diogo, espera aqui. Não digas nada.
Lord Nobunaga commands that the black man join you.
But
Chill.
he is my sword bearer, a slave. He does not speak the language.
Lord Nobunaga commands it.
Lord Nobunaga.
Devia ter deixado no porto. Ou flutuar no mar onde te encontramos.
Deus ajudar-nos-á nesta situação, Padre Valeriano.
Lord Nobunaga was an OG woke man. He was woke.
Lord Nobunaga, I present to you Father Valignano. Father Valignano has come to request free movement for his priests in your lands.
That is correct, Sir Ranmaru.
You will address Lord Nobunaga.
Of course, of course. Forgive me, Lord Nobunaga. Please, accept this gift. A European chair.
made by the finest artisans in Portugal.
You may rise.
You ask me to let your priests walk freely, but your priests are here already, Father Valegnano. Perhaps before you worry about your priest's feet, you may wish to plead for their heads.
Yo, they're about to...
Your black man has the instincts of a warrior. As he realized the danger you are in, his eyes found every threat in the room.
I'm sorry, Lord Nobunaga. He does not understand us.
I would have many questions for this man, if only he understood. He is all the people of Kyoto speak about since his arrival.
Lord Nobunaga, I do understand you.
Damn!
Have you been deceiving me, Father Valegnano?
Kill him.
No, Lord Nobunaga. Even I am surprised to hear Diogo speak like this.
Yeah, woke Nobunaga.
Your name is Diogo?
Yes, Lord Nobunaga. That is what they call me.
Lord Nobunaga would like to speak with Diogo.
Kill him. Kill him!
Alone.
Kill the Portuguese, now. All the missionaries. We're wrapping this whole colonial expansion up right now, right at this moment. Yasuke is about to... Diogo, now known as Yasuke, is about to end this entire enterprise, okay? We're changing the trajectory of history.
Sit. Has your skin always been this way?
Yes, Lord Nobunaga. My homeland is very far from here. All the people there have this color.
I had thought to kill you all. If the Christians were gone, it would be one less thing to consider. But they have proven fair traders and a bulwark against the Buddhists.
Asian Ross question? Huh.
Luis Frois amuses me. We've shared tea. But this Valegnano I do not know. What are you to him, Diogo?
I am like a bodyguard. I am to ensure he is safe in this land that is foreign to him.
You are his bodyguard, but also his slave. Are you not?
Yes, Lord Nobunaga. I am.
Valegnano will not be pleased that I kept you here. What do you think he will do with you? Kill you?
I do not know. I have been subject to worse men, and I yet live.
These worse men? Who are they? Father Valegnano, I will grant you what you came for. Your priests are free to move in these lands.
Thank you, Lord Nobunaga. You will not...
But your servant, Diogo, stays. He may yet prove useful to me.
Hell yeah.
Very well. Though he is good for little more than bearing your sandals.
Under me, sandal bearers become lords. I see potential in this man. A warrior whose spirit can inspire armies. He will be tested. He may become a legend. Or he may die.
This memory is fractured. What was left, it trails off into infinitesimally smaller fragments. I'll fast forward you to the next reassembled memory. One moment. The integrity of a memory can be tampered with. There are a variety of reasons. Viruses, data corruption, environmental disturbance.
Sometimes it's woke.
But sometimes it's because...
Woke.
Because she doesn't want you to see them.
God damn! Okay, so Yasuke's a little bit slower. Okay. God damn. Double sound? Wait, what? Are you actually hearing double sound? My bad.
Villagers do not give up easily.
I got one guy. Vulnerable state, light attack. Oh shit. Come on. I'm playing on hardcore difficulty. I'm just that good. Wait, what? The boundaries of my memory. You like a full 3 feet taller than everybody? Yeah. LeBron playing against plumbers.
Can you feel the breeze, Yasuke? It fans the total destruction of Iga. A most perfect night. Ready to finish them off?
At your command, my lord.
What is it?
I've never fought a battle like this. So many lives.
Ever the righteous man. While Iga calls its unifier a tyrant, 40,000 of our countrymen ride with me. Is that tyranny, Yasuke?
No. No, it is conviction. They trust in their future with you.
Yes. And that belief makes you my samurai.
Iga's rebellion stands in the way of harmony. I ride with you.
I am more kidded than the boss man himself.
Find Momochi Sandayu.
Because I'm actually fighting.
His death will sever the sword from the hand of Iga.
It's time to unite Japan. By killing a bunch of peasants.
Light your fires! The wind will spread them! Arrows! Watch yourselves!
Where you at?
For Lord Nobunaga!
Oh my god, I almost killed that. I almost cooked that deer. Bro, I was about to have venison, dude. Here, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Oh!
This gate will not stop me.
No! That's stupid.
All up, blades.
R2 has a dash? Or I can slash cut? Or a kick? R2 kick. War crimes? Whoa, what is this? I will refill rations.
Nobunaga, your armor is strong. I must break it.
I will parry you every time. And it'll light on fire. Oh my god. I will break your poise. I'll cut you up. I'll gut you like a fillet. You just killed all the ancestors of some future Japanese prime minister.
Army.
Well, you shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have been a part of Ego's protectorate, don't you think? I didn't realize that the great liberator, the great uniter of Japan was the bad guy in the story, okay? Sorry, turns out you don't get to have your own vassals.
Another memory, just fine articulate at this point. Listen carefully. Memories can be fractured, ignored, twisted, but what has been can never truly be
Ego
lost.
belongs to
The
Nobunaga.
past is power. Do you understand? Fujibaya Shinawi. The structural integrity of her memories is solid. There is much for you and her to discover. I wish you luck. Otherwise, this will be the last time we speak. Goodbye. For now.
Wait a minute. First we played as a black man, now we're playing as a women's. No!
Oda Nobunaga.
Did ya? Bro, it is crazy that I, as Yasuke, am more kitted up than Oda Nobunaga.
We need a plan. Steward, what do we do?
We ride to Aikuni's shrine.
Now.
How come I have a better kid? He's the president, dude.
You're not telling me everything. I can see it on your face. What was in Hattori Hanzo's letter?
The world is at many wars now, eh? Not just the one Oda Nobunaga fights.
Someone else is coming to Iga?
Yes. But what they want from us, they cannot have.
Then we won't give it to them.
No, we won't.
I know you cannot tell me everything, Chichire. But I need your trust.
You have it.
Then tell me what to do. I can do it. I can help you.
I'm literally faster than him. Oh, shit, I got shot! Oh no, it was my horse. Oh crap. Okay, I have way less health. I got used to the Yasuke fighting. I got used to Yasuke's way of fighting. Oh, I'm so cooked here, I think. Okay, I like the Yasuke's. I like the situation with the Yasuke a little bit better. How can I execute? Like, can I assassinate in combat? Her movement is so much better. Oh my god. You can, but not now, in a little while.
20 of them for every gun.
I do main Dex characters normally. That's why I like Naoe's movement set better.
She gave it to you.
But she definitely needs like finishers.
Protect it if they came.
What matters now is defeating Oda.
Oda forces pour in from every direction. The mountains, the tiger mouths.
Then I will meet them there. Is that not what we have pledged?
We pledged our oaths to her.
They died with her. Do what you must. I understand.
Wait!
My heart belongs to you.
My blood is Egan. I will get you to Mibuno Castle.
I'm coming with you.
No.
Traitors.
Elsewhere.
Traitors to Oda Nobunaga! That's what I was waiting on.
The mountain. The door will open. To this blade is a key.
What?
Inside the coffin is a box. Protect it with your life.
Chichire!
You said you wanted help. Now's the time. Cannot let Sendayu stand alone. Show me.
That's right.
Go.
Give me some kunai on top of that and we're cooking, dude. And some smoke bombs.
Box. It cannot be opened. It cannot be taken. Promise me, Plum.
I get to have...
I promise.
I get to have the best of both worlds. I play Shinobi and Samurai.
Nagato!
Get to the coffer.
Wait, why can't I? Okay, just tagged
Fail
one.
me now, Blade.
That's crazy. Is there only one there? Detection. Oh no, he detected me, I think. I'm cooked. Or maybe I'm not cooked. Peace! Wait, oh, no. No! How do I tag him? Wait, why can't I tag him? Oh, there it is. I tagged him. How do you sneak? What's up? What's up, bitch? That's right. Oh shit. Where is he? Where'd he see me? Where's the other guy? He's kind of seeing me. I'm half detected, but I don't know where he is.
Don't stop. Just find the box.
Okay, I guess I'm running.
The coffin!
So is this a coffin? Is that what coffin is?
Counting on me.
Oh shit. I'm playing on the PC. By the way, shouts out to Ubisoft for sponsoring the stream so I can show you the early access Assassin's Creed Shadows. You can pre-order the game right now by clicking the link in the chat. !AC. Also, drops are on. If you watch, you can get drops. I got it because of your endorsement. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
You're here.
Uh-oh. Whoa, bro, chill.
With this, we rewrite our history.
Hurry! Someone's coming!
Bro, you had one job now, eh? One job! And that was to carry the box. Nagato said,
I got you.
Make sure you don't open the box and you just carry the box. Look at what you did.
You are alive. Rest, my plum. I've got you.
The box. I couldn't stop him.
I should not have put you there. My oath. So many secrets. The jewel.
The box.
Your
Japanese history
mother.
is now ruined. It's
So
changed
much like
permanently. No way.
Never saw her again. If we can just reach Tomiko's, there is hope.
Dude is
She
riding with
will
an
help
arrow
us.
to the back. That's crazy.
Stuart!
I guess it's okay because Japanese history after all of these events did invent anime, so I'm still
I'm
thankful.
Tomiko. Your father brought you here.
And
I'm
anime
surprised
was
he
so
made
powerful
it in
that
his
even
condition.
Korea started
He
making
fell into a dead
mawas,
sleep after
and
dragging
that's
you
how
in.
we arrived at solo
There will be
leveling.
some hard days ahead, but he'll live. You can sit up. How's the rest of you?
Nothing's broken. I can move. I can fight.
Fight? I didn't fix you up just so you can bleed again.
I have to go. I lost something very important to my father. I must get it back.
Lost? What?
I can't tell you.
Nagato has his secrets and I look the other way. It's best for us both.
You know my father well. And my mother?
Less well.
I've lost too much time. I've got to go.
Go? Go where? Do you even know where to start looking?
Then help me.
Tell me what you can. How did you come to lose this thing?
There was a man in armor. A samurai. He came up behind me. I was careless.
What did he look like?
It was dark. He wore a mask.
Many samurai do.
Wow.
Can you describe it?
Yeah, that's
It was
really gonna
pale,
whittle down
like an
who
onryo.
this could be. Thank you,
think father
Naoe.
grabbed it from
Naoe,
him.
you suck!
It might be among Nagato's things. I put them aside when I dressed his wounds.
He had a sword and samurai armor, and he wore a mask.
This is it.
I've seen one like it. Years ago.
What does it mean? Who is behind it?
I'm not certain. But you should go to Katano. There's a connection there.
I'll take my father's horse. I could reach the castle tonight.
And what will you do if you find your samurai?
What I should have done at the tomb. Take his life and take back what's ours.
She's doing
See that
shower
you do.
thoughts. Oh, I would have beat his ass real good if only I saw him now. He's gonna catch a fade. She just came up with a perfect comeback. If only she could have come up with it right there. So what's up? Are we just
I'll
running?
get the box and everything will be as it was. Everything will be all right.
I'm just gonna run back 800 meters. Wait, there's gotta be a
I'll get to
freaking
Katano faster by horse.
Where? Oh. There we go. That's. I was like, there's got to be a horsey situation.
To Katano! Ride, kitty!
Whoa, look at the stance change. You can jump off the horse and assassinate.
What is Chichue hiding, kitty? What's in the box?
I'm just running over deer. Bro, you suck at driving horses?
If Chichue is willing to risk his life, I can do no less. I will not regret my mistakes, kitty. I will fix them.
I'm not gonna lie, it is very pretty. Literally just like when you grew up in Turkey, yeah.
That
exactly. When my father tasked me with a... When my father
the box thief will be somewhere he feels safe.
Wait,
a well-guarded place.
Are they not seeing me? What the hell?
My grappling hook will get me up there.
I guess not. This is just like my childhood, yes. Observant intuition. Snipers. Put them. Okay, I don't see anyone else right now. He had no idea. Oh, he's sleeping. It's time for a permanent slumber, baby.
I can't stop.
Put you in here. She's doing a lot of calisthenics. Yeah, but she's also, it's hard.
I can throw kunai one-handed.
Use L2 to aim and hold R2 to throw. Oh, dude, easy.
There it is. That's not the box they stole from me. I need to keep looking.
No, this is a different box. Oh no. Wait, how do I throw the... I guess you can grapple only at... Yeah, the classic gambit, 2 boxes. Hate when that happens. Real 2-box situation here. Oh crap. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill, chill, dog. Yo, ain't nothing to see here, okay? Ain't nothing to see here. Okay. If it's a 3-box situation, I'm gonna lose it. All right. Wait, what is that up there? Is that another box up there? Whoa. Clock those guys. There's a sniper samurai. Hate that. Oh, luckily he's sleeping. A sniper type samurai. My mortal nightmare, you know? Another box. Actions are full. Conveniently placed hole.
I need more time.
Can I throw kunai from a prone position? Hide the body? Nah, I'm fine. Oh, wait, if I do, these guys are gonna see it.
I can use the shadows and night to move unseen.
Don't worry about it. He's got loot. That was a humble gardener. Well, should have thought about that before he became a part of a group of people that stole my box. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not so hot on Nobunaga no more. You know what I mean? I'm cold on him now. I think Nobunaga's days are over. I'm getting that box back. I'm fixing Japanese history again.
What do you see? Still checking. Anything suspicious? I need more time. Put those away! Quickly! They are coming!
Oh shit. Where the hell's the other box at, bro?
Make room for the horses! Do not delay!
Oh, it's right here. I probably should have disposed of that other one too. I suspect that's gonna be a problem for me later. You know what? I'm gonna go over there. make noise, dumbass. Eagle vision. Holy crap, there's hella people in there. Or no, it's not. Oh.
What do you see? Still checking.
How do I get in here?
I said nothing that isn't true.
Senior ass citizen gameplay? Dude, you have to play carefully. This is sneaky. Sneaky. What's wrong with you?
Found anyone? I need more time.
Did you not see? Her hand-to-hand combat skills are nowhere near up to snuff in comparison to Yasuke. I need to get into this house though, and I don't know how to get in here. I think I might have to get in through the door, to the front door, which is crazy. Yeah, chatters are like, why aren't you playing this like COD? I'm just going in. Fuck it.
This isn't my fault.
Alright, how do I do Eagle vision again? There's a guy behind here, isn't there? Oh, there's the box. Why can't I extinguish that one too?
Still not the right box. The thief must have it with him.
Damn it. So where do we go now? Oh shit. Hold right stick, Eagle vision. I know it didn't do it. It's not doing it. Oh, castle's that way. Oh, there's a big boy. Is that Yasuke? Uh-oh. There's some really big boys here.
Put those away! Quickly! They are coming! What do you see? Still checking.
Ido Yoshihiro. Wait, is that the guy?
The box. This is it. To get the box back, I have to kill him. I can do it with my grappling hook.
Anything suspicious? Put those.
Okay.
I have to leave.
Assassins among us!
Ew. That was a poopy ass water. Oh my, again. Bro, every time I get this box, every time I get this goddamn box.
She's just a child.
She's like a cat with a gold coin. She has no idea what she carries.
You legit play that better than any streamer I've seen? Yeah, it's because I tried hard to not get caught, and then everyone made fun of me. That's why, okay? Because I was aggressively white-knuckling through that, and then everyone made fun of me for playing like an old man, because they don't know how espionage games work, okay? They don't know how stealth games work. I have to pee really quickly. Hold on. Classic Hasan gameplay. I had to pee after a long sequence. Give me a break, Will.
It will be safe in Sakai.
You will be safer with me.
Daddy came in to save us.
Box is not for you.
He loves this box.
It is for me.
What? Another masked man. And an entire squadron of characters that we are going to have to assassinate one by one. I like that. Okay, this is sick. Bro, that's unwise, okay? I'm sorry. I thought you were a wise old man. I was wrong, dude. Father, don't do it! No, Papa! Yeah! Chimicho! Oh, Chichio,
Fujibayashi Nagato. The Kakushiba ends with you. Nani! Put them out of their misery.
I didn't say chimichanga. I thought it was chimicho or something. I don't know.
Your life's work is undone tonight.
I want to thank Ubisoft for sponsoring this stream.
Let them suffer. Let them die in pain.
Fine. We have what we came for.
Okay, this is kind of sick. Spaghetti Western. They even had Hattori Hanzo. This is Kill Bill. There was a Hattori Hanzo mention. Ramen Western. Yeah, spaghetti Western, ramen Western.
I'm coming!
What are you gonna do? Nanoe, what are you gonna do? Nanoe, you have no skill right now. I'm sorry. We really gotta upgrade you.
Stuart!
Like, what are we gonna do when we get there, you know? Ramen Eastern. There's a udon Eastern. Yeah, Nano has no motion, I'm sorry to say, so far. You let Nagato die.
I kept too much from you. Now, it dies with me.
Stop talking like that.
Okay, what's in the box though, honestly? Come on, before you die.
There is hope. Follow the blade.
Stuart!
Okay, before you die, you have to tell me what's in the box. Shue, what's in the box? Nanoe, ask what's in the box, please. I need the...
Remember a song.
No puzzles, no riddles. You're about to die. Communicate with me clearly. I'm too nervous. I'm too anxious. I get in my own way. What do you mean? What do you mean? Follow the music, follow the blade. We'll be together always. Shue's like, it's my porn collection. It's the first version of hentai. That's what's in the box. It's the first ever hentai invented. That's why he said don't open it. That's why he said don't open the box, but protect it with your life. Ancient Yaoi collection. Shue was a real gooner, dude. Takes one to know one. Thank you, Ubisoft, for sponsoring this stream for me to play Assassin's Creed Shadow before it comes out. You too can pre-order the game right now. If you would like to save the first edition PSA 10 hentai from the box that Chichue lost, you must pre-order now.
Have to get back. What is this place? How did I get here? Stu.
When does it officially come out? In a couple hours. Like, it officially comes out on the 20th, so it's probably out for some people. It might have literally come out for... For me, it comes out in a couple hours.
Morning, Stu.
Morning. The sun is nearly risen. You are late. Yesterday, you were slow. Today, we move faster.
Oh, this is 2 years earlier, yeah.
Hi, Stu.
Getting past me is the first challenge. What did I say?
Okay, goddamn.
Faster.
You cooked my ass, dude. Chill. Oh,
what
God.
did I say? Faster.
Okay, that's too fast. Too fast! Too
what
fast!
What did I say?
Shui, you're too fast, bro.
Faster. Let us begin. Come. Hold the posture, but always defend. Good. There's weight behind your strike. Don't go easy on your father. Pretend I am your enemy.
Easy. It's easy. It's easy to me. It's nothing to me.
I'm getting better. I am.
Show me. You win this match, and I will cook tonight.
Deal.
Uh-oh. He's gonna cook my ass, I think. Chue, don't do it. Oh, I can't block that one. Oh, shit. I'm beating that ass, though.
That's enough now.
I almost hacked you.
Wait, what?
Almost.
I am ready to train with the others, Stu.
This training is enough. You have other obligations.
I am the daughter of one of Iga's greatest warriors.
I cooked him.
Don't I have a reputation to uphold?
I beat his ass. I hit him way.
Daughter of Iga.
Bro, I hit him way more than he hit me. That's crazy. Everybody calm down.
That means caring for the people within it.
That's what I'm
I failed
asking
tutorial.
to do. I want to protect them.
The Iga on the way is shared responsibility, community, and benevolence. You will bestow that upon Matsu today.
Auntie Matsu again?
Any day she needs you, you will help her. Or any of our neighbors.
Yes, Stu. Auntie Matsu kept me for hours yesterday.
Clearing the wasp nest from her tree should have taught you to work quickly.
I kept getting stung.
No complaints. You know why we help our neighbors. Alone, we are nothing. But together...
The height of the great mountain is not made by one stone.
Yes. To the rest of the country,
Nobu killed the
Egans
pre-communists?
are different
Good.
people. So we must come together to form a mountain.
This morning, I feel like rubble.
You are a pebble now. As my daughter, much is expected of you. The Fujibayashi name is a rock at the base of the mountain.
I know, Shichue. I'll help Auntie.
I'm doing an ad for Ubisoft. What do you mean
know what she
communism,
will give
dude?
you in return.
None of that.
Breakfast.
So, it's not for nothing. You give, and you receive. That's
Whoa, hold up.
I have my own work to do. I wasn't finished.
Oh, I have to do something important. Wait, why can't I pet him now? That's crazy.
You listening now? I have my own work to do. Be on your best behavior.
I will.
Talk to Matsu.
What will it be today, Auntie Matsu? Weeding the turnips? Scrubbing your iron pots? I'll find out just over the hill.
What about this thing? Can I pet this thing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh my God.
Good morning, Auntie Matsu.
Naoe! Smelled my miso shiru brewing across the village, eh?
Eggplant and daiko?
Your favorite. But not ready yet. Come later.
My father said you needed my help.
So. An old woman forgets.
Let me help.
I don't want to pet the old lady.
These knees don't bend like they used to. It's the jewels of my land, my crops. I give them water, wish them well, and in the morning, they disappear. Something wanders my yard. Beast or spirit, I am sure.
Spirits, Auntie?
They are everywhere, you know, like gnats. Whatever it is, you will find it. I can always count on my Naoe. Observation is the first step to victory. You need higher ground to find what haunts me. Climb the old tower. Tell me what you see.
For a bowl of your miso shiru?
Work first, then rewards. And lucky you, it will be my best one yet.
I won't let you down.
All right, I mean, that's easy. That's easy
I can see
peasy.
Matsu's crops from up there.
Oh. Come here. Come here. I want to pet. I want to pet you. Come here. Wait, if I hide behind this box, maybe the cat won't see me. Where'd he go? Oh, God damn it. All right, whatever. Easiest mission of my life, dude.
It's an animal. A deer?
Do I just jump down there now? A deer that was shot and killed.
all right. Don't...
Good luck explaining that. That deer thinks you killed her. Oh my God, the
Whoever
mouth.
did this will pay.
Oh, they're poachers.
That meat's mine. Why is it in my hand?
Someone made a fire. And I hear voices.
Yeah,
Who
I
are
stepped
you?
over it. He's dead. The deer's dead.
Who wants to know?
I do.
We are innocent survivors from battle, starving and alone. You would turn us away? Not with that flimsy bokens, you won't.
We are good people. If you ask us, we will help.
You're Egans. Dirty sneaks and hermits.
Oh no. How dare
not
you talk
true.
shit about Egans, bro.
We'll ask for help next time, if Ega still stands.
Okay, well, they knew. How'd they know? How'd they know the Ega was not gonna
Leave.
stand?
Now!
Make us. This will be quick.
Oh shit. You can get some of the smoke too. Wait, did he stab each other?
She's not worth it. Go, go.
Sis is using a twig? Yeah, but I beat that ass though.
See, Chichue? Nothing to worry about. I handled them just fine. But it sounds like something was following them to Iga. Something big.
And stay out. We don't want strangers around these parts. This is that classic Japanese hospitality right there. Arigato. Domo arigato. What? Can I pet this? Oh my God, look at this little Bambi. Little Bambi. Yo, your mom just died, by the way. Let me pet you, little Bambi. Arigato. It's crazy that I just like beat the ass of two poachers and now we're just gonna eat dinner like nothing happened, you know? Arigato gozaimasu.
So tell me, beast or spirit?
Peasant Ashigaru from outside Iga. I fought them off.
Of course you did. You're a Fujibayashi.
How did they get in our village? My father says Iga is a locked door.
What matters is that you chase them off. Eat. Good for the heart and the bones.
Those soldiers, they spoke like something is coming. A battle.
You are strong. You will meet trouble with courage and a full stomach.
Mazu just wants me to shut the fuck up and
do
eat.
it without me.
Why? My father said you were once a great fighter.
That is long behind me.
Mazu's like, come on, just eat.
These
Come
days,
on.
I am only good with a hocho to chop vegetables.
Don't talk like that. Your spirit is young.
My body is old now, eh? It is tired. Soon I will venture up the mountain and never return. Happily.
Well,
Is that what happens
as
to
long
Japanese
as
people
you're
when they
around,
die? They
I
just
will
walk
take
up
care
the
of you.
mountain?
And when you can't even use a hocho, you can live with me and my father.
A generous soul, like your mother. Oh, how
Japanese
proud
people never
Suyu
die. They
would
just
be
walk up the mountain.
to see who you are becoming. Oh, no way.
My father doesn't like to talk about her.
My
He
dad
has his
keeps threatening
reasons.
to do that.
Forgive me. Eat more, huh? Misoshiru Nagato?
They're coming.
Who?
The armies of Oda Nobunaga. His son is at our borders. Nobukatsu, ready to attack Iga. I must meet them
Like
head
Joe
on.
Biden.
We can't let them reach the village.
I'll come with you.
No. Protect Matsu. Stay quiet and safe.
But I can fight.
You do not know what you are asking to do. You are not ready. Trust me. Follow my instruction.
Yes, Chichiue.
Wait for me. I will return.
Iga is a mountain city
Peasant
town
Ashigaru.
that has a communal
warning.
lifestyle, and the big bad Oda Nobunaga wants it for himself because he's the great uniter. Okay? That's what's going on right now. Also, I feel like if I beat his ass in the tutorial, he would have let me fight, but now he's not. Now it feels like he's like, you can't even beat my ass. Like, I don't.
Sit, eat.
Matsu, all you care about is eating soba. I love the ramen noodles, but god damn. All you've been telling me, the enemy's at the gates, and you're like, come on, eat this. Eat this okra.
I feel useless.
Waiting is not useless. Like I say, observation is the key to victory. Or else we are carps on the slab.
I shouldn't have taken no for an answer.
Yeah, eating
I
and
should be beside my
observing.
father right now, fighting. He thinks I'm weak.
No, Naoe.
Yes, I'm done waiting.
To
I
be
want
fair,
to
I am
help.
weak.
I want to fight.
So let us go. You have kept your bravery dark behind your eyes so your father does not see it. Enough hiding.
Enough hiding.
I know just where to begin. Off we go.
We're going to get more food. Multi-tool rope. Look at how quick that loading is on this PC.
You're awake. That's good. Can you hear me? Understand me? Now, I'll ask you politely not to run away again, hmm?
I can't go anywhere. Not like this.
Glad you have come to your senses. Have you ever seen a bone pierce its way through the skin?
That's crazy to talk like that in front of
Not
a kid.
my own.
If you were to take another stroll on that leg, I imagine you'd see it firsthand.
Bro, chatter said boo old people. What do you think Japan is, man? I guess even back then, but certainly now, okay? You can't say you're a weeb and then say boo old people in Japan. This is accurate.
I'm not that young.
When you get to be my age, everyone is young. What is your name? You will be here for some time. I might as well know what to call you.
Fujibayashi, Naoe, of Iga.
She gave the social security number. She played
sorry.
silent.
The little
and then-
one is Junjiro. And this place is Makino Odera, a temple. Or at least, what is left of it. War's shadow has darkened much in Setsu, as in Iga.
When you found me, did you... Is he...
That kid has iPad face. iPad face. Yeah, that kid's played Candy Crush. He knows what Skibbity Toilet is. You can't fool me.
I am sorry.
She kind of has iPad face too. Naoe. I don't know why I hit that Arab stank on it. Naoe. Yeah, kalp. Will's chat was calling him you. I was a tubby iPad-faced kid as well when I was growing up. Boomerai versus Zoomerai. Oh, it means chubby? No, there's a specific type of face a child has when they've grown up with an iPad. I don't know how else to describe it, but it just works. iPad kid face works so perfectly.
You...
Oh, yeah. Spit it out.
Well, say it.
You should eat more. It's ungrateful to waste
Bro,
food.
everybody's trying to get me to eat food. What the hell, man? Now he's got an ED, dude.
Junjiro,
what the hell?
Fetch me a blade, would you? I believe it's time we freed our guest from her splint.
He's strange, Junjiro.
You are hardly one to talk. You've been a ghost for weeks.
Is he afraid of me?
Should he be?
No.
As long as he's not an enemy.
Good.
That's a crazy talking.
You should know it was Junjiro who tended to you day and night.
As long as he's not an
Junjiro
enemy
kept
is a
a cross
crazy
on
thing to
your
say
brow
about an
to break
8-year-old.
Safiba.
Is that when he painted all those portraits?
The
Damn,
boy
I'm
paints
dunking on his
what he
painting too?
sees. Be kind to him now, eh? He's lost more than you know.
I'm shitting on his paintings of the 8-year-old. This is crazy. Terror, baby.
Pain is expected, but you can walk. It will be some time before you're at full strength, but you can work toward it on your feet, and maybe even help around the temple for once. What a thought. Ah, the knife. Thank you, Junjiro.
Well, wait, you said...
You know how my hands shake in the cold, Junjiro. I'll leave you to it.
Damn.
Go on. I trust you.
Making the iPad kid be my
don't
doctor?
like handling knives. Are you sure I didn't hurt you?
Don't worry. I'm tougher than I look.
Really?
What's that supposed to mean?
I just meant because you're... Never mind.
Junjiro owned me, okay? Junjiro owned me. He's like, yeah, really? You're tougher than you look? Because you look like doo-doo. Oh, he was being sexist? I didn't even think about that. I just thought he was saying, like, I look like I got my ass beat, because it's true. Eight-year-old misogynist? That makes sense. Andrew Tate style. Oh my gosh, he painted me as the devil.
No, wait, I was hoping...
Did you do this, Junjiro?
I don't paint like that anymore.
Sorin said you paint what you see. I'm sorry you had to see this.
There are lots of beautiful things too, if you know where to look. I can teach you. Let me get my brush.
This kid really is me, by the way. I was fat and I also painted, just like Junjiro. And I was scared of women, so
Good to be on my
tracks.
feet again. Even with the ache. I wonder if I'll ever be as strong as before. I wonder if it even matters.
There's a tanuki over that way. Her name is Mikan.
Mikan?
Why don't you try sneaking up and sketching her? I feed her sometimes, even though Soren tells me not to. Just remember, be quiet and move slow. You don't want to startle her.
Kid's so cute. He's definitely dying, right?
You can do it!
I need to paint this. I must approach carefully. Perfect spot.
That's a fat ass fox, bro. Kaya. That boy thick. God damn, he been eating eggs in this economy too. under the Brandon regime, under the Trump regime, that one egg's like $4. 4 yen.
I mean, it looks mostly like a tanuki.
You look mostly like a tanuki. You're right. It's not very good. Guess I'm not much of an artist, huh?
It just takes practice, like anything. And you understand that. You play music.
Why do you think that?
Come on.
It's a raccoon dog native to Japan.
Oh.
This kid is so gonna die in the hands of Nobunaga. Oh, 100%. He's way too cute. He's way too cute to not be leading the plot forward with a devastating death. Someone in the chat said, "End him." You're insane.
We found this. Where we found you.
Is that a head? The decapitated head in the...
Open it.
No way.
Oh, it's the thing from Zelda. The Ocarina of Time is broken.
Thank you for this. It has reminded me of something very important.
Is that the Rizzler? Yeah, it's the Japanese Rizzler.
What's that?
Junjiro.
A promise.
A boom! Boom! A boom! Arigatou gozaimasu. Bro, it's been months. Stop faking. Nawe, stop faking. The music is fire though. It's excellent. He goes to Lawson and gives 5 big booms to the to the Tamago Sando. Kato bamboo. Sumimasen. Kato.
Plenty of bamboo around. Let's see if this blade is as sharp as I remember.
Damn. Why is cut bamboo a mission where you have to cut a bunch of bamboo? What is happening? I'm just chopping all the bamboo. It's kind of messed up, no?
Did it work? Do you feel better now that you've destroyed something?
Yeah, he's right. He's right.
Vengeance is a lonely path now, eh? Believe me, there are other ways to heal.
Like eating. All the old people want me to just eat in this game. At least you didn't bend a family weapon. Who did that? Not me. On the tatame mat?
Don't be mad.
That's why Junjiro's so chubby. Bro, chill. His baby fat. He's the Japanese Rizuru.
I really did try my best.
He's the man. Junjiro's the man, dude. That's so... He's dope. He's definitely dying.
Do you like it?
How?
It would seem Junjiro has a knack for mending things. With a little help, of course.
Can you play something that way? Please?
That's the new Cardi. Damn, she is music. Little kids like, come on, play that Cardi. Play that new Cardi. What does Anthony Fantano know about music? He gave it a 4 out of 10. He doesn't know enough about music. He's washed. Play the new Cardi album. Play that gas. I'm opium. That's what Junjiro's saying.
Follow the blade.
Thank you.
You want to be Cardi?
I can never repay your kindness. But now, I have a different debt to settle.
Where will you go then?
To the home of a family friend, Tomiko. She has a farm in Setsu.
Ah, yes. That poor family.
You know the place?
I have lived in Setsu a very long time, young one. I have heard all its stories, good and bad. To reach the farm, head north following the winding path down the mountain. But be careful. Danger is everywhere. And now, remember to tend to your wounds. Not only the physical ones. Your eyes are on the horizon now. But do not forget to look back, to look within.
Yeah. I'm gonna kill a lot of people, okay?
Thank you.
No disrespect, old man, but it's chopping time, all right?
Do you really have to go?
Take care of yourself. And the old man.
Yeah, no. This is like take the kid with you like back bling? Just carry him like a backpack? What's he gonna do, bro?
I was on that mountain for so long. Feels strange to leave it.
All right, let's see the level up structure now. Whoa! Hey, yo! Don't know what happened there. Okay, domo arigato. I did not do that on purpose. All right, put the headgear on. Okay, I'm gonna need to fix my katana abilities. All right, melee expert, increase damage. Press R1 after a dodge to launch a fast counter. Okay, I like that. Wait, do I only have 1 point? Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. I should do this instead, right? Oh, never mind. That just automatically comes, huh? Got the common katana. I got no resources. I got no riz. I already did it.
It's been too long, kitty. I've missed you.
Eboshigata Hachimono Shrine. Alright, unlock guiding. Did I play the Viking AC? Yes, I did. Valhalla. Ikuzo! Destroy it? Wait, just go back to the shrine and just destroy the shrine? Y'all are crazy.
Oda's shadow grows longer with each passing day. Is anywhere safe? Oi!
Wait, oh, crap. I tried to jump off and do cool charismatic kill sequence, but it didn't work. Wait, what? What are you doing? I'm helping you, dummy. What the hell? Why is my sword unequipped? What is happening? Why'd they all decide to kill me now? Trust no one. I was trying to help you guys. God damn. God damn. Alright, chop chop, I guess. Alright, I mean, I'll take the XP. I'll take the XP. You deserve it.
Activity.
What does this do? I mean, I'll kill you dead. I don't care. You have another robe thing? What is this? Oh. I'll slice it. I'll slice your guts. All right, it's looting time, baby. Oh, a box. Maybe this is my box. Probably not. Combat music is really good. I don't know why they decided to attack me like that. That was weird. Itadakimasu. How do you like the game so far? A lot. It's great. Combat is fluid. It's very cinematic. It tickles my weeb sensibilities. I didn't like that they fought me, but the peasants that I was trying to be on the side of. The kill animation is a little over the top. Okay, you're wrong, but you can have wrong opinions. It's all right. Oh, crap. Why are you trying to fight me? Let's see if I can assassinate him. Nope. Kill him instead, not me. Okay. Okay, big guy. Oh, you're hot? Yeah. Yeah, you can't even pull your sword out because I'm beating you like a pig. All right, you guys fight, and then I'll figure it out. I'll beat the winner's ass. I think I know who's gonna win this one. Ooh. Oh, not so hot now, are you? Yeah, without the helmet too. Yeah, that's right, baby. Put the whole thing in him. God damn. Come on, tell me you got loot. Yeah, I revealed his weakness, that he is bald. That's what happened. Should I let these guys go and just keep riding? I'm not supposed to fight every single person, right? Is it good to Sigma grind set and evolve? Why do you come at me when you're one tap, big dog? And you're bald. Wait, they're fighting each other.
Fighting you yet?
All these dudes. Oh, crap. Oh. Oh, shit. Why don't you have bigger fish to fry, dude. Worry about your own ass. Uh-oh. I do like killing these guys. They're very enjoyable to kill. Oh shit. Okay, big boy hits hard though. When he does hit, he hits. Oh, loot. Let's go. Finally. Crops. I love slicing shit with this katana. Impossible to call your mount? Wait, why? What is that?
Nice try.
Oh shit. Okay. Respect. Oh shit. Bro, the big boys hit hard. The big boys hit hard officially. What is this? Tool specialist, common light armor. Wait a minute. Okay. So is everyone in Japan huge or are you just small? I think I'm just small. Yo. Okay, we dripped out. We dripped out. We drip. We drip. We drip. It's not a big deal. This is nothing to me. Drip is drip or drown time, baby. A whole lot of red. Yeah, we dripping. Where'd my dog go?
Hey, Mendohar! We should slice your belly open for the insult alone.
Oda's Ashigaru. I can't let this stand.
It's none of your business. I will cut you.
Dude, this guy traumatized the fuck out of this villager, dude. Hey, what's up, villager?
Thank you. The soldiers' cruelty knows no bounds.
This isn't the first time they've harassed you?
Oda's men grow vicious under their leader's power. Who am I to resist? I'm nothing but fodder for them.
I'll be on the lookout. For you and others like you.
Thank you, stranger.
Yeah, I don't think you can use the product anymore. I'm sorry. I kind of murdered a soldier on it. Also, yep, sorry, you can't use the wicker basket either. I needed to cut it because it looks very cool when I cut stuff. Yeah, my bad. Where the hell's my horse, dude? No, actually, where is my horse? There it is. My bad, peasant.
Whoa. The last time I was here, everything was different. Chichiue was alive. I only hope Tomiko's alright.
Ooh, katana. Bro, we're already getting katanas all around the world and shit. Like, what's that about, you know? What? This one has... The ability damage is much higher on Matsu Katana. It's serrated. I feel like serrated blades are bad guy drip. You know what I mean? Like bad guys have serrated knives, but it's all good. All right. The serrated one is higher damage, but it has lower ability damage than the...
Tomiko.
How come
Tomiko.
she's fine? Didn't they like burn this village? What happened?
No. And Nagato?
You can slice your own bread. Peanut butter is harder to spread, though.
I'll pour sake. May his spirit find peace.
Why is she looking sus? Tomiko's giving me sus vibes. I'm sorry. She reminds me of the chick from
I only
Shogun.
wish I had seen their faces.
The suicidal
Cowards,
gothic
all
one.
of them.
What do you mean?
That night, the masked samurai. There are 11 more. They killed my father, the Onryo.
The masked man from Katano. I should have known he wasn't just some mad Ronin. So there's more than one.
Many more.
No, Mariko wasn't sus. Mariko was a goth suicidal chick, though.
They killed Nagato.
If you didn't think that Mariko wasn't goth, you're just wrong. By the way, you've never been more wrong in your life. Yes, Mariko 100% from Shogun was 100% goth. She was suicidal and she was goth as fuck. She was goth as shit, dude. A lot of people think that she was not. A lot of people think that she wasn't because, like, oh, can Japanese be goth? Like she's an adult Catholic convert in feudal Japan. That is the most goth you can be.
You'll have to kill them all. Do you understand? Not just those that wear masks, but the people that surround them. The power that commands them.
Okay, this is a very different signal that I'm getting from her than I did from the previous pacifist monk guy.
I will not hesitate.
Good. It's the only way to set things right. Blood for blood.
Blood for blood.
You will need much then. Allies, supplies.
And a place to put them.
It's yours. Anything.
Are you sure?
Did your father ever tell you why my bones ache in the weather? Why my strength fades so quickly?
No.
War. Years ago. Between daimyo whose faces I'd never seen. Powerful men who fought to rule my land, but never set foot in it. Their soldiers killed everyone. My family, neighbors, left my mangled body in the dirt. Left me to burn as our fields turned to ash.
But why?
Damn.
You weren't the enemy.
We were in the way. The last thing I heard, after my husband's screams fell silent, was laughter. Our lives meant nothing. These people don't care about us. So every scrap I have in this world is yours, Naoe. As long as you promise to make them suffer.
I'll have to make changes to the place.
And it is time to start gathering supplies.
I want to thank Ubisoft for sponsoring the stream once again. As our time with this hashtag ad is coming to a close. Do I feel bad about saying she's sus? No, I still think she's sus. This game is sick. Finish the entire game, I will die. I will perish. This is maybe it's because I'm a weeb, and I will say it's probably weeb brownie points a little bit for me, but game wise, like fun wise, I think this is probably the most fun Assassin's Creed game I've played in a very long time. The combat's cool, it's fun, I enjoyed it. It's visually very stimulating. The music is amazing. I'm excited to see the enemies. I can't play more tomorrow because tomorrow I will be in Nevada with Bernard Sanders. I'm going to be in Nevada with Bernard Sanders, with my main man, and also Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm going to the Bernard rally, me and March. But before I end the hashtag, I mean, I already ended it, but I wanted to show you guys the box that they sent me. Collector's Edition, Assassin's Creed. We couldn't figure out what was in the other box in the game. Well, let's figure out what's in this box. I don't know why it says Xbox Series X on it, but oh, they sent me an Xbox version of the game. Wait. No, it's not an Xbox, chat. It's too light to be an Xbox. Yosuke Samurai artwork. Artwork of all the characters. Naoe Shinobi. A little art book in there too. There's this. This looks like a holster for a katana. Don't know what this is. This is propping something up, I think. Hayır anne. Xbox game they sent me. I don't really have an Xbox, but they also sent this, like a Naoe stand for the game. If I want to put it in here. Let's see what else they got. Let's see what else they got in here. What the hell is this? Hey, yo. There's a cat on it. A scroll. This is chill. Oh shit. What the bro. No. Dude, this is fucking incredible. It's Yasuke and Naoe. I think you put her here. Hold on. Oh, this is dope as hell, dude. Yo, I love stuff like this. How much does it cost though? I don't know. I don't care. I guess this is supposed to be bent, but I don't know in which direction. Probably this way. No. Are there instructions on the box? Probably. Hold on. I'll look at it in a second. I'll look at the final product in the back of the box. Look at that. Naoe's Katana Suba, life-sized, collector's art book, 2 Sumi lithographs, a world map, and a Creed wall scroll, and a unique steelbook case with a base game. That's what they sent me. This is fire. All right. That's dope. It's not the full katana, no. HasanAbi AC memes on fire. Assassin's Creed memes on fire. Okay, hold on. I'll look at that in a second. Wait, March is calling me. Anyway. Alright, let me turn this off. Let me save this real quick. How do I save and quit? Do I just quit the desktop and it saves? Holy crap. Imagine I didn't save and then I just quit. You be cooked with the collector's box. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's dope. Naoe thanking Hellboy, Junjiro, and Grandpa before leaving to murder bald samurais. All right, well. Anyway, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, special stream tomorrow, live from Vegas with the boy Bernard Sanders. I'm gonna have a sit-down interview with him and AOC, and then after that, we'll go to the rally. Maybe some of the Vegas HasanAbi heads will show up, and we'll see them out there in the real world. And yeah, I'm gonna try to do a sit-down proportion as well of my regular stream tomorrow somewhere in Vegas. Hopefully, we'll see. But that'll be all for today. Once again, shouts out to Ubisoft. And yeah, interview is going to be at 12 p.m. I will be live at the same time, but Bernard interview will be at 12 p.m. Rally's at 1 p.m. That'll be all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.